Good morning, everybody. We're excited to be together. We will call the November meeting of the Board of Regents to order. Appreciate everyone attending. Jasmine, thanks for helping with roll call.
Yes. Chair Buchanan.
Here.
Regent Bow.
Here.
Regent Dombrowski.
Here.
Regent Lozar.
Here.
Regent Southworth.
He's excused.
Regent Folkberg.
Here.
Regent Mortensen. Here. Commissioner Christian. Here. Governor Gianforte.
Mr. Dylan Klopmeyer is bouncing between the Board of Public Ed and these meetings. We'll get plenty of his time this week.
And Superintendent Arntzen.
Also joining us this afternoon.
We have a quorum present. Back to you, Chair Buchanan.
Appreciate you, Jasmine. Thanks very much. And thanks to the members of the board and everybody for being here. Got a lot to go through this week, and I'm excited to start by sharing a little bit of an experience I had yesterday. Welcome home to everyone here. We met with the AMA Council, American Indian and Minority Achievement Council, yesterday over at American Indian Hall and talked a lot about home, small h, big H, where we work, where we have passions. Whether we've come from Missoula, Havre, Great Falls, or Dillon, or any one of the fantastic and unique communities where the MUS has impact, welcome. Welcome home. Home is where we share common goals. Home is where we share hopes. Home is where we share responsibilities. Home is where and who we share that passion for this great state with. Welcome home. And as we pick up this robust agenda and connect on the work on behalf of the state of Montana championing higher education, the board cannot express our gratitude enough for everybody being here. Thank you so much. President Cruzado, thank you for hosting. What an incredible week you've got. We're going to be hearing from you this morning, and excited as usual get caught up on the vast agenda in front of Montana State University. Certainly have time on the agenda here in a moment for some additional remarks. If you'd like to make some initial ones, please.
Yes. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to your university, Montana State. I think we have a PowerPoint presentation that we would like to upload. Thank you. As I said, welcome to your university, Montana State. We are delighted to have all of you here. A very special welcome to our Board of Regents and our Commissioner of Higher Education. So what I wanted to do is talk a little bit about your university, Montana State, and our commitment to the land grant mission. A little bit of history, you know that we are here. Montana State University is part of one of those institutions that were established back in 1862 thanks to a congressional act that was promoted first by Congressman from Vermont, Justin Smith Morrill, to the left, and after two failed attempts in Congress was finally passed on July the 2nd, 1862, and signed by none other than President Abraham Lincoln. And then that incredible miracle arrived to Montana on February 16, 1893, when the Montana legislature approved the establishment of the first institution of higher education in the state. So we are just celebrating 131 years, almost 132 years. And what I wanted to share with you today is a portion of that history, what has happened in the last 14 and a half years at Montana State University. In everything we do every day, we're committed to our tripartite mission, which is excellence in teaching, excellence in research, and excellence in extension and service. In terms of teaching, students are at the core of everything we do at Montana State University. We opened a new academic year this last August the 21st. We welcome over 4,600 students to campus during moving days. It's no longer possible for us to move our students in just one day. We have to use an entire weekend to move them in. And then, of course, we announced the start of a new academic year every year for the last decade by walking together down Main Street, Bozeman. This is what MSU enrollment looks like ever since 2010 up until that today. our fall headcount enrollment has increased by 26%. This last fall was a new record of 17,144 students. One of the questions that we try to answer is what are we doing in terms of making sure that we provide housing to our students? And this is some of the growth that we have been registering in those 14 years. We have 5,485 students living on campus. So this is a good thing for you to remember. While university's enrollment has grown by 26%, we have grown occupancy of MSU campus housing by 49%. So now, more than ever, in any measure, we have more students living in our campus than outside of our campus. As important as headcount is, this is something that is very dear to us, which is full-time enrollment. As you know, we measure that by taking the headcount number and then dividing it by 15, which is a full load. And I'm very happy to report, yes, we have grown by 26% in terms of headcount, but we have grown FTE by 35%. In other words, we have more students taking more credits than at any other point in our history at Montana State University. How did we grow that? We grew that in large measure by making this micro-campaign about the flat spot that every campus offers in the Montana University system and changing it, right? We don't call it the flat spot at Montana State University. We call it the freshman 15, which means in addition to the additional pounds that will go around their waistline, students have an opportunity to add rigor to their class schedules. They enrolled in 15 credits, they pay or more, they pay for 12 credits, they graduate on time with less debt. What does the data show? Well, this is how it has grown tremendously. Back in 2011, just half of our student population was taking advantage of the freshman 15 opportunity. This last year, a record 87% of freshmen and 67% of all MSU undergraduates are enrolled in 15 credits or more. What has that done to our graduation rates? Of course, federal government asked about the 6-year graduation rate. Thanks to freshman 15 in the last 14 years, we have been able to grow our 6-year graduation rate by 10 points. But take a look at the bottom. It's in the 4-year graduation rate where we have really accelerated the time to degree. We have doubled the number of students that graduate on time with less debt in 4 years or less. Of course, some of those students are absolutely exceptional. Last spring, we received the wonderful news that 4 additional students received the Goldwater Scholar. This is the highest scholarship designation in science, engineering, and math. With Heath and Amber T. and Tyler and Amanda, now Montana State University has 90 Goldwater Scholars. That ties us in position number 11 among 4,500 colleges and universities in the nation. I always like to say, after Montana State University, we have Cornell University, Johns Hopkins, University of Michigan, etc. Of course, in addition to attracting extraordinary students, we want to remain focused and centered on our mission of access of the land-grant university. This is best exemplified by our wonderful Hilleman Scholars program, which is particularly focused on first-generation Montanans who were not thinking about coming to college, who had not applied to come to Montana State University, and who have been identified by our wonderful partners in MSU Extension as students who deserved the chance to come to Montana State University, enrolled in 15 credits, and have a better chance at life. After 9 years, this is how much we have been able to cover. The entire state of Montana, we have had incredible Hilleman Scholars. Last night, we were at a reception at the Museum of the Rockies, and the minute I mentioned Hilleman Scholars, one of the students who were working on the front desk went, hooray, because he's a Hilleman Scholars at Montana State University. I think that 2 years ago, when the Regents were here, we had a great panel and a great presentation. I'm happy to say we are now graduating 2 students from our law school, including one from Cornell, and this coming May, we will have our first physician from the Hilleman Scholars graduating from the other MSU university, Michigan State University. And then we are very, very proud of our commitment to our veteran students, and we just received the very happy news for one more time. MSU has been recognized second in the nation for student veteran support. Very proud about our students, our faculty, and their contributions to teaching. What about mission? That's the second leg that's very important in a land-grant university. Discovery, advancing the frontiers of knowledge through what happens in the lab, what happens in the field, what happens in our studios. And for 6 straight years, Montana State University has grown our annual research expenditures. This is just one of the metrics among many others. This is what it looks like in the chart. When you go back to 1986 with President Bill Teets, when he said, let's focus on our research endeavors. And it has been an extraordinary growth. And this last fall, we brought another new record with almost $258 million in annual research expenditures at Montana State University. Some of that research happens in some centers that this Board of Regents have been instrumental in approving. For example, back in 2014, I'm so proud and so thankful about regential support for the establishment of the Center for Mental Health Research and Recovery, with an emphasis on suicidology. One of the things that we try to do at Montana State University as a good land-grant university is solve the state's problems. And as you know, suicide prevention is a top priority for our state, and Montana State University's faculty, researchers, and students are right there making a contribution. We have incredible centers in the sciences, in engineering, but also in the humanities. The Ivan Doig Center was established in 2017 with a gift from Carol Doig. And in addition to that, this culminated, if you remember, we competed for Ivan Doig's paper collection, and we competed against Stanford and against University of Washington. And I'm very proud to say that the Ivan Doig collections is right here at Montana State University. You can come to our library, or you can just access it digitally, because that was the different proposal that we were able to submit, that anybody, anywhere in the world can access Ivan Doig's legacy. And then, of course, one of the wonderful things that we were able to do in the last 14 years happened in 2013, when, thanks to the Montana legislature and with support from the Regents, we were able, for the first time, to expand the number of slots for WAMI students. Back in 1974, when it was established, the Montana legislature was supporting 20 slots. Since 2013, that number was raised to 30 students, which, again, it's a very important program for the state. And on the heels of that, in 2013, we went to the legislature with regential support, and we received support for the equivalent of WAMI, but for veterinary sciences. And we have graduated already more than 100 students to address the needs for veterinarians, including our very own Dr. Christian, newly minted veterinarian now working in Missoula. Hospitality management is another area that we identified. If agriculture is the #1 mover and shaker in Montana's economy, and we're committed to it, hospitality management is the #2 mover and shaker of Montana's economy. And we are very proud of this partnership that we have been able to create with a 4-year program, but also a 2-year culinary arts program offered by Gallatin College, MSU. On the topic of what programs have we been able to approve and the regions have supported us, this is just a minute sample, but I'm very, very thankful for the region support for our doctorate of nursing practice. This was since 2018. We established 30 slots for our DNP program, which has done extraordinary things. And then on the heels of that, this last March, we were able to open a new nurse midwifery program in our DNP offerings. The Danscott Ranch Management, again, was another one of those approved back in 2019, which is making an incredible difference in the state of Montana. As so is Optics and Photonics, one of the most important programs that we have developed in Montana State University. And now we can say we offer the whole broad spectrum, anything and everything from certificate programs from Gallatin College, baccalaureate degrees, master's degrees, and PhD degrees. This is one of the things that we have also been able to do with our emphasis on data and cybersecurity at Montana State University, with many programs addressing that from, again, a 2-year certificate all the way to graduate programs. And another important area of need in the state is rural education. And so proud of our faculty members in the College of Education, Health, and Human Development, a $4.1 million grant to train counselors for work in rural Montana. We received $26.7 million recently for a facility to test and promote quantum tech, one of the very few universities in the nation focusing on quantum tech. And of course, you remember what we were able to do as a system with the $41 million grant to Regional Tech Hub, and Optics and Photonics is one of those areas. Again, just a minute sample of the many incredible things that are happening in terms of research. Of course, research also needs to be translated, needs to be commercialized, and that is one of the things that we have been able to do with this great partnership with the Innovation Campus. We started with just one building. If you remember, the board approved the Applied Research Lab some years ago. Now that incredible project has grown, and now we have 3 buildings, Engine Works and Aurora Innovation, and the Regents will have an opportunity to tour the Aurora building tomorrow to see the incredible things and the partnership that is happening with industry and Montana State University. That's research for you. What about extension? This is one of our 3 core missions when we can truly say, thanks to the representation that we have in every county, that the entire state of Montana is our campus. Reimagining Rural has been a program that has been identified as an area of need. About a dozen rural towns were chosen for our 4th annual program. We are re-energizing the economies of those rural towns. We have partnered, of course, with the College of Agriculture in making of Montana State University a leader in precision agriculture. And one of the things that I enjoyed throughout the years was how Extension collaborated with us and made a difference in establishing the President's Bus Tour. The President's Bus Tour allowed 50 individuals every year, all the vice presidents, deans, administrators, faculty leaders, student leaders, to go out every summer under one theme: follow the grain, follow the beef, follow the energy, learn more about Montana's economy, thanks to the guidance of our extension agent. And it took us 10 years. It took us 10 years to visit each and every county, but we did it. We spent 3 days every year for 10 days, for 10 years. So now we can say that we have been in every corner of the state. And another exciting opportunity for Extension is that now we had the groundbreaking ceremony for our new wool lab under construction. If you remember, The Montana legislature gave us an appropriation of $11 million. We raised an additional $1 million, and that will be part, the MSU Wool Lab will be part of the combined state labs, including the vet diagnostic lab and a lab from the Department of Agriculture in the state of Montana. This is what it's going to look like when it's ready on 19th Avenue. So, a lot has changed in terms of how our campus has been meeting growth demands and preparing for the future. So I just wanted to give the Regents a very quick tour of our campus in the last 14 years. If you remember, this is how Hapner Hall looked like. When I first arrived, I noticed that students in our residence halls were still using the same furniture as their grandparents. So how could we fix that? We took Hapner Hall, we brought it to the Regents, we made an investment of $5 million, financed with student fees. Remember, we cannot use state dollars for residence halls, nor dining halls, nor parking services, nor athletic buildings, right? That's by Montana statute. So with student fees, we financed Hapner Hall renovation. We also took a look at Langford Hall. We did the same thing with Langford Hall, brought it to the 21st century. And then we started building new capacity. $8 million for a new upperclassmen residence hall, Gallatin Hall. Miller Dining Hall, this is how it looked like a few years ago. This is how it looks now. A $15 million investment, but perhaps one of the most important thing, it's not only the renovation physically, but our emphasis on providing our students with more locally sourced fresh food in our dining halls. Yellowstone Hall was another addition, a $34.5 million 400-bed, the first freshman residence hall that we built since 1960. That was the year I was born. Rendezvous Dining Pavilion. Now, Miller was not able to sustain all the demand that we had, so we opened Rendezvous Dining Pavilion. That was an $18.2 million financed on open in 2018. It's incredible for me to see these numbers now and to think that we have an entire new dining hall for $18.2 million. This is how it looks like, 8 new different nooks with, again, locally sourced food. If you go to Miller, if you go to Rendezvous, my recommendation, don't ever forget to consume the pork meat, because the pork meat is bought from our 4-H kids. That's how locally sourced it is and how we bring all of it together. Highland Hall, we opened Highland Hall, $50 million finance, 510 residence hall that opened in 2020, right in the middle of the pandemic. And we also make new investments in academic buildings. Starting, if you remember, Jake Japs Hall was of $25 million by alumnus Jake Japs for a College of Business and Entrepreneurship with its own ticker tape. Norm S. Bjornson Hall, a $50 million gift from alumnus Norm S. Bjornson for mechanical engineering. It opened on the year of our 125th anniversary. And so was American Indian Hall, a long-held dream and commitment that we have made and approved under the Gamble presidency, and finally we were able to meet and exceed our goal, $20 million in private donations, including a $2 million contribution from the students of ASMSU to ensure that these students belong to all of our students. Also open for our 125th anniversary. It's a beautiful building inside and out. And then this last year, we were busy going around the state with shovels in hand and opening 5 different locations for our 5 new satellite buildings for our Mark and Robin Jones College of Nursing, thanks to a historic gift of $101 million. And this is how Jones Hall will look like in Bozeman. You will see it right there on the corner of 7th and Grant. This is how the Billings Nursing Education will look like. Thank you very much, Billings Clinic in St. Vincent, for donating the land. Great Falls Nursing Education Building, this is the one that it's almost ready. It's flying. And thank you so much, Benefice Hospital. They donated 2 acres of land for this building. Kalispell, also reflecting the geography and the topography of the place, a wonderful partnership also with Logan Hospital. And Missoula Community Hospital, it's going to be home to the Missoula Nursing Education Building for the Mark and Robin Jones College of Education, for College of Nursing, I'm sorry. And while you're here, you will see that our collaborations around the state also include our very own city and county. We collaborated with our own people in the county, and we have a Bozeman Fire Station 2 on MSU campus. And everything in that fire station is blue, not red, blue. So one of the concepts that we started to develop is what now we have called the MSU South Campus District. In reality, it started with this, right? During the Gamble administration, we were taking a look at Gaines Hall, formerly where we used to teach chemistry, a very old, dark building. The Montana legislature appropriated $32 million, and this incredible building for classroom use was open in 2010. So if you can see this area that we have delimited here, right? If you take a look and you identify Gaines right there on Grand Street, this is what we have been able to do. In blue, those are buildings that have been, existing buildings that have been renovated or expanded. In gold, our new construction, and you will see, right, in sequence how we were able to go with Gaines, Romney, Norm Asbjornson, Jim Forte Hall, parking garage, student wellness center, the nursing building, and then Montana PBS. Let me show it to you a little bit better, and then, of course, the campus hotel in Gallatin College. First off, we wanted to make sure that with the growth on campus that we had a second pedestrian mall. We haven't had a pedestrian mall since Malone Mall was established for our centennial. So we transformed Grand Street into a new pedestrian corridor that will tie all this portion of the MSU South Campus District. This is how it will look like once we are finished. Norm Asbjornson, if you remember, that was, as I said, a gift of $50 million from Norm. This is how it looks like, an incredible facility for engineering and for all students. Part of the appeal for Norm was that we were thinking about the South Campus District, that we were asking him, why don't you anchor this new project in? As a good mechanical engineer, I will tell you he was far more seduced by the idea of an MSU parking garage than even his own building. He was fascinated by the idea of MSU having its own parking garage. That was a $12.5 million from parking, and including a $4 million gift to the College of Engineering that went to the parking garage. One thing that we tried to do was to bring more collaboration, and thanks to our College of Arts and Architecture, if you go to our parking garage, it's like none other. It has murals from artists from around the world, actually. MSU just opened adjacent to the parking garage, MSU just opened the Student Wellness Center. If you remember, March the 9th, we were about to have a meeting of the Board of Regents in Helena when we learned that we had lost the fitness centers at Montana State University due to a snowstorm. So we collected the insurance funds, and the students approved a new fee. I want to pay homage to our students, because that new fee of $58 per semester, they voted in April of 2020, when there was not one student on campus, when they were all remote. And by the way, when the students who voted for it and imposed that fee on them, 4 classes were not able to seek the benefit of that fee. And now it's there for posterity. I encourage you to take a look at the Student Wellness Center. It includes under one roof our fitness component. We moved Swingle student health opportunities, and then expanded a whole wing dedicated to mental health for our students. Jones Hall will be adjacent to the Student Wellness Center. Then you cross the street, this is how it's going to look like once inside. And then you cross the street, and then we just finished a campaign for the expansion of Montana PBS, $19.4 million. And one of the things that I love about that new building is that it will include a classroom facility, so that classes will be scheduled inside that building, so that students get to learn more about this incredible asset that serves all the state of Montana. That's what the classroom will look like. Romney Hall, did I say more about Romney Hall? You heard a lot from me for 9 years. We went back to the legislature. We were able to reopen it in 2021. We moved from teaching 41 students per hour to 1,000 students per hour, thanks to $25 million from the legislature and $7 million in private donations. It's a beautiful facility if you have time to take a look at it. Then you continue the last part of the South Campus District will be Gianforte Hall, a new building thanks to a $50 million donation from the Gianforte Family Foundation for computing science, but also we wanted to bring, once again, the arts into it. So we have creative industries such as film and photography program, and our music technology program will live under that same roof. It will be a wonderful facility. And then the MSU Campus Hotel, this is a collaboration, a $60 million public-private partnership with Cross Harbor, and that will be known as the VIM Hotel in Bozeman. And last but not least, in order to make space and room for Gallatin College, the board approved a $25 million from physical plant and maintenance funds. We're going to move that, and then that's going to be the home of Gallatin College. If you remember, this is a $46 million project. The Montana legislature appropriated $23.5. We are in the process of raising $22.5, and now we are in the last $10 million left to raise. That's the MSU South Campus District. Last but not least, MSU Bobcat Athletics, front porch to campus. This is how it all started. This was the old Bobcat Stadium back in 2010. Do you remember the wooden bleachers there at the end? And this is how it looks now, right? That was $8 million in private funds, $4 million financed with ticket sales, and a 5,000-seat addition completed in 2011. That was followed by the Bobcat Athletic Complex, $18 million in private donations, home for our football program, but also open to all sports. This is how it looks inside. We have the helmets of all high schools to the left. All high schools from the state of Montana are represented there. And you will have an opportunity to see the last stages of the Kennedy Stark Athletic Center. This is a wonderful $26.5 million in private donations to make sure that all our sports have an indoor training facility. Of course, we were also very happy to see that our rodeo program has a new facility at the Stock Family Bobcat Arena. And talking about sports, Bobcat basketball seasons are in full swing, men and women's basketball. And then this Friday, Brawl of the Wild volleyball, 7 p.m. Please join us. And then, of course, what to say about Brawl of the Wild football? That will be on Saturday. And this time, we are making history. The Bobcats are 11-0 for the first time in history, which I think calls for special accolades. So, I want to pay a last tribute to the Spirit of the West Band. When I arrived, we had 67 students in the band. We could form a very flimsy M on the field. Now we have 200 students. And they not only carry the spirit of the school, I need to tell you, the sense of community that those students have, how they help each other, how they persist, it's something to behold, and I wish it could be replicated elsewhere. We would not be, our Bobcat Athletics program would not be without, where it be without the Spirit of the West marching band. And to end, we started new traditions in the last 14 and a half years. Yes, you saw the Bobcat on Main, we have lights on Montana Hall, we have a renovated graduation, we added commencement ceremonies in December, etc. And one of the things that we added was, what about if we invited the freshman class to form an M on the field? And this is our first year, 2014. And I think it tracks to see the incredible growth of Montana State University. That was 2014. That was 2018 for our 125th anniversary, when we asked volunteers from the community to show up on a Saturday afternoon wearing white T-shirts. And they formed the 125 in the back. And this is our most recent M. That's 4,600 freshmen. That's quite amazing. And every time I see that, I just say, wow, thank you. Thank you to the state of Montana, because those kids are here because many of you had an opportunity to say, come to Montana State University. You will receive an incredible quality of education, and you will have access to an incredible life, which was the dream, right, of our forefathers when they passed the land-grant mission. So that's your university for you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Welcome to Montana State.
President Cruzado, thank you. As we look back at the 1862 Morrill Act, the evolution of how we deliver the mission of a land grant could not have been imagined. And to be here today and witness where this university has come is truly remarkable. And I do think, as we think about your legacy and your time here, boy, you've been an unbelievably dedicated champion to that mission. And as you prepare to start reflecting on your legacy, I have to share, as we've sat through countless listening sessions and hearing from the broad constituent base on this campus and across Montana as they seek the passion and commitment that you've brought, the penetration of the land grant mission is broad, wide, and deep, and I think that legacy is just kicking into gear. Your leadership has been outstanding, and we can't thank you enough for that. Thank you for the wonderful welcome. Also important to note, thank you to Mr. Tobin, Mr. Damberger, and all the folks that have helped pull together the logistics of the next couple of days. Again, thank you. We started off this morning with a breakfast with faculty Moosfar. Want to thank Dr. McCullough and her colleagues having incredibly qualitative and substantive conversations around the value proposition of higher education, and this morning was no exception. Excited to invite Dr. McCullough to the table today. She is the chair of the MSU Faculty Senate and a distinguished professor in the Department of Chemical and Biological Engineering. Welcome to the table. We're excited to have you here today. As usual, our tribal college partnerships are vital. President Craig Smith from Fort Peck Community College is joining us. Congratulations on the selection of your position and a career of impact in Montana. You served on the college board for a few years, it sounds like, before taking this position, and we're excited to work with you and your colleagues as we tackle the challenges not only in front of the state of Montana, but particularly our American Indian partners. Again, welcome and thanks for joining us as well today, Dr. Smith, President Smith. I mentioned the AMA council meeting yesterday. We're going to hear more about that throughout the meeting today. Incredible numbers of success stories across not only our tribal partner campuses, but on our own portfolio of campuses. We're leading the country in enrollment. We're leading the country in retention. And as I debriefed my time with the council yesterday, we get to hear a lot about the data. We get to hear about the numbers of success. Yesterday for me was an incredible opportunity to meet and see the people that are driving the change across the system. The caring of the advising staff, the caring of the leaders, both students and faculty across our system that are leading to these success stories. As we wrapped up our conversation yesterday, a lot to celebrate, but more than anything, a lot to motivate us to keep moving the dial as it relates to advancing the success stories across our American Indian and minority students. Incredible work yesterday, everyone. Thank you so much. Looking at our agenda, again, no time for naps for anybody. We're going to be quite busy. We're going to get an update from Commissioner Christian and his staff on search committees on 2 campuses. We're going to get final and firm numbers on fall enrollment, math proficiency, which is a topic we know needs to be elevated, particularly with our partners at the K through 12 level. We're excited to visit with them tomorrow at the Board of Public Education. Later, following the review of the consent agenda and items brought to us by the Budget and Administrative Audit Committee, we'll have a presentation on system-wide facilities planning. Facilities and infrastructure have been an intense interest of the board, and we're looking forward to the continued focus on these items. Governor Gianforte released his proposed budget last week, and we have time set aside on the Budget Committee to overview the impact on the MUS. As we know, January 2025 is right around the corner. The legislative session is quickly approaching, and we're excited to hear from Commissioner Christian and his staff about our legislative plan, shared policy goals, and our approach towards continuing to engender the confidence and trust from our legislative and executive partners as we get into the session in 2025. After lunch today, we do anticipate hearing from Superintendent Artson, and then we'll jump into the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. Among ARSA's agenda items are requests for approval of emeriti and tenure faculty, as well as several informative presentations and panels on sprint degrees, the Montana Online Course Exchange, the Headwaters Tech Hub, and national security research. I think a common thread with all those topics are the innovative approach the system continues to elevate as we tackle those subjects. Reception, as President Cruzado showed some photos over at the new Wellness Center. I would say as an alumni, I have my membership card. I went and paid for that last week, and it is a fantastic facility. I'm excited to be there. Tomorrow morning, after a breakfast with community leaders from the Gallatin County, we'll meet with the 2-year and Community College Committee, which we're grateful for Student Regent Mortenson's ability to lead tomorrow. We're excited to have that opportunity to work with you. And then following public comment, we'll tour the MSU Innovation Campus, and then again join the Board of Public Education. With that, I think the other thing that we need to point out is our role in stewarding this system. Today, our impartiality and excitement for all of the successes need to be forefront. Saturday is going to be a whole different tenor. We're grateful, again, to everyone that has come and traveled to join us for the next couple of days of work, and I'm reminded by President Cruzado's comments that the welcome mat of our system is going to be quite vibrant over the weekend, and just really encourage everyone to make sure you find time to reflect and see the passion that this state's going to exude over what we're accomplishing as a system. With that, Commissioner Christian, it's a pleasure to pass the mic. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Trying to hustle through the agenda. Everybody's been disseminated copies of the minutes from the previous meetings. Do we have any amendments or suggested changes to those minutes? Seeing none, we'll move forward approving those. Again, Commissioner Christian in a system report.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your leadership and insight. It's a pleasure to have you at the head table, working with you for so many years. Very much have enjoyed it. President Cruzado, thank you for hosting us this week. Our November meetings are always an exciting time to be on campus, and really appreciate everything you and your team, James, and others are doing to make things happen behind the scenes, in preparing for this meeting, hosting this meeting, and then particularly when I know there's a few other things going on this weekend. So it's a busy time. I'm always just struck by the energy on this campus, and it's in no small part thanks to you, Madam President. Looking around at the construction and growth that you described, it's just evident what an incredible role that Montana State University plays, both in the system but also in the state, really focused on student well-being, student success, academic excellence. You've prioritized those, you've championed those, and very appreciative. You know, Madam President, when you stepped on this campus, as you said, 2010, home to around 12,000 students. Now you've become the first institution in Montana's history to enroll more than 17,000. That's impressive. But students are not only enrolling at record numbers, more importantly, they're succeeding at record numbers. What you've done with retention and completion is absolutely spectacular. Under your leadership, we, Montana State University, are now the largest university in a 4-state region, including Wyoming and the Dakotas. And not to mention what's happened on the other side of the house, which is research, 6 years continuous growth, and under your leadership, return of R1 status. Those are all incredible accomplishments. My notes have a long list of facilities and other accolades to extend to you. But, you know, honestly, as I listened to you speak last night at Leadership Montana, I just was really reminded about what I believe is your true passion, and that's been around people, and particularly the people that make this institution so incredible. You don't need to spend much time around President Cruzado to understand how important students are to her and all students. You've just been an incredible, ardent champion of the land-grant mission, and that's in an effort to expand higher education accessibility to all students. You also don't have to spend too much time around you to realize how important faculty, staff, and your fellow administrators are to you. It's really about people, and whether that's shown through your dedication to the Hilliman Scholars, and I just loved seeing you light up last night when we realized we had a Hilliman Scholar amongst us. The energy you put behind Freshman 15, which seems pretty straightforward, but has really changed the landscape to see less than 50% of students on an on-time completion course to now 87% of those students starting with an on-time completion track. I'm just truly amazed and inspired by your kind and just incredibly attentive interactions with students as you meet them on campus, as you meet them in every walk that this campus provides. Those encounters are just amazing to me, and you know, I honestly believe that leadership is expressed sort of through every corner of this campus, and that's made it incredibly successful. Now, much more can and yes will be said, Madam President, about your achievements before you walk out of Main Hall next June. But I just don't want to let this moment pass at our meeting here on campus without publicly acknowledging and thanking you for all that you've done for Montana State and, frankly, for all that you've done for the state. So, Madam President, sincerely, thank you for all you've done. As we meet here today, believe it or not, fall break is just around the corner. End of the 24 fall semester is coming soon, and I just want to also acknowledge all of the efforts from everyone around the MUS that makes things tick, from students working hard to build their future, to family support of those students, to to the faculty and staff that guide them, lead them, hold hands throughout every step of the way, the leadership and staff that keep this enterprise running. I just want to express how fortunate I feel to have a front row seat to this dynamic and innovative work that's being done at every level across the Montana University system. As a public system of higher education, you know, we really are at a consequential time. I believe change can be good, and I believe we'll make the best of it. It's our moment to seize that change, to be innovative, to be creative, and I think we'll continue to see the university system thrive. I want to just take a few minutes to address the governor's budget. Came out last week. We'll have a number of presentations this morning. Tyler and his team will spend some time on this, but I want to thank Governor Gianforte truly for his investments that he's proposing in this budget for the upcoming legislative session. The governor's indicated, I believe, significant and continued support for the work that we're doing in the MUS. Especially grateful for his support around our present law adjustment requests, long-range building projects, and of course, a pay plan, something that is incredibly important to us. I think his budget will adequately equip us to continue the efforts that we've been doing moving forward and help us be innovative and progressive as we try to grow Montana's economy through the avenues that we have available for us to do that. So I look forward to the legislative session, sort of. I'm never quite sure how I feel about it. Enjoyable in many ways. A bit of a drudge in others, but I think we've got good partnerships in the legislature, and I believe we have really good partnership with the governor and his budget staff, and we look forward to try to shepherding our part of his budget through the upcoming session. I'm also pleased to report today that after initially being denied Montana's application for Gear Up funding from the Department of Education has been secured. That'll award nearly $30 million over the next 7 years, $4.2 million a year, fully funded, to help prepare all Montana students, regardless of economic background, for education and career readiness after high school. Gear Up has been an important tool to help schools, students, families, and a broad array of individuals make post-secondary education a realistic goal. Which I think ultimately really adds to our economic stability and growth across the state. I also want to thank Senator Tester for his passion and commitment to see that Montana was not left behind in this decision. He had much outreach to the Department of Ed and helped secure what I think is our rightful place in the Gear Up grant program. So, Mr. Chair, you mentioned a couple updates on the searches. Just dive in and hopefully answer questions if there are any, but set some expectations. So yes, as I mentioned, we have to begin a search here at Montana State, and we are doing so. The committee has been seated, and we met for the first time a few weeks ago here in Bozeman, November 4th. And we held a multitude of listening sessions, Mr. Chair. We sat together throughout those. I appreciate the time that you invested in those. I think they were very informative. I think we heard in some regards what we knew, but it's reassuring to know, and I think it will ultimately help us shape where we're headed and who we think we're looking for. Madam President's dedication to the land grant mission just rang out through and through. Some of the traditions that have been started, the energy behind what's been accomplished in the last 4 years, and the hope and desires that we can continue that momentum and that energy moving forward. So, you know, we had great sessions. We heard from a wide variety, from students, faculty, staff, researchers, Mays, Extension, alumni, and then even a public session. And I think that we are ready to put together a profile to really engage in seeking a highly qualified individual to follow in President Cruzado's footsteps. The process, so we believe in the next few days that we'll have the profile complete. We're in the process of getting feedback from committee members. And that'll sort of officially put the job announcement out on the market. We've got a search firm in Greenwood Asher, one that specializes in higher education recruitments and that has worked on this campus a number of times. They will start diligently building a pool. I would say to everyone in this room and everyone listening, if you have good ideas for candidates, send those to me, to Jasmine, or to Greenwood, and we'll make sure that they get consideration. But we're excited to move forward. With the holidays and all things, our next meeting to really start vetting that pool is in February, 4th of February. We're going to leave this search open maybe a little longer than normal just because of sort of the holiday schedule, the beginning of legislative session, and beyond. But we will vet those candidates. That will start over the next month a few rounds of interviews, in-person interviews. Ultimately, we believe that will end in us having the ability to invite 2 to 5 incredibly talented individuals for on-campus visits as finalists in late March. We currently have the week of March 24th sort of set aside. That's right after spring break. It's important that we have everyone here on campus when those individuals come, and we'll see how that all works out with all scheduling, but that's what's planned as right now. And hopefully by early to mid-April, we will have an announcement as to our choice for our next president here at Montana State. And we look forward to a fun, celebratory transition with our good president through commencement, and then sometime late June, early July, we'll hand over the reins, or at least that's the plan. If there's any questions about the search, or you all as board members, I know you're getting questions. Have we filled the job yet? I'm getting those same questions. Where are we? There is a website that's posted. That website also has a platform for people to leave comments, to add to their thoughts. But you can also send them my way, send them to the committee, and we'll try to answer any questions that we can and keep people as much in the loop as possible. The search for Chancellor Cook's replacement at Montana Tech is also underway and going well. It is being led by Deputy Commissioner Trevor, and they have officially now identified 3 finalists that will visit Montana Tech campus the first week of December. So we're looking forward to those visits, looking forward to great participation from the campus and the community in helping to make that decision move forward. The last thing I guess I would say on both of them is, of course, the campus, the committees, myself, President Bodner as Montana Tech all play roles in the hiring of these positions, but ultimately these items will come back to you as a board for final approval, and we will do that as soon as those decisions are ready to come forward to you as a board. Moving on, I guess just a couple other updates. The one topic that's getting a lot of conversation around our campuses and across the country is, so what's going on at the Department of Education? And I don't necessarily pretend to know all of the answers there. I know that transitions bring transition, and that's okay. I think that it will be a national conversation. Those range from everything currently from will the Department of Ed go away to what moves forward, or what will it look like, or will responsibilities be transferred? I think the answer is time will tell. I will tell you, we certainly have our ear to the ground on that. The SHIO organization, all the state system heads are following it closely. NASH is following it closely. WICHE, pretty much the entire alphabet of acronyms that function at a national and federal level are watching to see. There are some things that will need to remain. I think the biggest question that's being debated right now is how will this be administered? Even the sort of rumors of a elimination of the Department of Ed, Pell, the $300 million we receive in research dollars across the system, $100 million of student financial aid, those are funded in different areas of the budget or different areas of government. And I think to some extent, those things are going to have to remain. Certainly, they can move bits and pieces. They can absolutely move how they're administered. I think public higher education, as we know it, would sort of be at an absolute crossroads and significant uncertainty if all of those things are collapsed or go away. But how they're administered, I think, is a reasonable debate to be having across the country, and I think we will have that, and ultimately we'll have our ear to the ground, and we will try to have input in those discussions and decisions as we can. I think the big question is, how do those programs get administered? And how will that affect us, and how will it affect our institutions? And we'll continue to watch and monitor that as closely as we can. I would love to take questions on that topic, but frankly, the election was 2 weeks ago, right? I don't think anybody's got the answers to those. But I also know it's on everybody's mind, and I don't want to just leave here without mentioning, I think it's important that we keep the conversation going. And so we'll do that. And as more information becomes available, we'll make sure that you all are up to date so you can continue to do your jobs overseeing this system as best we can. With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to sort of move into some of these reports. We have an enrollment report. If anybody's got any questions for me, I'm happy to take them on anything I've covered from the search to others. Otherwise, we'll invite Director Lemon up to the podium and give us a little update on what's going on around the MUS with fall enrollment. Mr. Lemon, or Lamone.
Thank you. Either way. Thank you,
Either
Mr.
way.
Commissioner. Mr. Chair, members of the board, we'll give a brief overview. I know we've got a lot to get to today. Really appreciate the hospitality of President Cruzado from Montana State. It certainly is an exciting time to talk about the overview for enrollment. Happy to report that we're going to show some numbers, not granular in nature, but overwide, system-wide enrollment numbers. Up in FTE, up in fall 24 headcount, up in first-time freshmen, actually a 10-year high in first-time freshmen coming into the Montana University system. And also, we're going to show some increasing capture rates, too. So won't have it broken out by campus, but want to give some overviews here on what we're seeing across the entire system. Before I get into this, these dashboards are public on the website. You can dig in. We've got probably 200 to 2,000 dashboards. You can get as granular as you'd like in the data. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize John Thunstrom and his team, specifically Eric Meredith, who's in the audience here, who lives in this space, puts these together. I think in my 5 years in the commissioner's office to see the data and reporting get elevated almost every single year, and how we're able to make this as transparent as possible for folks to do it. So thank you, Eric and John, for the work that you do. As the board knows, it wouldn't be a meeting with me at the podium without recognizing John Thunstrom and the work that he does across the entire Montana University system. President Cruzado touched on the FTE for Montana State University, and this is the FTE for the entire system. And you can see here, sort of bottoming out there in 2019. This is broken out by residency. Really excited to see some of this growth come back here across the board year over year. If we look at residency, and again, the single greatest metric for us, I would say, in the commissioner's office, look at that resident student population that we're so laser focused on. A lot of our larger initiatives that we talk about at the board meetings, but also almost on a daily basis that pertain to resident student access, we're laser focused on this and really encouraged by the overall number. But you can see the shift there from resident to non-resident as we see this growth steadily clipping up from 2020 all the way out to 24. That's what we want to see. It's a lot of curveballs were thrown to every campus across the system during COVID, and a variety of different challenges that, frankly, the campuses across the nation have seen. And certainly paying close attention to this coming out of COVID and year over year to see this growth start to come back up. It's not an outlier. It's not a one-off year for us to see this, some healthy and steady growth coming over small incremental gains over an extended period of time, we see the compounding of the growth for us here in the system, and that's something that we're equally excited about. Another important metric for us is headcount. So I would look at FTE across the system as, from a budget and finance perspective, probably the truest measure of how we look at students and the amount of credits they're taking overall on the campus. But for my colleagues in enrollment and enrollment management, headcount is equally, if not more important for us to look at. How can we be the most attractive destination for students in Montana and abroad to study within the MUS and look at our overall headcount numbers, and you see that a 2.3% increase year over year from fall census data. And these are, again, some healthy gains that we're looking to see. I've broken this out by age, and again, these dashboards are public on our website. What's unique about this as we look at age is that demographic of what our target population would be. You're seeing some really good growth there, less than 18, that dual enrollment space. I think Director Treaster's going to have some good information to share later on in the board meeting. And then at 18 to 24 space, how do we look at those immediately graduating high school within that time frame and they matriculate into a campus? But that's not just those immediately from high school. How do we become a destination for folks that elect to not engage post-secondary education across the Montana University system directly after high school graduation, but is still a viable option for them as they look to cross-train, retrain. Maybe they wanted to break from schooling and coming back into the system. We want to remain an attractive option for them, all the way out on the age breakdown. So also something, as headcount goes up, we're incredibly optimistic that this is going to be hopefully a continuing trend for us across the system. First-time freshmen, you look at this, is a great slide for us to just show 1.1% doesn't seem like a lot, but over an extended period of time, you can see the first-time freshmen actually coming into the system, bottoming out, as I mentioned there, on some of the other metrics in 2021. But to see that come back up and across the board, getting back to 2013, this is the largest first-time freshman class we've seen in quite some time. And this is a testament to not just the work in the commissioner's office, but this is a culmination of the work across the system. And as I meet with the enrollment managers across the state, I look at a lot of the campuses that contribute to this number and being an attractive place for folks to engage and raise their hand with interest in post-secondary education. It's really fun for us, I would say, in the commissioner's office to look at that and work across the system with all of our campuses to show some good gains there in the first-time freshmen. When we think about total enrollment, first-time freshmen is a very important metric, as is the retention. And so as we hear from other colleagues across the board meeting, you're going to see where it's not just entering in more first-time freshmen, it's retention. How do we keep them engaged in the Montana University system? How do we graduate more students? And how do we continue to try to deliver on that promise of post-secondary education and the value proposition that Chair Buchanan mentioned, and we continue to hear quite a bit as we're in that space overall. So this is one component, but it's a very important one as folks engage in the MUS and continue on to graduate. So first-time freshmen, where are they going? Broken down by campus type, we've got 2-year and 4-year, and you can see that growth there from 23 to 24. 2-year being up, 4-year being up as well, and then seeing the community college relatively flat overall. Wanted to show the breakdown in 2-year and 4-year and how every campus contributes to these numbers, large and small. And so it is truly a team effort to see that gain coming through the Montana University system and that first-time freshman number at 7,509. Again, a record number for us in that way over a 10-year period of time is incredibly encouraging. And then by residency, so where do the first-time freshmen actually coming through? And what's unique about this is you see an enormous spike there from the non-resident population coming in on the first-time freshman metric from COVID out to 21 as entering class there, seeing that spike from non-resident as Montana was a very attractive destination for folks out of state to look at relocating to study here as they dealt with a lot of unique challenges there. The decline you can see there in resident population going back from 2016 all the way out to 2020. But then to see that come back and continue to grow is what we continue to talk about in our office and across the state. We love our out-of-state students as well, but we truly are here for our in-state population, our Montana residents, and making sure that we are that place. And so we're seeing a 4-year decline there on the non-resident undergraduate population, and increases there on the resident side. So that's quite unique for the last 4 years for us. And then capture rates, we talk quite about this. This is the measurement of newly graduated high school students within 4 months of graduation that matriculate directly into Montana University System college campus. And we look at this closely because this is a representation of how attractive or how interested our high school graduate population is looking to directly enter into the Montana University system from high school. And what's unique about this is we've changed a couple things in how we report overall. Historically, we've looked at WICHE data, which is projected high school graduates. What we found is over an extended period of time that WICHE's estimation is much higher than our OPI actual numbers, the actual data that comes reported through. These numbers get released in March, and so we've actually entered in our actual high school graduate numbers from 13 dating back out now to 24 and looking at the first time freshmen coming in. You see the capture rate coming up this year, almost 3 percentage points from the total graduate population from high school into the Montana University system. And I point to that chart at the top just to show that trend line coming back up. I talk about this every year, and you see one year over next, and you really hope that this is not a blip, but something that we're consistently exceeding and sustaining this growth from a capture rate, but first-time freshmen. And as we look at that larger number, that first slide that I put up there, from the total population across the Montana University system, all signs point to positive data, and we are excited to see some of this growth, particularly on the capture rate, coming into the system. I usually talk about this once a year, and this is important. WICHE has some great things, and we try to forecast exactly what are we looking at from a Montana high school graduate projection. This is a very important population, not just for us here in Montana, but every state would say a very similar thing. And you can see we hear a lot about the enrollment cliff and what is it going to look like when high school graduates start to decline. And we're unique in Montana. We are going to continue to grow here for the next few years in our high school graduate population as we forecast this. But that's unique in a couple ways. That means we need to play offense and defense to a certain extent. Other states are going to try to come more and more into Montana and recruit our high school graduates, recruit our students to leave Montana and go to a different state. And so we've got to have a unique lens when we look at the total population coming through from graduation. The joke I make, if you want to try to forecast when I'm going to retire, I would say that's somewhere around 33, 34. If you look at that, forecasting out the decline in high school grad. I'm kidding. I'm going to be here forever. You guys will have me on the podium for as long as you would like. But to see that trend line is important. How do we look at how many high school graduates are going to be coming through? These are projections from WICHE. And then just on a number basis, seeing the spike here we're going to see at a few hundred students coming through on the high school graduate side. And again, as you get further out, you start to see those declines. It's going to get harder as we continue to move forward. And if we see less high school graduates coming through Montana, as other states would say the same, that work is not going to change. All the more reason why I think a lot of the groundwork and the initiatives that are occurring, not just from the commissioner's office, but at every campus across the Montana University system, to what we like to call that front door. How do we open that front door as wide as possible, as soon as possible for our students across the state, and answering these really difficult questions with counselors and parents and our students that are interested in raising their hand to pursue post-secondary education across the system. So this work will not end. I think we're really encouraged by these numbers we're reporting today, and really just want to congratulate our campuses that have been engaged and worked really hard to contribute to the overall success for the Montana University system. The enrollment teams that I work with are equally excited to see some gains, and we're happy to see that coming back up over the last 4 or so years. Mr. Commissioner, that ends my overall comments. Happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. I guess just to add a couple thoughts. That trend line is the trend line, and that's been really a discussion point for 10, 15 years in the university system. That trend line, though, doesn't have to be our future. I think that's the important thing that we need to understand. And the discussions that we started now almost 6 years ago in Billings is how do we capture, and I don't love it when we reduce students to a data point, but that capture rate, how do we capture more Montanans into the system so we can meet our workforce needs, so they have the skill sets to sort of better their future. I think that's important. I'm very proud of, pleased with, Scott, appreciate your efforts. That capture rate coming up is what we hoped the portal, the central app, some of those things would lend, not create. I think that's being created at a campus level, but I think we can help facilitate that, make it easier for our K-12 partners, for our students coming out of high school to find us, to get enrolled, to get involved, to find all the things they need. I hope that continues to bear fruit. And then I think the second part of that trend line discussion is retention. And you see record high numbers here at this campus. that's a target we all need to shoot for. I think things like Montana 10 are giving campuses the tools to see students retain and prosper at higher levels, and we just need to keep focused on that. The other thing that Scott didn't say that I think is important to know is with our enrollment trend and the rest, we're beating the rest of the country significantly. The rest of the country has experienced really kind of a steady down decline since the pandemic. I mean, that decline started for most institutions prior to, exacerbated by, and now continues post. So I like to say we're beating the street. I think that's a good thing. Competition for students will continue to be enhanced, and I think if we're going to meet Montana's economic and workforce needs, we have to stay incredibly focused on this target. I think we need to do so with a central approach to how we try to get that message out to high schools, and I think we need to do so with providing campuses tools like Montana 10, like course sharing, like some of the things we talked about this morning, to see that the Montana experience is truly valued and continues to move forward. Discussion, thoughts, questions for Scott?
Commissioner, I guess I have a question
Please.
for the presenter. Recognizing that these Montana kids, these high school students are valuable and we want to retain them, do you feel like the system or the organization is giving us the proper resources, or you the proper resources, so that you can do the hard work and get in the trenches and do the marketing so that the message is clear to these students that they're valuable and there's a great opportunity for them in Montana for further education?
Mr. Chair, Region Folk Board, that's a great question, and I think it's a tricky one, because I think every campus, if I speak to enrollment, the enrollment teams would say that we could always do more with more resources. I mean, that's just a sort of an easy response to that. Overall, we are limited, I would say, and I think for what we are extended to support Montana students, I think we are exceeding the bandwidth that maybe is provided with the current level of resources. But we could always do more, I think, with that. I think the support level that students get in our state, and just another testament to the campuses, it's a massive amount of space to cover when you look at the high schools, particularly in rural areas. Our campus is doing an amazing job in getting out there and meeting our students where they are. Another area that we're seeing some really good support, I'd say, levels, and we're maximizing resources, is the continued partnership with guidance counselors in high schools across our state as well. And looking at Director McLean and some of the work that we're seeing on the resident student access side, the short answer for you, Region Folk Board, is we've done more with less, I think, for some time now. What we really want to elevate is continued cross-agency support. You know, what can we do with more data? What can we do to bridge some of these gaps with access to increased data sharing, and make this just more convenient for students to apply and engage in the Montana university system. So certainly we would do more with more resources, but I think looking at these large-scale initiatives that we have across the state, we're really pleased with the return that we've seen on the time that we've invested state resources to that. Commissioner, I don't know if you have anything you want to add, or if that kind of... Thank you.
Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you. Great work. Lemon? Thank you, Scott.
However you prefer, ma'am.
Just a couple of comments. One, I think it's very clear that the relationship that we have with our K through 12 partners needs to continue to strengthen, so that as we look at those high school seniors, that they really feel that they're a part of the MUS system at whatever level. And second, I just have to say Montana 10 is so critical, and we know that it is, and we, I think as a board, have always felt really that it reflects an importance, and we talk about how do we scale it up, how do we make it effective. And I would just say, as you know, in my 6th year here, I think Montana 10 has proven itself to be such a wonderful opportunity, and the Hillman Scholar is very similar. So thanks for that, I think, as a board, and I'm looking to you to validate that what I'm saying sort of makes sense as you look at the data.
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski. And thank you for mentioning Hillman, because I sometimes generically refer to Montana 10 as Montana 10, but those programs will not exact are accomplishing very similar things on different campuses, and I want to see those move forward together. I think they're doing good things, and I think they're an integral part of our success story in the future. Regent Bao.
Director Lemon, do we have any data breaking down, what we do with our real high-achieving students? I mean, how many go into engineering? How many go into computer science? How many are in the top quintile of their class? To make sure, we have the broad numbers, but how do we look at the high achievers in terms of how many we're keeping in-state?
Mr. Chair, Regent Bao, most of that data would occur at the campus level as far as these students coming in, I would say, and what they're reporting. It's getting a little bit more difficult in the high achieving. If your question is pertaining to first-time freshmen, incoming students, with test optional and different things that have sort of adjusted in the admissions process, it's a little bit more difficult for us to see as a total population. High achieving students, typically, that data would occur at the campus level as they're coming in to the system. I can check and follow up with some additional data as what exists on the public space overall to see on the merit side of students coming into the system. Not something that, again, I think that we would have a hard time gathering. I think what's difficult is the manner in which we admit students and the flexibility that occurs on the admissions side now compared to what you would have seen pre-COVID 4 or 5 years ago has drastically changed. I think the required amount of reporting for students coming in on the high ability side as an incoming population.
Sure. Well, as it standardizes to post-COVID, it'd be good to track that data and have it available for us if possible.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question and a great point. I mean, it's important to Montana that we retain our best and brightest in-state, and we provide opportunities for them to succeed. I think we've done that to some extent with our professional exchange programs, but continued support of those is an integral piece to seeing that Montana students have a wide array of opportunities in front of them, and they are part of that sort of capture conversation. It's a piece, and it's a significant piece of students that we also need to attract into our system. Thank you, sir. Oh, Mr. Lozar.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Just more of a general comment. This is, just go back 6, 7 years, and sort of maybe the stress and the anxiety this board sort of experienced as we were experiencing some of the downward trajectory of on enrollment and the national conversation of what dipping enrollment meant for the United States, what it meant for the state of Montana. And I remember a chart Tyler showed years ago of sort of the demographics of high school graduates. And if I remember correctly, we were supposed to dip lower maybe 2-3 years ago, and we've not only bucked the trend nationally, but we've bucked the trend with our high school graduates. I mean, if you go through, this is a dream report, right? If you go through every single statistic in here over the past 5 or 6 years, we're growing. We're growing our resident students, we're growing different age categories, and that's not just luck. We have done as a system just huge kudos to all the enrollment offices out there who are trying new things, who are looking at new marketing firms, who are partnering across the system. And I do want to recognize the work of OCHI. Really, this idea of a portal years ago, this idea of a central app. At one point it was just a few bubbles on a single slide, and now we're seeing the output of all of that innovation. And I think this goes directly to bucking the trend on the perceptions of the value proposition of higher education, right? So these numbers show that there's confidence in the quality of the product that we are providing at the Montana University system. So all of those kudos go back to the faculty and the staff and the leaders who are ensuring that the experience at the university system is meaningful, and that we have then those stewards who are out in our communities telling our young people Montana University system is a great place to be. So just deep gratitude for everyone who's been involved in seeing this growth over time.
Thank you for those comments, and I share your gratitude on all fronts. One comment on the sort of demographic projections. I was at the WICHE meeting this last week, and The knocking report's coming out December 11th, and it's deeply embargoed, so I won't speak too much to it. But I would say trends are trends, and this decline of high school graduates around the country continues, and that's no secret. Montana is bucking that trend a little bit, and that is good news moving forward. But I will say this, and this came from a report we gave to a legislative subcommittee. Our growth, if there is any, is coming from what I would say would be very non-typical college-bound students. And I think that's something we really have to keep in the forefront. The students that we can rely on, those numbers over the last decade and into the future have either declined or they see very small growth. 1% of the growth would come from what I think, looking back, has been a traditional college student. 25% growth in what I think is non-typical college students. That's students of need, that's students of color, that's a variety of different demographics that fall into, if we're going to do this, we're going to have wraparound services that support these students coming in, meeting them where they're at, and seeing them succeed. That'll be a big part of it. I think we're on a good path. Regent Lozar, appreciate your acknowledgement of that, but that path isn't going to get any steeper. I mean, it's not going to get any flatter. It's going to get steeper, right? And we're going to have to continue up it. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Scott. Next up on my agenda is somewhat unusual for us, but want to have Deputy Commissioner Teal introduce a resolution that we intend to put in front of you. I would say math, something that's been near and dear. Regent Buchanan, as you well know, a decade and a half ago, having conversations about math pathways, math proficiency, math really being kind of a roadblock for students. I think we've done a lot on our side of the equation to help that. Through redesign, Professor Fern spoke this morning about the work on pathways, the work on redesign, the work on aligning math with the disciplines. I think we've done a lot. Co-requisite, I feel good with where we're at, but there's two sides to this coin. Coming prepared is another piece of it, and we don't. Our objective with this resolution isn't to push anybody to create mandates of any kind. Our objection is to try to continue that conversation on both sides of the spectrum. There's interest from the Board of Public Education that we greatly support, and so we've put together a resolution that extends our support. Deputy Commissioner Teal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we're working. Mr. Commissioner, yes, and I think to Regent Dombrowski's point earlier, ongoing deepening partnership with K-12 is so important to all of our goals. And this resolution, I think, is the result of 6 months of conversation, discussion, partnership with the Board of Public Ed, with the Office of Public Instruction on math. Right now, the Board of Public Ed is considering revised math content standards. These set kind of what students need to know at different levels of K-12 education. Your campuses, pulled together by Director Christine Miller, Director Angela McLean, with contributions from Dr. Lauren Fern, from Dr. Beth Burrows on this campus, from the Montana Digital Academy, provided substantial comment into that process. And one of those comments was, we think that Montana ought to consider increasing what we recommend at the high school level for units, years of math education. Currently, we're one of only a couple of states that only requires 2 years, 2 units of math at the high school level for graduation, despite the fact that our admissions requirements to universities, all of Montana's career pathways published by the Office of the Public Instruction, encourage 3 or more years of math. And we recognize how that more time spent in the math classroom does relate to proficiency. And so, as a result, I think, of great conversations with the board, with OPI, with the board's accreditation committee, The Board of Public Education this week is considering a math resolution that would encourage, not require, high schools to add a third-year math standard. Many Montana high schools do, but not all. And then kick off a process between us, our campuses, the Board of Public Education, the Office of Public Instruction, to think about what are the barriers for high schools, for students on that front, and also what else we can do working together to improve math proficiency throughout the educational spectrum. What this resolution in front of you today does is commend the Board of Public Education on that direction, confirm the Board of Regents' encouragement of a third-year math requirement, and direct your staff and campuses to work on that process. What I will say, and is new and novel, is that at your Board of Education meeting tomorrow, where you come together with the Board of Public Ed, with the support of the Governor's Office, there will be another resolution that's confirming that that's a shared sense of higher ed and K-12. With that, I do want to extend thanks to OCHI staff, to campus staff, to the Board of Public Education, to OPI. It's been a lot of collaboration, lots of work left to do, but I think this is an encouraging conversation and a great starting point for us all. Happy to open for questions.
Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you. Are there any unintended consequences?
Regent Dombrowski, it's a good question. That was, I think, a lot of our conversation with the Board of Public Education. I'd say there aren't unintended consequences, but there are barriers. And chief among those barriers, educator shortages. We have lots of educators on emergency licensure, including in math fields. And so some of our discussions are, how do we make those pathways clearer? How do we come up with creative avenues to offer additional math curriculum in schools that are facing some of those challenges, so that we can, make it not a mandate that schools don't have resources to meet. And I think that's a lot of the discussion that we're intending to move forward with.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, in a word, there are costs too, right? And so we want to find a path to work with K-12 and make sure that it's something that can be, I mean, this conversation goes back a ways, and there are some barriers. I don't know unintended consequences as much as I would say Joe's words, barriers, and we need to help get over those, I think, if we can.
I appreciate the barriers word, and I appreciate a resolution. I'm always looking for. It's easy to put it on paper, but really then what happens next? But I appreciate also that the resolution is a driving force for working through some of those barriers. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chair, just a couple little spots left here. Campus reports are posted. As always, I encourage you to read those. They really are a colorful, meaningful portrayal of what's happening around the system. My read on them, at least, I also find that they really reflect much of what's being discussed at this table. You can see board priorities around student wellness, around workforce development, around innovation in particular, and academic excellence happening at all of our campuses. And I think it's well demonstrated in these reports, and encourage everyone to take a look at those. We have just a few introductions or acknowledgements. I would like to start with Chancellor Kegel. I believe you have an introduction.
Thank you, Commissioner Christian and Regents. I would like to introduce Dr. Tiffany Vickers. Dr. Vickers is our new Dean of the College of Health Sciences at MSU Northern. Dr. Vickers has been an assistant professor and program director of population health at Utah Tech University and associate director of program manager for the Healthcare Administration graduate program at the University of Utah. She received her Bachelor's of Science in Business Management from Western Governors University and her doctorate in Health Promotion and Education out of the University of Utah. Please welcome her. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Vickers. And I believe Chancellor Hickswaw has an announcement.
I am pleased to introduce Vern Gagnon, who is our new Dean of the my brain just stopped working. He has been a professor for us at City College, and he is the new dean of City College, but served as the interim dean. So he's not new to many of you, but he has been hired permanently. He has been with the college for several years, had served in the interim capacity previously. His master's is in educational technology, and he comes with a wealth of experience in order to serve us in this next chapter of the City College campus.
Thank you. Welcome, Dean Gannon. And those blue and gold M&Ms will really restart the brain. Last acknowledgement here. One of Ochi's own received well-deserved recognition from the state recently, and I'd like Deputy Commissioner Teal to announce the good news.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, it's my pleasure to let you know that Governor Gianforte announced that our own Ange King received the Governor's Award for Excellence. Congratulations, Ange. Yesterday I introduced Ange. I don't think she appreciated it as a utility player because of the sometime random assortment of projects that she's assigned in our office, transfer, FAFSA, academic programs, sprint degrees, and what she received this recognition for is her work with all of our institutions and with the Department of Corrections on Second Chance Pell in our prison education program. Ange is a fantastic connector, and she's always pretty ruthlessly focused on what's best for students. So well-deserved congratulations, Ange.
Thank you. And Ange, I really do appreciate who you are and what you bring to Ochi. So thank you for what you do every day, and thank you for your work on the partnership with corrections. I think that's going to serve a great population in the end. And so we appreciate all that you're doing. Mr. Chair, at least the page is blank beyond what I got here. So I think that brings us to the end of the Commissioner's report, and I will hand it back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Christian, and I would extend gratitude and thanks to everybody that helped put together these reports and stewarding this great work. Let's get to work. So how about we take a 15-minute break, come back at 10:30, roll up our sleeves, get those blue and gold M&M stuff. We got some work in front of us. We'll start with the Budget Committee. Regent Dombrowski. Back at 10:30. Thank you. All right, let's reconvene. We'll kick off the Budget and Administration Committee. I know Deputy Commissioner Trevor will be a part of the conversation. Chair Dombrowski, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Appreciate it. I always have to lead by offering my appreciation for all of the staff at Ochi who work on this agenda and the work around the budget. It's immense and it's great, and Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor is in charge of a wonderful team, and I really appreciate that, and we do feel the benefit of that. I just want to make a couple comments today. The agenda is going to, it's pretty straightforward, but we're going to give some time around the Infrastructure Committee and work with the infrastructure. And just of note, President Cruzado's emphasis on all the construction that's occurring here, but of importance, I think, around use and new construction, her increase of 49% growth in housing capacity, even though the enrollment was at 26%. And that's real critical for us to acknowledge that work has been done here, so under your leadership. And again, my personal thanks for all that you talked about today and all that you've done. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Deputy Commissioner Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have the consent agenda for the committee to consider, and normally we kind of look at it and you ask whether or not anybody has a concern with an item. We have two items that might be beneficial if we had a couple sentences associated with them. Action item A, labor agreement. I'd like to ask Executive Director Carrie Davant in our office. If you haven't met her yet, she is relatively new and an expert in her field, so we look forward to her giving a quick update on this item.
Thank you. Executive Director Carrie DeVant, and I'm the Executive Director of both Human Resources and Labor Relations. So what I want to do is provide a little context around the new labor agreement we put together with the University of Montana grad students. So before I do get into those details, I want to just provide a little information around where we sit system-wide. So our system employs more than 10,000 full-time employees, FTE, and approximately 4,500 of those are covered under 23 collective bargaining agreements that we manage through our office. And those 23 bargaining agreements are held with 9 labor organizations. So this number can fluctuate as bargaining units may establish themselves or dissolve themselves. They're self-determining. So, and that process is managed through the Department of Labor and Industry, specifically through the Board of Personnel Appeals. So getting specifically to the grad student contract, they embarked on the process of setting up and organizing in 2023, and they just concluded that process in the summer of 2024. They are now formally represented by the Montana Federation of Public Employees. So that meant that this fall we sat down and negotiated a new contract, and we came to a tentative agreement with the grad students. And I'd like to take an opportunity to recognize the process here, because we sit down at the table and then they make a proposal. And they can do that a number of different ways. And because there was no contract before, we could start with a blank slate and develop a multiple page contract from nothing. They chose not to do that. They chose to work off of the contract language that already existed with the grad student contract that's here at MSU. And that sped things along. In fact, we got to a tentative agreement in 1 day. So that was very impressive. So just from the moment, I do want to give a shout out to Tammy Harris at MFPE, and also the leadership of the grad student team over there at U of M, and that includes President Bethany Miller, Vice President Ezra Mendalez, and Secretary Treasurer Sophie Fitzgerald. The other piece I really appreciated about their process is they recognized the economics, and which means that when we sat down to bargain, the budget is already allocated. We're done here. So instead of coming in and making requests for changes in stipends and things like that, they knew we had no room to move. So they agreed to put in a placeholder for the economics and also a placeholder for training, for onboarding. And so that means when these contracts open up in June of 2025, that's where we'll really do that work as far as any stipends or changes to compensation. So with that, what I would like to say is, because of the two things, that one, the language you see in this agreement is language you already find here at MSU with the grad students, and because there was no economic implication, I recommend approval of this contract. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions? Terrific, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing that. I would make, let's talk about the facility items here just in general. We have a handful of these items often on our agenda. I can put these in the category of operational facilities items that we do and need to do on an annual basis, just for the upkeep of the campus in general. Moving down to the last one here, just a word on this. This talks about updates to Board of Regents policies, and this is a quick and easy fix to our policy to more specifically state when and how we will review policies and continually update them for improvement. It's directly related to requirements from Northwest Accreditation, and we believe we were already satisfying this. We just needed to be a little more explicit in our policy.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I was actually going to call this one out as well. I mean, it's a pretty simple adjustment to board policy, but I think it's an indication of good governance, an indication of some accountability by the board. We've done a great job, particularly in the last 4 or 5 years, of making sure we continuously review our policies. But as a board member, proud to see this item come before us.
Thank you. Any other comment, question? Okay.
Madam Chair, I'll move forward with the action item unless there's any other questions about consent items. Okay, action item A is a request for authorization to transfer real property at the University of Montana Western. This is a transfer of property related to the new football field at the Western campus and the old football field, which my son played on, and I can testify to. It's a great field, a lot of memories there. However, the upgrade is enjoyed by the community, and I think the benefit of transferring this property is enormous. I can't do nearly the job of talking about this as Chancellor Reed can, so I'd ask him to talk about this item.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Trevor, Chair Dombrowski, members of the board. It might be helpful, if possible, maybe put up attachment 3. Would it be helpful if I won't be very long, but okay. Okay. As Deputy Commissioner Trevor mentioned, the University of Montana Western recently completed the construction and now current occupancy of the new Bulldog Stadium. While I'm here, I'll also say we are now undefeated for an entire year on there. And congratulations to, yeah. But I do have to do a shout out, Montana Western are the Frontier Conference champions, and Montana Tech is also going to be going to national playoffs as well. So we both have a second seed in the national playoffs. So good job for the NAIA schools. But on our new stadium, we no longer need to utilize Vigilante. And I brought this up on the screen. The university is on the bottom left corner, and on the other end of town is Vigilante Stadium, and it is adjacent to Beaverhead County High School. The property was actually gifted to the University of Montana, then Montana Western College, in 1940 by the city for the sole purpose of being used for a community park. The university stepped forward and said in 1949 that they would like to convert that into an athletic complex. The city authorized that with the condition that we continue to allow the high school to utilize that field at no cost. And so we have had a partnership with Beaverhead County High School since 1949. The high school has effectively maintained that field for us all those years. And they've been a great partner in the investments. They've invested in a track. They've helped partner with the grandstand, with the facilities that are on there. So as we complete the need of that facility and we move over to the Bulldog Stadium, we feel it appropriate and would recommend this board authorize the transfer of this to Beaverhead County High School. It was gifted to the university at no cost. We would like to gift it back to the high school at no cost, and the only stipulation we would have on that is that the university would have the rights to use the facility in the same kind of agreement that they've had since 1949, which is if we need to utilize the space, we may do so. They would have scheduling priorities, but we'd be able to utilize it at no cost. We've heard back from the school board already. They're very excited about the opportunity to receive the stadium, visit with the city council. They're supportive as well. So it's really an exciting time for us, and we're excited to see this transfer to the high school. So happy to stand for any questions.
Any questions? Other than go Bulldogs, I guess.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, we'll move to item B, which is a request for authorization to issue bonds to finance a new residence hall at the University of Montana. I think for probably a year and a half now, at every board meeting, we've talked about, in one facet or another, the construction and planning for and approval of a new residence hall at the University of Montana. And so I'll just walk through a couple bullet points here just to ensure we all are on the same history page and where how we got to where we're at right now. So at the July Board of Regents meeting, the Regents approved the construction of a new 600-bed residence hall on the University of Montana campus with the stipulation that U of M would return before the end of the year with a financing plan centered around the issuance of revenue bonds. And that's where we're at right now. I'd take a moment there just to stop and note that This project and the planning and the communication with the board was one of the first one of the first projects to come through what we now call the subcommittee, infrastructure subcommittee of the board, and a subset of the Regents. And this committee met on campus, received numerous updates throughout the process. So I just point that out as kind of on this new trajectory we are on with increased knowledge and awareness of projects on campus through the subcommittee, that this really worked, in my opinion. And I hope you have the same opinion as well. The bid for the residence hall, this is also new and great news, rare, came in $20 million lower than expected. So the project, which at one time had anticipated to be over $100 million, is at $89 million for total construction. 20 million of that 89 comes from housing revenue and previously issued bonds, leaving a $69 million gap, and that gap is what we're talking about with this bond resolution. I would mention also that throughout this process, and kind of as one of the requirements for the approval in July, was a thorough debt service analysis, and U of M contracted with two separate parties to do independent analysis of their debt portfolio, peer comparison, various ratios to the Moody's Investors Service Standards, and the conclusion was that at the end of the day that this project would not likely negatively impact their debt rating, and basically leave them at a level of debt service that they had been at in 2018. So this resolution authorizes U of M to issue up to $69 million. It ensures the campus will receive necessary proceeds to meet project costs, and also gives them the flexibility needed in the current market between taxable and tax-exempt bonds. It's just uncertain exactly where that split and ratio lands. Vice President Lassiter, I see standing in the wings, ready to answer any of your detailed questions. Madam Chair, that's my synopsis of this item.
Thank you. Are there questions from members of the board? Regent Lozar doesn't even have a question.
No, I'm sure he doesn't.
I think really this does reflect good, detailed, and ongoing work and understanding of exactly where we're sitting, that you're not receiving questions. So thank you to all board members and President Bodner for your work and your staff's work with us. Okay?
Great. Okay, the final action item, Madam Chair, is a request for authorization to execute energy performance contracts on a multi-year, multi-phased projects to address deferred maintenance here at Montana State University. And I thought this would be a great opportunity to reintroduce you again to one of our newest employees at OCHI, is Dan Stevenson. He is, or maybe Dan Stevens, Commissioner Christensen. I'll get back on track here in a second. Dan is our MUS Director of Facilities Planning, comes to us with a wealth of experience, and I asked Dan to tell us a little bit about what energy performance contracts are and why are they important. Take it away, Dan.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Trevor. Madam Chair, members of the committee, it's a great honor to address you for the first time as the Director of Facility Planning for the MUS. This request is for authorization to execute an energy performance contract for multi-year, multi-phase projects to address deferred maintenance, reduce utility costs, and improve energy efficiency at Montana State University, Bozeman. I suppose the tagline could be taking care of what we already have. Energy performance contracts are a specialized form. You can think of them as a design-build project, really. It's a specialized design-build project that allows a campus to identify projects that capture operational efficiencies while retiring deferred maintenance and resulting in overall improved conditions for our campus users and tenants. In the case of MSU, the project is financed with a combination of the guaranteed energy savings that will occur from the project, the maintenance funds, and debt financing. If you have additional questions related to how the project will be financed, I'd ask Associate Vice President Howe to come up to discuss those. In my opinion, the most powerful thing that an energy performance contract does is allows us to aggregate many small and frankly mundane projects into one big procurement where we design, build, and execute those projects in one fell swoop. To do that type of work individually is incredibly inefficient. That is the power of this particular contracting mechanism. Energy performance contracts start with an audit process of existing buildings and to identify those deficiencies and inefficiencies within the buildings. And in the case of Montana State, the audit process has occurred on the state side of the campus and has resulted in identifying this first group of 15 projects. Those 15, I should have stated, the audit process was authorized by the Board of Regents in September of '23. This first group of 15 projects totals $50.5 million and saves more than $1 million a year in guaranteed energy savings. And it will, as importantly as the savings, retire more than $43 million in deferred maintenance on the campus, which is incredible. So the next step is to execute the project. That's the authorization that is being requested by MSU today. And the work being proposed is very fundamental work for the campus and is a great example of a campus striving to take care of what it already has. And I commend MSU for it and recommend approval. Any questions?
Okay,
All right.
I don't think so. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Madam Chair, I will move on to the information items. We have two of them. The first one is a review of the governor's budget that was released on November 15th. So, four basic components to the overview. We'll take a look at where we're at with present law adjustments. That's House Bill 2, present law, another name for inflationary cost adjustments. The pay plan, House Bill 13, our long-range building program, and House Bill 5, and MUS initiatives in House Bill 2 and House Bill 10. But before I go into these, I'd like to publicly thank the Governor's Budget Office. We have a lot of interaction with them throughout the summer and really appreciate the coordination and partnership and trust that they have in us, and the working relationship we have with them is awesome. I believe Ben Turnus is here. If you are, Ben, you just give us a wave. Yep, there we go. He's a primary individual from the governor's office we deal with in House Bill 2 projects and the development of the pay plan. And then Jason Harlow, I don't believe he's here today, but he's a member of that team. He's been there for almost 10 years now, and focuses on long-range building programs. So we just really want to say how much we appreciate the interaction we have with that team. So digging into present law adjustments in kind of the four big areas of our budget, they're broke out into programs. The one we typically focus on first and foremost is always Program 9. It's called the Appropriation Distribution portion of the budget. That, in other words, this is the area that the campuses receive base funding. And in the budget right now, in kind of a split out manner, we have $11 million in present law for higher education specific cost adjustments, and another $4 or $5 million in statewide fixed costs that are calculated by the executive office to add up to about $16 million in present law for each year of the biennium. That's a 6% increase over the FY25 base. I just remind everybody as we start working on this, increases and changes in funding with the legislature, we always go to biennial math, and it's always the increase over the base year. The base year is the last year of the biennium you're currently in, and that's FY25 right now. Program 10 are our agencies, and our agencies typically like to just challenge myself just to make sure I can always say them off the top of my head. Regent those are. So we have the Ag Experiment Station here at MSU, along with Extension Services. We also have the Fire Service Training School. We have the Bureau of Mines and Geology at Montana Tech, and the Forest and Conservation Experiment Stations at the University of Montana. So 5 agencies. They're in for a 7% increase in present law. Program 2 is our student assistance program, among other things. I guess primarily inside of student assistance budget is our professional student exchange programs that we have with the WICHE, WWAMI students, Vet Med, a host of other ones. These increases are primarily related to projected tuition growth at the institutions which we exchange students with, for instance, the University of Washington and the WWAMI program. And then finally, Program 4, the community colleges. Their present law is 2% increase in the first year and then 6% in the second year. I'll pause there just for a second to see if anyone has questions. The pay plan, I want to preface this is the pre-budget agreement. Nothing's known or definite until obviously we work this through the legislative session, but the agreement that the executive has negotiated and developed before the session includes a increase in pay of either $1 per hour or 2.5% per year starting on July 1 of each year of the biennium, and then a small increase to the state share contribution in our health benefits program. Moving on to long-range building program, I believe there's 8 individual items inside of the capital project area. It totals to about $50 million in cash and $16 million in authority. You can read through those items. There's a central theme associated with them, which is taking care of the buildings we own. And then included in long-range program are also major repairs, and I guess I should have drawn that differential there. Is really it's a dollar amount. Anything over 2.5 million will be in the capital area. Anything under 2.5 will be in major repairs. When you hear the major repairs, it's kind of synonymous with deferred maintenance. We have $23 million in projects in there. That's a healthy amount, definitely. It accounts for 21 different projects. And then there's an area called authority only, and just to remind everyone that those are projects where we need legislative authority. Oftentimes, we have privately funded projects that need approval from the legislature, and we have those projects kind of ready to roll, and we ask for authority. But then we also receive general spending authority. So for any of those larger renovations and improvements to academic space, we need general spending authority from the legislature, and we get that in a lump sum. It's not a sum. There's no money associated with it. It's just authority. And then in our office, we work with the campuses to allocate that throughout the biennium. So finally, we have the MUS initiatives. And the first one, the online JD program for $1 million, is to develop a hybrid online JD program at the University of Montana to aid in meeting the rural need for attorneys throughout the state. And then three projects in what is called House Bill 10. That's House Bill 10 is the IT equivalent of House Bill 5 for capital building project. You got your long-range planning for the entire state for IT. And inside of that, we have 3 projects, Cyber Montana expansion for about $3 million. We have some more cybersecurity related operational funding. It's for security information and event management to help both sides of the system. And then almost $1 million for enterprise resource planning for the community colleges. We've talked a little bit in the past about the need there pretty much across the board on the community college side to upgrade their information systems. Madam Chair, that concludes my report on the governor's budget. I'd be happy to stand for any questions or defer those to the commissioner.
Questions from the regents? Regent Bao?
Yeah, Deputy Commissioner Chor, when is this final, on our initiatives? Like, it's not, there's still a process of dialogue, negotiation, correct?
Yep. Madam Chair, Regent Bao, the governor's budget came out on November 15th, and changes, I believe, are allowed until December 15th. So there are still some moving parts that governor's budget staff are working on.
Regent Lozar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then process-wise, we get through December 15th, and we'll have kind of a formal executive budget moving into the session. Can you just speak to sort of then the next stage when the legislative session starts and our role in subcommittee and sort of how we elevate some of the stories behind what we're seeing in a really, really promising and foundational budget that the governor's put forward for us?
You bet. Regent Lozar, so the session kicks off, I believe, January 6th. And quickly thereafter, usually within about a 3 or 4 week period of time, we have the opportunity to meet with our joint education subcommittee, appropriation subcommittee, made up of representatives from both the House and the Senate. And we meet with that group for about a week, and each day has a theme. We walk through the various components of the budget associated to the programs. For instance, Program 2, Student Assistance, would be the financial aid day. And we talk about in detail what's in the budget, but we also have the opportunity to engage in dialogue with the committee about where are we at in some of our goals related to the strategic plan, shared policy goals, but also bring up, what are our plans for the future, system initiatives that the regents have identified that might not be in the budget. And it's probably the week of the session where we have, the most opportunity for back and forth with a group of legislators that are on appropriations. So that's critically important. The same goes for House Bill 5 and the capital projects. A little bit different vein in that conversation, but face-to-face contact with the committee. That works its way through the session, and about the time we'll meet for our Regents meeting in March, and if the stars align like they usually do, we'll be in front of the full House Appropriations Committee on the same day as the Board of Regents meeting. So it's just a coincidence that's happened probably the last three sessions. So then the process moves as every other bill, except it's House Bill 2, so it catches a lot of fanfare, and we work on our way into the Senate Finance and Claims side, and hopefully by sometime into April, beginning of May, we'll know where we're at.
Thank you for describing the process. I think there's, as I shared, I think this is an incredible starting point for the university system, and if we've experienced session over session, there are things that we talk about and we prioritize as a board that oftentimes are not in an executive budget, that we have the opportunity to really elevate and kind of tell some of the stories and show some of the data, and sometimes those initiatives are, become priorities. Sometimes we figure out a way to sort of scale those on our own. So just looking forward to, our ability to really take advantage of that week and showcase, some of the things that we get to see as a board, be able to share those pretty incredible outcomes, thinking like Montana 10 and some of the other initiatives that have been really fruitful for the university system. And actually, one minor question, just as a reminder, Tyler, the pay plan in our executive budget, that is the pay plan under consideration right now for all agencies. So this is not unique to the Montana University system.
Regent Lozar, that's correct. It's across all executive agencies as well as the university system.
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, just one maybe addition, and I've always thought it's helpful to know, and we don't anticipate this, but the legislature's not bound by any of this, right? So on day one, and I think particularly with party control being where it is, probably not likely, but they can take broad actions that affect all sections as well. So there's been times in history where they would make a general 2% reduction to the entire budget that's been proposed, or one year they changed what year the budget would be built off. So there's things that can happen. I mean, just so transparency, everybody knows where we go. Governor has the authority to propose a budget, and ultimately the legislature has the authority to allocate resources. So it's a concert that everybody's got to show up and perform, and we'll certainly be ready to tell our story and those additional stories that are important moving forward. But look for a good session, and I honestly think sort of how it's aligned, there'll be lots of cohesive kind of thought going through a well thought out budget that's been delivered by the governor, and I think we'll have good conversations moving forward.
That's excellent to hear. Regent Buchanan.
Chair Dombrowski, thank you. First of all, Deputy Commissioner Trevor, again, compliments to your collaborative leadership style. Ben, appreciate you being here today. I feel like consistently the comments I get from the executive branch and the legislative branch is how well organized and responsive our staff at OCHI is when it comes to not only noodling on some tough budget ideas, but putting it all in perspective, as the executive clearly has broad priorities when it comes to allocating funding. I think about the cycle that we're starting and want to jump ahead to what we're starting to think about from a fiscal impact on students and tuition. To each comments that Regent Lozar and Commissioner Christian made, we're going to have the possibility of a lot of adjustment to what's in the final iteration of this. But assuming all things are equal, or maybe that's not fair, forecasting into May's meeting, where we will be identifying any revenue shortfall from what we determine we need to operate the system and what we may end up from the budget. Have we started to pencil out any sort of forecast for what tuition proposals will look like? And if not, when and how does that process start?
Yeah, Regent Buchanan, we're constantly modeling this, and the minute we get this information, we start to work on it. Really, just in general brush strokes here, I'd say when there's a pay plan, you know that 45% of it is covered by the state of Montana. We can choose how to pick up the other 55%, and the revenue stream is tuition. And if you don't do tuition, you need to reduce the amount that you're spending in order to cover that, because it's not a question of if or when, it has to happen. So there's 2.5% increase in pay. So you need to cover that. And the same goes for present law. It's 45% covered by the state, it's 55% by student. So we're constantly weighing those scales. And those are the decisions that I hope to be able to bring to you in May in a real visual way, to not just give you the best ability to make decisions, but allow the most level of transparency and accountability back to the legislature and definitely the public in general. So we're working on it. I just too early to give any specific numbers, but that's the process.
Thank you, and I appreciate that and know how fluid this all is. At the same time, I don't think that the pay plan is the only portion of the budget that should be consideration if we are forced to choose between reductions in what we do and or passing on additional costs to students. You know, as Commissioner Christian, probably not to the liking of the institution, him and I have been doing this a long time. And there was a track record of incredible diligence to maintain resident tuition levels frozen for a long time. And it was not a unanimous vote last tuition cycle on raising tuition. And I don't know where, nor do I pretend to speak for the other members of the board as to where we sit. But the idea that we only look at one allocation of revenue in the pay plan as a place to focus on where we need tuition, I don't think I agree with that. And again, I'm not putting a proxy or suggesting a decision from any one of us has been made on what we do, but I appreciate that. Would love as early as we can to start to identify what the projections are so that we can start to visit with those constituents that, by golly, we hear from them when it comes to tuition votes. And as much information and process you can help illuminate for us will equip us in making that case and ultimately coming to a decision as to how we respond. So appreciate that in advance.
Commissioner?
I agree with that, and I think that's the, sorry, Madam Chair, Regent Buchanan, I agree with that. I think that's the early parts of this conversation. I guess just in terms of the vernacular, I look at maybe a little different. It's not necessarily a shortfall, because I think ultimately what we're trying to solve is present law adjustments. I think the theme behind that and what we've spent the last year working with the campuses, working with the budget office, the rest, is what are the resources necessary to continue doing what we're doing today? And I think it's important that we sort of shape it in that light. And then I think the question becomes, if we want to keep doing what we're doing today, who's going to pay for that? The state will commit to paying for part of it, and we need to think about resources for the other. And so I think it's important to know if we want to maintain status quo, if we want to meet growth projections, if we're looking at inflationary factors, all those things kind of have to be factored in, and that's the modeling the campuses are doing. Given the guidance that I think this board has long given, that maintaining affordability for all Montanans has been a huge priority, and one that I certainly, as commissioner, would like to see continued, and I think at least what I hear from board members is that's a hallmark that we've been proud of and we want to keep doing. Knowing that for us to continue doing what we do and maintaining the high quality of individuals that make up this system, we've got to factor all that in. And it's never lost on me that 80% at least of what we do goes to people. So the pay plan becomes a big part of the conversation. But we'll have lots of opportunities to do that. I suspect we'll have more conversation in March. That we've always tried to be transparent enough that students and other cohorts that ultimately bear the responsibility of this have a chance to weigh in on that discussion, and that's what we hope to do again. So we're out in front of it, and we know what we need to do, and we look at really where we're at and who we want to be in terms of, do we continue doing what we're doing? Are there initiatives that we want to fund? Are there reductions that we want to make? And I think that all needs to get factored into this formula. And it's not completely formulaic, but ultimately it becomes, okay, the state will pay part of that, and what are we going to do with the other part? Unfortunately, tuition and fees becomes that one side of the revenue discussion. But I think it'll be good moving forward, and we'll continue to elevate this with board members and at these meetings as we move toward ultimately a recommendation for all of you at the May meeting.
Regent Lozar?
Yeah, I think certainly there's a lot of unknowns. We're going to be working through the session and kind of seeing how everything shakes out. But what is known is sort of the effort and the energy to build an agile model that we can truly lean on with a number of different scenarios, and that comes down to high quality data. And I just want to thank the financial offices across the system who are absolutely crucial on doing the work now and understanding their needs, their gaps, areas where they may be able to shift resources to work with Tyler's office and ensure that we can feel really confident when it comes down to a board decision on things like tuition, that we have the best data and we have the best ability to manipulate the data to understand the outcomes and understand the decisions we're making, the consequences of those decisions. I'm with you, Mr. Commissioner and Chair Buchanan, of the effort and the goal of ensuring that we've got eyes on the prize of ensuring that the university system and high-quality education is affordable to our resident students in particular. So just want to thank the financial offices across the system for starting early and bringing to OCHI the quality data that we need to be able to make the best decision for the university system and our constituents.
Excellent comment. Thank you. On a bit more practical note, is there an opportunity to look back on the decision that we made 2 years ago to raise tuition, to understand its impact in today's dollars as well as in the number of students who might have made a decision? I know you don't know who decided not to come because of the tuition. I get all that, but I think any data about that would be helpful. I'm in particular remembering, and not for probably any reason other than long discussions about the tuition at the law school at UM in terms of that impact. So if that could be part of our discussion, I think that would be helpful.
Madam Chair, we absolutely can try and build that into the discussion. I think that is helpful. And you know, I think we've certainly heard from some of the smaller campuses, those more reliant on resident tuition, that was a pretty tough bill to fill to cover the pay plan. I think in many cases, whether intended or not, the increase that we did resulted in some reductions that had to happen at, you know, frankly, all but one or two campuses. And so I think understanding that, thinking about how that moves forward into the next cycle, I think those are all important pieces. I also think it's useful just to know how it's built in terms of we don't just throw out numbers, right? The campuses tell us a year and a half ago what they believe they need to continue with the efforts going forward. That number is moved to the budget office, and OCHI and the budget office worked through the summer. I will tell you, just as a starting place, generally speaking, there is reductions made at that level to campus requests already. And so, you know, how we continue to move that forward in terms of supporting or not of tuition necessity needs to be part of the understanding and the conversation. But I think looking back holds lots of values. In particular, I think trying to answer the question is, where did we leave campuses with the decisions made last session? I think that could be beneficial. Yeah, I don't know if we can tell you much about what student behavior was changed or not changed from it, which is an important piece. But I also think around that, we probably need a little greater discussion around the discounting practices and some of that, right? Because I think understanding that, the sticker price is one. I think the campuses go as far as they possibly can to help students that need help to get in and stay in and graduate. And so we've got to factor sort of that into what's the student choice side of it as well. I think campuses are encouraging student behavior, but they need support in doing that.
Regent Buchanan.
Thank you. I guess I want to restate the message I was trying to articulate a moment ago differently. I was a little uncomfortable during the last tuition cycle where there was this direct alignment that if we do not raise tuition, we can't support what we need for the pay plan. I think first and foremost, this board understands that we need to be focused on what our faculty, staff, administrators are getting paid. So again, the point I'm trying to make is we can make other tough decisions to find those funds. And so I'm not comfortable saying that in this discussion, no tuition means we don't support a pay plan. And I feel like that's where it's bubbled up for that discussion. So my message is, again, as we find ourselves at that point where we're balancing a lot of priorities. I think the pay plan, we're thrilled that it's been elevated for state employees. It's not near enough to address the challenges that our faculty and staff are facing. But I think we need to also know we have other tools than just tuition hikes to solve some of that. And I'm not naive to think that it's not without pain or, you know, some disinvestment that may have negative impacts. But I am not comfortable making the message because I think our staff and faculty could hear us saying, you know, no, I'm not going to support the tuition because the pay plan's not important to me. I want to disconnect those conversations as we have that deliberation. Thank you.
Understood. Regent Loza?
Yeah, I think, obviously, just based on the discussion, keeping pricing affordable for our resident students is particularly important. And yeah, it is always a kind of a difficult conversation for us to really kind of think through and understand sort of what the effects may be on any sort of tuition increases. I mean, most certainly in the past 16 years, we've stood out compared to our peers, 100%. I think we're needle in a haystack when it comes down to keeping our pricing affordable. And I think one of the ways in which we have been successful in that with our legislative partners is through our shared policy goals. So, and I think over time we've had embedded in those goals this commitment to affordability for resident students. So as, you know, Mr. Commissioner, as you're having conversations with newly elected leaders and new committees, that, you know, ensuring that you can send that message to our partners that this is something that is particularly important and it's something that we should be considering prioritizing in the several bullets that we tend to focus on with our shared policy goals with the legislature.
Very good. Thank you. Other comments, questions? I think the only other comment I'd like to make is I just want to reference back that list of, I closed it down so I could listen, but if you can go back one, the list of, no, keep right there. No, right there. Those were all, I just want to confirm that these projects were on that list that the Regents have seen, both in the infrastructure and the budget committee, as prioritized lists. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, it is correct. However, when you look at, let's take Highland College roof replacement for $5 million. That was on the major repair list, but when that number, because of cost adjustments and overtime, gets elevated above the 2.5 million mark, it lands on capital project list. So you can get, if you went to the prioritized list of the capital projects, you might not see some of those smaller numbered renovations, but they were included in the other list, which is the major maintenance and repair.
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay. I don't see any other questions. Yeah. Excellent conversation. Thanks for the time for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That leads us to our final information item. And again, we have Dan Stevenson, son, coming up. Sorry about that. I've never had anybody mess up my name, so I don't understand what it feels like. This is a presentation that, well, Dan put together, and I thought it would be a great idea to talk to the board in the same vein that we talked about in the action item, the board subcommittee for infrastructure and facilities, and talk about where we're headed at OCHI and with the hiring of Dan and new expertise in our office, what we might be looking down the pike and seeing. So take it away, Dan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner Trevor. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I know I'm standing between everybody in the room and lunch, and this is a bit of a heavy subject, so I guess it's good that it's before lunch versus after. Today, I'd like to introduce an area that we're all very focused on, and that is the future of our campus facilities, planning for the long-term institutional stewardship of all of our campuses, and maybe some early indications of the reinvestment levels that we may be looking at down the road to make sure that we maintain the quality of campuses that we need to serve the mission of the MUS. Today's conversation, I can't stress enough, is very, very preliminary. It's a roadmap. It's the indication of a roadmap to where we're headed. Specifically, we're going to talk about some capital reinvestment indicators. This is really the beginning of a lot of work that we have coming in months and years ahead of us. I don't have a schedule for you, but we'll talk much more about the work in front of us. So let's dive in. This slide is a preview of the approach to system-wide facilities planning that we're in the process of developing. The first thing that I need to stress is that we're going to focus on the strategic goals of the MUS through this. The access and affordability of education, workforce and economic development, efficiency and effectiveness are going to be paramount to all of the decisions that we make. We're in the process of forming advisory groups. We have many of the folks in this room are going to be setting on one of three, actually four advisory groups. MSU Bozeman, U of M Missoula will each have the independent advisory groups. The affiliate campuses, while those campuses are very unique, they have common challenges and resource requirements. So we're going to form an advisory group amongst the affiliates to work through that. And of course, the Board of Regents Infrastructure Committee doesn't get off the hook. We're going to be very, very engaged with this subject over the foreseeable future in those meetings. The first step is to make sure that we have accurate and consistent system-wide data. We have a lot of data across the system. Its consistency is where we really need to work on making sure we have that information pulled together. That data can be as rudimentary as how many square feet we have, but then there's much more intricate data, such as utilities, maintenance performance, so on and so forth, that needs to be acquired. The data alone is great, but then we have to decide what we're going to measure. And so the advisory groups will engage in deciding what metrics are key to the operations and the success of our campuses. So we'll take that to development of key performance indicators, and then the next step is to really begin to benchmark our campuses. And the fifth bullet down there are some examples of the benchmarking that we need to engage in. The campus condition assessments will be data that is acquired in partnership with the State Architecture and Engineering Division, as they have the mandate to provide condition assessments across all state government. And then space utilization, operational effectiveness, and service quality, I'll bring those up as subjects that you're going to hear a lot more about in the future. I want to focus today on some examples of capital investment, the magnitude and the allocation of funds that we're investing in our existing facilities. All of this culminates in strategic planning at campus levels and then rolling up to a system level of facility strategic planning. Now, to do that, we can't just use the facility data alone. Obviously, we're going to engage programmatic requirements, the trajectory, which we've talked a lot about, the trajectory of enrollment, and where are we going with our campuses, not only educationally, but as far as research goes. Finally, the age and renewal profile of every campus is unique. We'll talk about that a little bit more on the next slide. I should have indicated earlier, this is an informational item, so if anyone has any questions along the way, just let me have them. This slide is going to introduce planning that Montana State University has engaged in. Starting in 2013, Montana State hired a firm called Sightlines, now known as Gordian, to provide some benchmarking data around facility operations and quality. It's a very vigorous, rigorous level of analytics that Gordian puts together and allows Montana State University to be compared to peer institutions. And in this case, we're talking about, I think, a total of 37 different institutions that are in one way or another are comparable to Montana State. Gordian is a real powerhouse in this area. They have over 1.5 billion square feet in their database. The areas of focus are around space and how we utilize space. Operationally, how do we make sure that we're operating it as effectively as we possibly can? But the area I want to talk about today is the capital and reinvestment. But before I move on, I want to make sure that I commend MSU for the proactive nature of the work that they've done. This, knowing these facts isn't always comfortable. But it's reality, and it's something that we need to do much, much more throughout the system, and we will be engaging in. So, President Cruzado and your staff, thank you so much for being proactive in this particular area. So, regarding existing facility capital reinvestment, I'd like everyone to think about two types of reinvestment or that are necessary. There's the money that we need to invest in our campuses to keep them up to the standards that we need to achieve our mission. But then there is another part of reinvestment, and that is the money that is needed to catch up to our facility needs, largely quantified as deferred maintenance in our buildings. So keep up and catch up. I mean, not super technical terms, but they're the ones that we use a lot. To help us understand where we're headed with our individual campuses and as a system, it's good to know the profile of our individual campuses. There are 4 main areas that our buildings can be characterized in. Pre-war buildings would be buildings like Romney Hall or Roberts Hall or Main Hall on a couple campuses. And post-war buildings are those that occurred during that population increase, student population increase in the late 40s. Modern buildings and complex buildings are the ones that we've built more recently. The first 3 areas circled in red are what I would characterize as today's challenges. I almost said problems. They're challenges and opportunities. These buildings are the ones whose systems have seen 1 or more life cycles. When I talk about systems, I'm thinking about roofs, heating, cooling, lighting. So as those systems reach the end of their life, we, in many cases, have reinvested and corrected or renewed those systems. In other cases, those systems are in place today and doing their best to serve their need. In some cases, throughout the system, though, we have seen run to failure issues. The buildings in the green are the modern and complex buildings, and those are the challenges of the future. Those are the buildings that today we may not be having extensive issues with, but in the next 10, 20, 30 years, we're going to start seeing some of those same life cycle and run to failure issues come up if we don't get ahead of that with reinvestment dollars, the catch up and keep up dollars. I was just talking to Carmen from Great Falls the other day, and Great Falls has a young, healthy campus, but they're starting to experience the early indicators of those system failures. So we're going to jump into the MSU Bozeman data. And the first thing I want to say is I'm not coming to you with recommendations of how much we need to increase our reinvestment in our campuses. But the next 2 slides give us some indication of what the gaps may be in that funding. So looking at and I also need to say this is reinvestment in existing buildings only. All new construction has been scrubbed from this data, talking about existing buildings. So there are 2 different lines in each, or areas in each bar graph, and that is the annual stewardship and annual reinvestment dollars. Those are the keep up and catch up dollars I talked about before. Throughout the planning period indicated, Montana State has put about $1.56 per square foot into this campus. And the peer institutions, if you look across that group of 37 institutions are indicated on the right, have invested about 3 times that. Again, not a recommendation or a statement, but an indicator of where we are on one particular campus, the only campus that we have this kind of data for. So the other area of target development is looking at the benchmark data that Gordian has throughout their systems. There are 3 different ways to benchmark how much should we be reinvesting in our campuses. The first is a standard depreciation model, 3% of the current replacement value of the campus. This campus's current replacement is estimated at $3.1 billion. If we were to reinvest at that level, we're talking about $93.5 million a year. That is on the high end. I doubt any public institution is actually investing at that level. Where we get into more what reality might be looks at the life cycle need, and that is as this portfolio of buildings and even more complex portfolio of systems on a campus begin to need renewal of life cycles, that's probably going to be in more of the $80 million per year that the benchmarks would indicate. And that would be a combination of the light blue, which is space program, so everything that you see or use educationally or as far as research, or the dark blue, which is everything you don't really see. There's the roofs, and I guess you see walls, but the mechanical systems, electrical systems, so on and so forth. That's still a very large number. In Gordian's experience, the far right annual investment target showing closer to a $40 million annual reinvestment in MSU Bozeman is probably more in line with what we need to get to. We have a lot of work to do to really determine what this looks like across our system. And I don't want to say it's 40, I don't want to say it's 80. We have a ton of work to do in the next several months to get there. So once we establish that target, how do we begin to right-size our annual investment? Here are a few ideas, but this is a big part of the work that the advisory groups are going to engage in. We could establish a no net new policy where if we need to construct new buildings, we needed to decide what we're going to decommission. In other words, stop the net growth of space on campuses. We could institute a rigorous space utilization program, and I highly recommend we do this. So we really thoroughly understand what space we have and how we're using it, how can we make it much more efficient than what we already are. We could establish building endowments where if we have a donation or other funding sources that come to construct or renovate buildings, a portion of that donation goes towards the long-term stewardship of not only the building but the associated infrastructure with the buildings. We likely can find ways to make operational savings to increase the efficiency. I presented just a little bit ago about energy performance contracting. That may be an alternative. There might be other contracting methods that allow us to achieve operational efficiency on our campuses, which then not only renew systems but reduce the operating costs. And finally, funding model changes. This is a large conversation that can happen at levels that are represented in the room. So next steps, and we talked about the advisory groups that are going to come together, and thank you all for volunteering for that effort. It's going to be very interesting. We're going to put together that accurate and consistent data, and we're going to develop the key performance indicators for our system to let us know where we're at and where we need to go. With that, I'd like to open it for questions.
Questions? Regent Bao?
Yes, Director Stevenson. So, when I think about the utilization plan that you're recommending, that would, if I think about it in simple terms for myself to understand, would that resemble something like a heat map of how much each building is getting used, by students, by other faculty, community members over the course of the year at each campus?
Madam Chair, Regent Bao, that is a characterization that I've seen exact examples of a heat map approach to that. Specific ways that we can utilize a space management system throughout the MUS is to understand how actively used is, frankly, every single room on a campus. Is it used 10% of the time, 50% of the time, 90% of the time? And that allows us to understand the types of space that we have today, and what do we need to replicate space, or do we just need to use it a lot better? And if we don't need to replicate it, then we open up a window of opportunity into what do we need programmatically? What do we need for our students on our campuses, and how can we make our existing buildings serve their needs better? An example of this would be libraries. The use, the purpose of libraries has changed immensely in the last few decades. And so how do we make sure that space type is understood and used more efficiently?
Follow up on that. So I think, my feeling is, it's really great to have you on board. I think this is something that as Regents, we've long wanted better data. And I think we're in the infancy of this project where we need to collect the kind of data we're discussing before we focus too much on solutions. Because you get in this environment where you start talking about buildings, everybody starts imagining new buildings. And actually what we're trying to do is get a core set of data for everyone to really think about how we can maximize our utilization, before we even consider any of the other subjects. So, I applaud that approach, which is, I understand, is the approach you're taking.
Correct, Madam Chair, Regent Bao.
Okay.
I wanted to also make sure that we're engaging into a planning process, and planning processes take time. But there are some really bright spots in the system right now that have taken the initiative to move ahead with planning. I'm going to pick on Montana Tech. Chancellor Cook and Vice Chancellor Muffick have led a planning process as they prepare to renovate Main Hall and Engineering Hall. They pump the brakes on the actual design. The exciting stuff is jumping into a design and deciding how to make a building beautiful, right? Well, they pumped the brakes and said, hold on, what do we actually need in these buildings, and how does it relate to the rest of our campus? So they've got the architecture team stepping back, looking at space utilization across campus, and really deciding what their students need in the future. So we have a planning process that's going to be a continuum for a long time into the future. But we are also, right now, today, doing the best we can to jump into processes and making sure that we're making smart decisions today as well.
Just one more follow-up. So, then I think it's interesting for that group also to be exposed to, what's kind of the best of class around the country for, maximizing utilization. And so bringing those ideas, as I know you were here and then, went out and came back, I think we should have some analysis about what's considered the best standard around the country for making this analysis, and what categories we can really look at as board members to understand how better to make the most value optimized decisions.
Absolutely. I also need to indicate that Montana State Bozeman has a very rigorous space management program, started close to a decade ago. And it has really built on some of those best management practices nationally. But we should always revisit those as well. But we have a a set of expertise within the system today that has graciously volunteered to help consider how the rest of the system is operating.
And then final question, if I may, is there a follow-up category around partnerships with the private sector for spaces and how that, can be segregated out into its own category going forward?
Could you elaborate on that just a little more?
Well, I think as we we understand that there's budget constraints, for the foreseeable future for new buildings, and there's a lot of focus on being creative around that. So where on each campus there are partnerships with the private sector, where buildings are being put up or managed or shared space, that should be a category that your group really kind of analyzes as an efficiency model.
I can think of 3 examples, or 3 areas. The first is housing. Private partnerships around housing are very common throughout higher education. Within the state of Montana, that specific type of partnership is not legislatively enabled today. So the most common form of, I'm going to call it a P3, is we have some issues with engaging there. Another one is in the area of research, and I believe many of us will be looking at the Innovation Campus soon, and that is a really intriguing manner in which we can expand our private partnerships in more than a facility manner. The third example are private partnerships. You can call them a concessionaire model, where and I actually have been pretty close to this in the past, where a private firm may acquire, for example, the utility systems on a campus and operate the campus. There are a lot of complexities and pitfalls around that specific model. So I want to make sure that, to your point, we need to come back with what partnership opportunities, and many of the advisory groups may have other ideas there. We just need to be very cognizant of what the future, where we want to end up down the road with our system.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Regent Lozar?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on what Regent Bao mentioned in terms of just how excited we are to have you in this position, have this being a priority of not only the board, but of OCHI. I particularly appreciate sort of embedded in your presentation just the focus on long-term planning and the role of policies, and being bold enough to at least share what some of those policies could be for our consideration as we're trying to manage all of these facilities. Of course, a big part of managing facilities is, where do the resources come from? How do we consistently tap into that? And just looking at your chart on, I don't know what slide number, it says 13 in here. I'm just wondering if through Gordian, and maybe also through MSU, since that's the comparison here, is if we can get a sense of the origin of the revenue that went into each of these investments. So thinking about, auxiliary resources, state-funded resources, philanthropy's role, et cetera, because I think that would also be critical data for us to do some deeper planning and to lay some foundation with the private sector, thinking long-term as well. So I think if there's a way we can embed it into this model, I think it'll help inform how we think about policy development at the board level.
Regent Lozar, absolutely, and that data does exist. I don't know if it exists quite at the resolution that you just spoke to, but I greatly abbreviated the information that Gordian produced for Bozeman for this process. But yes, we have that, and that is part of, when you think of on a system level, that's part of the work that we have to do. It's not just counting how many square feet and what condition our boilers are in. It's really understanding how are we investing in our facilities today, and what are those sources. And I'd also say, those human resources we've talked a lot about today are equally as important. So.
Thank you. Regent Buchanan?
Just a compliment to Chair Dombrowski on this committee and former Board Chair Dombrowski and Lozar in putting together this infrastructure around our infrastructure decisions. The data is certainly equipping us with an entirely different perspective. And, you know, I don't know what we're paying you, but the first update when you show up is a $20 million savings on a project across the state. I think that we're seeing some immediate fiscal benefits on top of these utilization benefits that we're highlighting today. So great work and thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Chair Buchanan. I'll talk to Deputy Commissioner Trevor a little bit more about that later.
It's on the record.
Thank you, Regent Buchanan. Any other questions? I would like to really emphasize, we have been, I would say, blessed by your leadership, Tyler, in looking for someone of Mr. Stevenson's ilk, I would say, and the timing is absolutely perfect. So we benefit from that, and thank you for the compliment, but really it comes from the staff and the work. And I would say the Infrastructure Committee really is in support of and continues to challenge and want this level of work. So for the record. So, okay, I think we'll let you go. You did great. 4 minutes before lunch. With that, I think we're done with the business of the Budget Audit Committee.
Chair Dombrowski, thank you. Looking at the afternoon agenda, we will be, please be seated by 1:15. We'll reconvene. Members of the board, we will meet in the same venue, or I'm not sure the venue, President Cruzado, where we're meeting with students. In what meeting are we, what room are we in?
Yes, Mr. Chair, right now we will have, the Regents will have an opportunity to have lunch with the students in Lay Lounge, and then the rest of the team also have lunches ready for you.
Thank you very much for that. So with that, we'll take a recess. We'll see you back here at 1:15. Thank you.
The Academic Research Student Affairs Committee. I'm going to turn it back over to Joe for our consent items. Walk us through that.
Regent Bao, happy to. We won't walk through these consent items individually, but it's worth recognizing the substantial number of emeriti faculty items. Don't check my math, but by my total, these emeriti faculty items total 484 years of service to the Montana University system. So worth taking a moment to consider. Please do read through some of the profiles of research, teaching, service. Included here is one Regents professor. Also included here, longtime director of the state's INBRE program, one of our major research enterprises in the state of Montana that touches all of our campuses, and across all substantial dedication and service to the state and to the university system. So worth recognizing that extraordinary service. With that, Regent Bao, we can probably start running down the action items.
Yeah, and Joe, I do think I mean, that's 500 years of experience. And really, we talked at one of the morning sessions about the stickiness and what makes Montana special. And that has to be part of it, you know, that we have this many faculty who stay, you know, happily for their whole careers here. And this is, it's impressive. So thank you. Thanks for bringing that up. Moving on to our action items, we have an honorary doctorate from the University of Montana, which President Bodnar will walk us through.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Regents. And I have just a tremendous honor of presenting for your consideration for an honorary doctorate of humane letters, Mr. William Marcus. So many of you will know William for his just really incredible and impactful career in public broadcasting here across our entire state. You know, he was described in his nomination letters as a Montana treasure who possesses a deep respect and admiration for the people, history, and landscapes of Montana. He began his career in public media upon receiving his bachelor's degree in 1974 from the University of Montana, working his way up from production assistant to director of the Broadcast Media Center, and really his impact on the public media in Montana is legendary. He is perhaps, of course, best known for being the host of Montana PBS's wonderful show Backroads of Montana, which just featured over the years so many just wonderful communities across our great state. Not just the communities, but the incredible people of our great state. Really, it's a show that I know so many of us have enjoyed and highlighted the many things we love about this great state. William has just been so impactful, not just for that show, but really in expanding the availability of public media for all Montanans, increasing the coverage, the access, and really leading often to multiple times to national views into our great state. So he continues to contribute in many ways to our campus. Every year he is does a wonderful job of facilitating our presentation of this Distinguished Alumni Award. He is just an incredible human being, a dedicated alumnus, and someone who has had just a tremendous impact on our great state. So it is my distinct honor to present for your consideration for an honorary doctorate, Mr. William Marcus.
President Bodnar, thank you. It is, Backwards Montana is just such a classic, and it's fun to be able to recognize that. Thank you for the recommendation. Any comments from other board members? Okay. Chair, do we have?
Yeah, thank you, Regent Bao. If we could take just a pause from this agenda and welcome Superintendent Artson. We've penciled in some time for some comments from OPI in your office. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate being here. So, Chair, Commissioner, and Board, it's wonderful to be part of such an esteemed, but I also have to speak to everybody that's around here in the room, because I know in my staff I couldn't do all the wonderful work that I do for K-12 without the great support that I know that you all have on your campuses, as well as to make your business practices work well within the Office of the Commissioner. So November is Native American History Month, and I know we all hold that in our heart with our recognized tribes that we have. 10% of our K-12 public education, we serve indigenous youth, whether they're on a public school that is on tribal lands or they just come to public school, and wanting to make sure that their language is held whole as it is part of their culture. So just want everyone to recognize that as we close out November, it necessarily isn't just 1 month a year that we celebrate our warriors, our original warriors, but also that we celebrate all of our children across our state. I've given you in the packet, so I'm not going to be too long or too lengthy, but just want to share out also that when we look at success, and I know you look at that data point as well from your university standpoint of who comes in, who sits in the classrooms, who's online, who you have as faculty, all of those things, you look at that success point. So Montana is leading the nation in a manner of how teaching and learning is closest to when it is being taught. It is a timing issue. So rather than a summative test at the very end of the year that takes almost 10 hours of a student's and a teacher's life at the end of the year in math and reading and science, from 3rd grade to 8th grade, and then that ACT at the end. Montana has been recognized by the office, the Secretary of Education, but also by other regional experts as really leading the way. We have developed for the past 3 years a through-year assessment where math is taken 4 times a year, 15 minutes, in a normal setting in a classroom, of course with test security, but very normal for the student to be able to take it when the skills are being taught in very close proximity. And then remediation, anything that can happen in acceleration occurs, so that teacher is being recognized of that personalized learning given to that student. In reading, it happens 5 times a year, with that last one being a written assessment. And this year, all of our 3rd through 8th grade students are taking this. We piloted it for 2 years, received recognition and a grant from the federal government, but we're the only state doing this. And I am just so excited that we have this ability. Why I'm talking about that in the beginning is talking to the Council of Deans on how we educate our children and how we educate our teachers to be our Montana branded teachers. So yes, that assessment is at the end, but not really now. It's right throughout the year. So how we can impart knowledge together in a partnership in P20, it's not just about the end, it's throughout the entire year. It is about that teacher in that classroom. I also want to shout out our residency program, and I know there may be some more legislative action. I'm very proud that the legislature recognized we used our precious COVID dollars to institute a program where we give an allowance to a mentor teacher as well as a loan forgiveness opportunity to teachers to be able to spend that 4th year in a classroom with a mentor teacher. This is coming out of Western. We're very, very pleased with everything that we have had in that partnership, and I'm grateful. And I do recognize there may be some more movement this next legislative session, because now the state has recognized it's not just federal dollars, that it is that precious local tax dollars to ensure that we have a Montana-made teacher linking to that. And then to round out Montana Teacher, we do have a Montana Teacher of the Year. Dawn is coming out of Power, Montana. She is an art teacher. She is a teacher in a very, very rural district. And she is excited to be from almost 70 people who said they raised their hand and said, I want to be Montana Teacher of the Year. So Dawn Sievers will be here on campus. Thank you very much for having us being acknowledged during the first time out of the first quarter of the Cat Grizz game on Saturday. Her story is so powerful, and I think we could all recognize from our own when you can say, who was that teacher that influenced you? She moved around a tremendous lot before she landed in Montana. She had a family that may have been disengaged because of so many economic challenges that reach to all of our families currently. And she is a teacher because of a teacher. And her story is just beautiful. So I'm very pleased that we'll get to meet her. Just wave at her if you're out there in the stands. She will be introduced at the governor's discussion tomorrow. So those that will be there, I'm very, very pleased. I just want to say that I'm very grateful for the time that I've got to spend as state superintendent. I'm very grateful that I've had the opportunity of being a legislator and then in my role as elected superintendent. And as I started in the very beginning, I couldn't do it without good staff. I couldn't do it without our partnership in P20 as well. So my hope is for that next to be able to have that welcome, that handshake out there to say thank you, to be able to have the next one learn and grow alongside of you. Our children in Montana represent our motto, which is we are the treasure state. They are the treasures. They are the future. And you embrace that. I embrace that. Together, we will make Montana proud. Thank you for giving me this simple opportunity. Blessings to all as Thanksgiving is upon us.
Thank you, Superintendent Arntzen.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for your many appearances before this board and your always willingness to be here in person, and no one will ever forget your commitment and passion to your office. We appreciate it. Back to committee, Mr. Chair.
I'd echo that. Thank you so much for your service. Just as a note on Dawn Sievers, Yellowstone Public Radio's The Worm podcast did an incredible piece on her, and you're right, the story is outstanding. So go search that for some context. Thank you for joining us and for your service, Superintendent Elson. Likewise. Yeah, Regent Bao, back to you. Chairman Bao, appreciate it. Pass it back to you.
Great, super. Back to the agenda, which would be our request to plan proposals. Before I turn this over to Joe, I would like to thank the committee members and particularly the administrators and professors and provosts who've worked with us on this. We did have a pretty thorough committee session on all the different programs, and we probably drove them crazy with some of our questions, but I feel like we have a much better understanding as a committee of the hard work that everyone's doing on these. And there'll be, a lot of times I found that the request plan proposals are a little bit hard to understand what the matrix or rubric is for how we think through that. And Deputy Commissioner Teal that will be part of our presentation in the next part of our information session of today's meeting.
Certainly. Thank you, Regent Bao. And for Regents, for those gathered, again, a good reminder that request to plans and how we've organized this process is to provide the Regents that early input into academic proposals as they're shaped. So this is campuses saying, we see a cause to create a program in this area. We want to provide University Billings a request to plan a Master's of Science in Criminal Justice. And Dr. Joy Honey is here to provide a summary.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal and members of the board. Here I am again in a different capacity. I am a member of the Social Sciences and Cultural Studies Department at MSU Billings, and I'm here to speak about our proposal for a pretty creative and unique Master of Science in Criminal Justice program. We currently offer an Associate of Science and a Bachelor of Science program, and in recent years, many of our students have asked about opportunities for graduate work, and we have directed them to other master's programs on our campus, but they're not necessarily the best fit. So I just want to spend a couple of minutes talking about the need for this program and then the creative design of the program. So firstly, in terms of the need for the program, our department chair in particular has done a lot of hard work to talk to the agencies and employers that tend to hire our graduates, and there is a real need for students who are prepared to move beyond the entry level and at the master's degree level to move up in those, particularly state and federal agencies related to all areas of criminal justice, law enforcement, corrections, and so forth. There's projected growth for employment in those fields, somewhere between 3% and 6% in the next 5 years, and frankly, our students are really begging us for this opportunity. So I won't get into the details of our enrollment projections unless there are questions, but we think there's a significant need for our students and for employers in Billings, but also in the region. So I will talk a little bit about the format of the program, which is designed to be an accelerated one-year master's degree program, 36 credits. But the reason you can get done in 1 year is that it includes fall, spring, and summer terms. And students would take essentially 12 credits per term, but they would not be taking all of those courses at once. This is designed to be 8-week block programs where students would take 2 3-credit courses at a time, and then do that twice in each term. So it's unique that way. All of the courses will be HighFlex, so they will be available in person and also online. So we can really meet the needs of our local community, but also across the entire region that the MUS serves. Questions?
Yes, Professor Honey, thank you. I think and thank you for the many hats you wear. It's hard for me to remember, which hat you're wearing when we see you. But I would love to hear some enrollment projections. I think that's helpful for us to understand
Sure.
the thought process about adding programs.
We're approaching this conservatively. We've used a combination of inquiries to students as well as employment need, and then also comparing them to similar programs, master's programs in our college. And so we imagine about 10 to 12 as a cohort. And this is, we don't have to plan like a traditional program where you have continuing, certainly students could, but because it can be year to year, we actually have more room for students to move through because they're not taking up those spots. They can do it half-time, but we imagine 10 to 15 at a time.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from the board? Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Bao. I'm wondering if you've put any thought into prior learning assessments that go into this, potentially go into this program. I know there's some formal education or formal training through the Montana Law Enforcement Academy and a number of other sort of criminal justice law enforcement trainings that are credentialed, and wondering if you can maybe speak to that.
Yes, thank you, Regent Lozar. Yes, we have. I'm trying not to get into the weeds, but two pieces to speak about. First of all, yes, especially because we expect that a great number of these students will be students who've been through our bachelor's program. We have set it up so that there's a course or two that can be waived if they've already done that preparation. There is some prior learning assessment, but what we've learned from our advisory boards and our discussions with employers is that most of the training that's done in the field is complementary to, not a duplication to, the academic work. So we will focus on the areas that those agencies aren't able to provide. There may be some additional opportunities, particularly at the individual level, if people have experience for that. But we've essentially, usually the response we get back is, we do our training, but we need you to do your academic side. And so it seems that that'll dovetail nicely.
Thank you. Further questions? No. Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you.
I guess following the order, it would be UM Western. Johnny McLean.
Correct. Regent Bao, we have two minors proposed by UM Western, and I'll invite Provost Johnny McLean up to the microphone.
Thank you so much, Chair Bao, members of the board. We are excited at Montana Western to propose or to request a plan two minors, and I'll present them together because they're actually quite similar. At Montana Western right now, we're trying to expand our interdisciplinary programs. We see a real need in our society, in our region, to prepare students for the complex world that is ahead of them. And we also see a need to help our students prepare not just in the content of their disciplines, but also in some of the essential skills that employers are looking for first and foremost being communication. So we are requesting to plan two minors. The first is a minor in professional communications. This minor will involve existing courses that students are already registering in, but this minor will package those existing courses, and they include courses in business management, marketing, traditional art, graphic design, English, and the idea is for students to explore these professional communication courses and develop these skills to complement whatever industry or whatever major and discipline they're choosing to pursue. The second minor is actually somewhat similar. This one is in environmental writing. And once again, this is for students actually mostly majoring probably in biology, geology, natural resource management, environmental science, sustainability, those types of disciplines, but is to give them some additional skills, focused skills on, in the world of environmental writing. We see a lot of our majors in those disciplines going on to government jobs, U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, and so forth, and actually they combine a lot of their scientific knowledge with a lot of writing. So both of these minors are really just repackaging existing courses. We won't be needing additional resources as far as additional faculty lines, and we don't really see these minors as being huge recruiting tools for new populations of students, but these are additional ways for existing populations of students to see themselves as a Montana Western student and develop the kinds of skills that are going to help them in their profession.
Thank you, Provost McLean. Questions from the board? Thank you very much.
Continuing down our list, I'll invite Provost Adria Lawrence up to the microphone. We have four proposals from the University of Montana, and Provost Lawrence, I'll invite you to start with the concentrations proposed for the Master of Fine Arts degree.
Great. Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Chair Bao and members of the board. I am excited about these RTPs that we've submitted. The first two are in the College of the Arts and Media. The first is to create concentrations for the Master of Fine Arts in Theater degree. So this is moving 4 advising tracks to the ether and replacing them with 4 formal concentrations that will appear on students' transcripts. This is a recommendation from my office, and it was also a recommendation from the accreditors. So the unit is just trying to get in line with what's been asked of them. It'll also make it much more visible and transparent for students. The second proposal or request a plan is to create concentrations within the Bachelor of Music and Bachelor of Arts in Music degrees. And this is very similar to the previous one, where we're moving from 11 advising tracks, and they will be replaced with 2 to 5 formal concentrations that will appear on the students' transcripts. So, Joe, would you like to entertain questions now, or?
Yeah, perhaps if we can pause and see if Regents have any questions. Again, I think our office's assessment on these, we prefer that advising tracks be listed as options for a few reasons. It helps us to understand the pathways that students are going down. Tools like DegreeWorks, advising tools that campuses have, it assists on that end. So we see this as a positive development for these 2 programs. But we'd invite if there are any questions from Regents.
Provost Lawrence, thank you. Maybe just one question, if you could kind of clarify major, minor, and concentration, and what that distinguishing factor is for these.
Sure. Concentrations tend to be veins that run through majors or minors, so they can interweave in different ways. So it's smaller than a minor, but it is distinguished from a major and a minor.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you. No other questions.
Thank you. The third request to plan is for a master's in natural resource management from our Franke College of Forestry and Conservation. So this will provide graduate level programming to students who seek managerial positions in natural resource agencies, conservation NGOs, and a growing number of private sector conservation industries. Montana does not currently offer a graduate program in natural resource management. Currently, MSU does offer an MS in environmental sciences with an emphasis in the science portion rather than an emphasis in policy management and human and natural resource interactions. So UM believes that this proposal will pull from different student populations. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Questions from the board? No. Continue on.
Great. And then the fourth request to plan is a much bigger one. It is looking at our academic organizational structure. And so this is an omnibus type of plan. So over the past few years, we have recognized that we have an organizational structure that perhaps is not optimal for our current portfolio of academic programs and our research profile. So this is our attempt to attend to that. We really believe that this refreshed organizational structure will prepare students for both workforce and academic success. We think we will be able to better support student career readiness and their outcomes after college. And I think this sort of parallels efforts by our faculty senate in the past year to unanimously affirm the need for career competency attributes. And these are NACE career competency attributes for all of our general education courses. And I'm sure both Chair Yoshimura and our past chair, Lauren Fern, have had conversations with faculty since then who are asking, how can I get these attributes also put on my upper division courses? I know I've had several of those conversations. So I think this is part of that vein. I also think that the reorganization will enhance responsiveness and innovation. So we're looking at smaller, more focused colleges to enable faster response to changing industry needs and greater flexibility for curricular development. And then, finally, I think we will be able to optimize our resource use and efficiency and do much more effective strategic planning to align disciplines with similar cost structures, and really look at how we might be doing hiring, academic hiring in strategic ways. So we would also like to support industry connections. So one example that is working very well, thank you, Joe, is a partnership that Missoula College has with Tom Sturgis, who is from ATG Cognizant. So he has open office hours, for example, consulting with folks at Missoula College to help connect students with industry and insights he's gleaned from that. So, and this spans, a whole range of different academic fields, and we recognize the value in that and see opportunity for doing a lot more of that. And then, our current state, if we go back, thank you. This is the current state of how our colleges are organized. So you can see that we have the Franke College of Forestry and Conservation. We have the College of Humanities and Sciences, which is about half of our academic sector. And then we also have the Phyllis J. Washington College of Education. So what we are looking at is something different. The Franke College, the new Franke College, will be familiar to you, and this reflects the recommendations that were proposed in the Mattson report from 3 years ago. So we did have an outstanding RTP, which has since lapsed in order to make this happen. So we are incorporating this into the new RTP to refresh that. And this would look at moving geosciences and environmental studies over to the Franke College. So we currently have a task force that has been working since September on this move. So they've been doing a lot of stakeholder engagement. They are working on a refreshed mission and vision for the college, and we are working collaboratively with them on a fiscal analysis. So the moves of those two departments to the Franke College will happen through program move forms, which is an internal campus process, but the refreshed vision, mission, and if there's a name change, that will come with the level 2. The second proposed structure that we are looking at is a new College of Science. We had a proposal come this past summer from faculty from different STEM disciplines that proposed, this college and really highlighted an opportunity for us to fully realize a lot of our current trajectory and really amplify the work that we're doing there. So our research capacity in STEM is significant. Our research output in STEM has been growing quite steadily, and we are very pleased with that trajectory. So we think that, that is a big part of this. It is also important for students in STEM fields to be able to connect and really kind of interweave with the different fields. So if you recall from, I think it was last spring, when we were looking at refreshes or in some cases overhauls to bachelor's degrees in chemistry and the biological sciences, we're seeing a lot more fluidity and flexibility for students. And this is coming from our faculty's engagement with colleagues in the field and also talking with our alum and learning from them about what they need to know and be able to do once they're in the field and what they think we should be paying attention to. So those curricular changes offer more flexibility for students, and they also recognize our ability for instructional deployment in more fluid ways as well. So it's not unusual for a biochemist and a biologist to be able to work together and to teach the same courses. Our current structure makes that a little bit difficult, and this would make that much more easier. We also think that a College of Science would simply improve our visibility in a really strong area for us, and we are quite happy to own that. And then we would also like to create a new college of humanities, education, and social sciences. So this would be the new PJW College, Phyllis J. Washington College. And we see this might seem very novel and unique. There are other places who are doing this, and we see real areas of strength for us in the creation of this college, or the consolidation of these areas into a college. One is for civic engagement and civil dialogue. Last spring, we hosted a Democracy Summit in March. It was a resounding success. I don't know if any of you were able to attend. I know we have some students here who were part of that, and we have other members of the community who were part of that. But it became very clear that this is something that is in the water at and we have a huge opportunity to really double down on this. And it's an important part in all the work that we do in our current College of Education too. So we think that making this more seamless for students to navigate between fields in the humanities, education, and social sciences is good for students, and it's probably good for us as a campus. We also see significant opportunity not just for engaged citizenship, but also preparing students for leadership roles in society through the refreshed structure. There's a significant emphasis on human experience, how people make meaning, how we make sense of the world around us, and how that translates into action as citizens, and how we become productive members of society, socially, economically, and so on. So we really are excited about this, and we think it'll amplify our capacity to explore enduring questions in a rapidly changing world. So with these two new colleges, we have task forces as well. Those have started meeting, and they are doing engagement with different stakeholders around campus. So we're very excited about that. And in total, we would be looking at the same number of colleges at between the current structure and the proposed structure, but the reorganization, refashioning of the colleges looks different. So, I've talked a little bit about why we're doing this and what's coming next. We think this will prepare students more effectively, make them career ready, and have very detailed line of sight on different career competencies with very clear outcomes. We also think that there's going to be more entrepreneurial innovation with more similarly sized colleges and with matched cost structures. Right now we are sort of in a disequilibrium. So we think that will help too. And with that being visible to folks in the college, people who work in the college, it might open up unanticipated opportunities for collaboration and innovation. And I would also say that, this effort is quite different from what's been done before, because we have engaged in an academic portfolio review, a very comprehensive one this past spring, and that afforded us the opportunity, a couple of folks in the provost's office and I, to visit with academic units and learn from them why they were doing what they were doing, how they were doing what they were doing, and how they're thinking about the future of their academic programs. And what this revealed to us were a number of insights about our strengths and about our possibilities. So we hope that this academic portfolio process, which is now an annual process at UM, will help us continue to be current and address questions as they come. I would also add that we've been actively engaged with our shared governance bodies since the summer of 2023 in very productive ways, such that NWCCU, in our accreditation site visit last spring, commended us for that. It was a call out, and we were delighted that somebody saw that collaborative work we were doing and were able to recognize it. So I mean, we work on these relationships, and we work to listen to one another and adapt along the way. And then, I think another thing that is different too is that we have task forces for each of these new proposed colleges who are working together to sort of map this out. So we've begun pulling together data for the fiscal analysis and the fiscal planning. Like I said earlier, we are looking at cost structures being grouped together, similar cost structures being grouped together, and we anticipate that will help us optimize our budgeting within colleges and also our instructional staffing. Right now, we are not anticipating any additional staffing costs. We are looking to retain our current staff and make sure that they land in places where they are interested in landing, really playing to the strengths that we have and also learning from them about how we can be improving what we're doing along the way and providing some growth for them as individuals too. And then we've also been working with our colleagues in the UM Foundation to make sure that we have donor outreach happening as well. So the timeline you see here is ambitious, and it is our ideal timeline. We are working with Faculty Senate right now on the timeline. We anticipate submitting the level 2 with the fiscal analysis in January to Faculty Senate and to OCHI once it is moved through our campus processes. And then we're hoping for Board of Regents approval in May, and we would like to, with that approval, we would like to launch founding dean searches in the fall of '25.
Thank you, Provost Lawrence. Yes, President Bodnar.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to add, and members of the board, and thank you, Provost Lawrence, summarized it very effectively, and want to just reiterate that this is, the continuation of really what's been a multi-year process at the university. We've obviously, as the commissioner noted, it's exciting to see our enrollment growing. It's exciting to see the bucking of national enrollment trends, but we have to continue to figure out how we adapt. And really, we think about UM's strategy as in terms of the institutional strengths that we have and the societal needs of our community, of our state, of the country. And really at the intersection of those two things is where we'll rest the success that's most authentic to UM. And if you think about the university, and I've shared this with our campus, we have strengths across the university, but we have some opportunities to truly differentiate ourselves for national impact, in the area of the environment and sustainability. It's a tremendous strength. In the area of health, the huge and growing need for health professionals. In the area of the intersection of technology, the arts, and this emerging kind of new economy, tremendous strength. We talked about our growing strength in STEM, and then perhaps most importantly, our commitment to that strong liberal arts foundation and our important role in more deliberately, more intentionally shaping civic leaders. And so, again, that's not an exhaustive list of UM strengths. Great business school, top-ranked law school, all these other strengths. But these are some areas where we think through bold action, we can really enhance our differentiation and our strategic impact for this state, for this region. And those who've been on the board will recall a number of years ago, we established, by combining a few entities, the College of the Arts and Media, to address that third priority I mentioned, this intersection of technology, the creative arts, and new media. And we're seeing tremendous growth in programs like our interactive media and game design field, our sound technology and design programs. You'll also recall a couple of years ago, we consolidated some programs into a newly established College of Health, and we're seeing continued growth there, building upon PT and pharmacy, this board's approved OT and PA programs. And so we're seeing in those two areas, we've already made organizational changes from which we've seen really good success. And this is really the continuation of the process of us saying, where are our institutional strengths? How do those align with societal need? And how do we adapt to best meet those? So we're really excited about this process. It's been a good one. It builds upon a lot of the work that Provost Lawrence and her team have done in reviewing our academic portfolio, and even to the point where some of the things that Provost Lawrence mentioned in terms of decreasing the number of concentrations and making pathways to students more clear that were the other components of the RTPs. Those are all about, yes, opportunity for students, but again, recognizing what are our institutional strengths, how do we meet societal need, and adapting to do so.
Thank you. Well, I think I can speak for the committee and say that this proposal went through multiple variations, lots of questions, and I think the presentation is very helpful for all of us to kind of get our arms around it. And I think it addresses, I don't want a little clarification on one, but the two big questions were, what does success look like in 2 years? And I think I have a much better view of what that looks like now for the university. And the second is, which you address, but I just want to make sure I'm clear on, if I put on my legislative hat and say, what's the fiscal note on this plan? My understanding is, without getting into what a net increase or decrease of deans is versus other administrators, it's going to be plus or minus, the intent is to be plus or minus neutral on a fiscal side. Is that right? Okay, good. Well, thank you. I know there's been a lot of work put into this from when we first saw the presentation at the committee level, and I wholeheartedly support it. Do we have other questions from the board? Regent Dabrowski.
Thank you. I assume as such, but can you articulate a little bit deeper the faculty involvement in this? Regent Lozar is leaning over to me and said, have you heard about this in Missoula? And I'm thinking, no. And that's probably good news, right? That the faculty have been engaged and very clear, but I think that's an important concept.
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So earlier this fall, Seth and I went and talked to faculty in the College of Education and also in the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. Prior to that, it would have been probably the end of August, very beginning of September. I met with faculty in the Franke College, and we had a mixer. It was great. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Invited all the faculty, so from the Franke College, and then also geosciences and EVST. So, and we had a somewhat facilitated conversation. We had our infamous or delicious, however you want to look at them, meatballs and refreshments and that kind of a thing. But it was to think about what is possible. How might we be able to address this? So the current task forces are mostly made up of faculty right now for the other two colleges. And we also have staff on those task forces as well, recognizing that staff are often engaged in work that faculty don't see, but staff have a lot of insight into how academic programs feel and run for students. And then staff often don't know what faculty do outside of teaching, so we're hoping for that. But yeah, it's robust engagement now, and I know that we have been very actively engaged with Faculty Senate leadership as well.
Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, when I first looked at this, I probably had forgotten that we'd seen some variation. I know we've had some conversations. I looked at it, I thought, it's a major change in one fell swoop. But what I was really curious about on the campus engagement, the stakeholder engagement, it sounds like you've laid out like who's on these task force and who you're working with. what is some of the feedback or some of the themes in the feedback around what are folks really excited about? But as we look at the sort of evolution of this from the board perspective, what do you all need to really keep a really, really close eye on so that this is as successful as you envisioned when you started, when you initiated the process 18 months ago or so?
Yeah, I can start with what gives people heartburn, because I know that may be part of the question. And a lot of it has to do with curricular changes that will probably have to take place over the next 3 to 5 years. That has been part of it, thinking particularly with the Franke College. But they are folks are working through that right now and have agreed that, okay, we can put these curricular questions on the table and they can stay on the table for the time being until we get the vision and mission hashed out. With other colleges, the College of Science and the Phyllis J. Washington College, they are discussing sort of, in one case, sort of the temperature of things, just how people are feeling based on informal conversations that members of each task force have had, and all the way up to the values that people really want to see come to the fore and really guide the work for the college in the future. So the College of Science has really doubled down on the values conversation, and the College of Humanities, Education, and Social Sciences has been more a discussion of what the conversation is right now in their respective academic units and larger sort of disciplinary mega fields. So it's ongoing for sure. One of the things that I did this year as we were launching our College of the Arts and Media Dean search was visit with faculty in the college. I pretty much had office hours that people could sign up for a day. And people came and talked with me for 10, 15 minutes and shared what they thought might be useful for me to know and consider, and how they thought a dean should be prepared to step into a dean role, and then what would make them successful. And one of the questions that came out of that, or one of the observations that came out of that, I thought was just gorgeous. And one of my colleagues, faculty colleagues, said very simply, "What can we do together?" And I thought that was such a compelling question. And in many respects, this RTP represents a campus call for creativity. So I think, as faculty, we come up in our different disciplines, and we feel a very strong affinity for those disciplines, and sometimes it's hard to go outside the lines. And so we think that this could help people see the benefits of stepping outside that line, even if it's just for a hallway conversation, even if it's just for a quick lunch to begin. We think that opening that up and, continually reiterating that question, what can we do together, what can we create together, is going to be a real sort of grounding source for us.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, Regent Lizard, I think it's a great question. And I think for those that don't know, Provost Lawrence, of course, was the dean of our College of Education. She's an academic historian by training and studying the history of education. It's been wonderful for me to have a partner who has a long view, because change is hard, and right, we all know those platitudes of change is hard, but change has happened over time too. Provost Lawrence has given me some reading assignments at times that have been very helpful to understand the longer view of education and how it has evolved. And as we think about this moment, when we're seeing an AI-powered, politically divided, rapidly changing world, and it does beg the question of us, how do we adapt to meet this? How do we, and in what ways are our structures perhaps inhibiting some of that adaptation? And if you think about the college where we're exploring bringing together the humanities, the social sciences, and education, that's not something we've had. It is a model in other places. But if you think about the world we face today, and you think about disciplines that understand our history, that understand our different frameworks for sense making over time, in terms of philosophy, our ways of studying the human experience through social sciences, and the ways in which we pass knowledge down. Education isn't that important to have those disciplines not inhibited by some of the structural barriers that we've had in the past. And I think there's real opportunity here. Change is hard. There are things that strike at identities and where historically different units have been, and we shouldn't underestimate those. And there are, of course, a lot of things to discuss and nuances, and to make sure that we understand, that no structure is perfect. All structures have pros and cons. That as we think about this new structure, we not only understand the pros, of which there are many, but we understand also the cons, and we work our best to minimize those. But it's been a good process, a good process of dialogue, and we appreciate the board's feedback and OCHI's feedback along the way.
Any additional questions? Thank you, President Bodnar, and thank you, Provost Lawrence. Very helpful.
Regent Bao, that brings us to our last request to plan item, and as Provost Elgren from Montana Tech comes up to the microphone, this item I think deserves some kudos to Dean Karen Vandeveer, to Highlands College, to Montana Tech. This came specifically at the request of our partners at the Department of Corrections. OCHI colleagues visited with them over the summer. They've been desirous of having a program to help upskill their existing staff, provide a clear career pathway for new staff, and we're ever so pleased that Montana Tech, Highlands College are answering the call. Provost Elgren.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner and Chairman and members of the board. And thank you for the preamble. I think I'm done with my comments. And actually, thank you, President Bodnar, for talking about educational opportunities, because most oftentimes in academic affairs, we're serving our students, serving our disciplines, serving our professions. Rarely do we have an opportunity to serve our community. And this is one of those. It came from the Department of Corrections to think about expanding the capacities of corrections officers around the area of behavioral health. And so the proposal is really crafted with them to think about 3 tracks. One is dual credit, which would really be thinking about recruiting people into the pipeline of corrections officers and around the skills of behavioral health. The other is an online program, which would be a behavioral health workforce certificate that really focuses on strategies for correctional officers thinking about behavioral health. And the last is a certificate of applied sciences and behavioral health. All 3 of them will be crafted in partnership with the Department of Corrections. So I think we've got a great partner. It's a great opportunity, and we're so excited, thanks to the leadership of Dean Karen Vanderville, who is going to be retiring at the end of this spring after 30-plus years of service to Montana Tech. And so this is one example of the fact that she's not coasting out of here, coasting to the finish line. She's going out with gangbusters, still creating really exciting new programs, and it's a great honor for us to work with her. So thanks.
With that, if there are any questions from the board for Provost Elgren. I can just reaffirm, I know that even as this proposal is being submitted, there's good conversations back and forth between DOC, Highlands College, Montana Tech. So thank you all for answering that call and for your creativity. I do agree it's a good partnership and opportunity.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner, I believe we move on to our informational items now.
We certainly can. I'll start off first with the academic approval items. Again, these are the items whose final approval you've delegated to the Commissioner of Higher Education's office. We visit monthly with our chief academic officers so that there's conversation around these items. We review them. I have not checked the page number of this current packet, but it's typically pretty long and available there for your review. But if there aren't any questions, we can move on to the academic processes update. And Regent Bao referenced this earlier. I think often we go through these request to plan items these academic proposals, and we don't come back to some of the criteria that you as a board have set out in policy on how we try and assess and make what can be complicated decisions about what our academic portfolios look like across campuses, how we prioritize that shape of the academic offerings we have as a system. And we're undergoing right now a process of thinking about both those criteria and how we make those real in our processes. And as we do that, I thought it'd be useful to bring you back to some of where we're at currently. And that's at first housed in Policy 303.1 on approval of academic programs, where you set out criteria that we as your staff should consider and bring to you our opinions when new programs are being developed. And some of those criteria are, how do they fit with your plan? How do they fit with campus's missions as set out in policy? How do they fit with campus mission parameters? Do we have evidence that we're reacting to a societal need or an economic need or a workforce need? Are we thinking thoughtfully about if we are unnecessarily duplicating programs, or if there are other modes or methods of collaboration across campuses, program modality, that would be a better use of our resources to serve that need that has been identified? Do the benefits outweigh the costs? And does the campus have adequate resources to deliver a quality program? And in our current process, we try and make that visible to all of us in a couple of different ways. When it comes to new programs, we have this process of annual planning and priority statements. Campuses reflecting on their program process and structure, giving us as OCHI, their colleagues across the state, you as a board, a thought of where they think that their portfolio is going and what programs we should expect to see in the near future so that we can have early visibility and early conversations. Analysis that OCHI staff put together on each programs that you can see in the executive summary on our early thoughts on cost, on labor market demand, and whether there are existing programs across the state that you should be aware of as we are reviewing these new programs. And then follow-up. At the final stage, campuses have both a fiscal analysis of the cost to stand up new programs as well as an analysis of the headcount they anticipate. If in future years those programs don't reach the headcount that they forecast when approved, there's a process to assess, were we reacting to a real demand? And if that demand is different than what we thought, what action steps are we taking, including possibly closing down new programs to address that difference? And then also on existing programs. We've been really proud of the collaboration we've had with the State Department of Labor to put pen to paper on the data, both for what we're seeing for workforce demand, new industries entering Montana, new occupations, and our graduates, and what our graduates are going into in terms of their fields, their pay, where they're being recognized in the labor market. In addition to that, a requirement that campuses review their overall program portfolio on a 7-year cycle. Process that we kicked off this summer, and very grateful to those listed on the bottom of this slide for their contributions already, to think about this overall picture and to think about reviewing our slate of definitions and policies on the academic front, our program approval policy, but also our definitions around our programs, what content is included, and then to take a look at these forms and processes. We've undergone, as was recognized earlier, a lot of policy change on definitions around program modality, definitions around program content, the principles and thoughts that we put into this process. Do we have a process that's still fit for purpose, or do we need to make some alterations or changes? Our current timeline is that we hope to come to the board in March with some of those early proposals to policy changes, as well as with some recommendations around this overall process and pathway and components of it that we would like to adjust. And with that, Regent Bauer, happy to open up if there are any questions from you or members of the board.
Yeah, Deputy Commissioner, thank you. This was really, I put this forward as a, oftentimes when you come from a non-academic world, it's a little confusing to understand why are we offering these courses on these campuses, and how do we change as the job market changes, demand changes, our demographics change. And this is the process. And so, I was very pleased with the work that the working group has done and that Joe put this together for us, because that was simply the intent, to remind us all why we offer courses at certain campuses, not at others. How do we ensure there's not much overlap, and how do we ensure there's a process for creating new ones and then closing down the ones that the market or the students have, have moved away from. So, long-winded way of saying simple question and a thorough response. Thank you very much. Questions from the board? Come on, Regent Lozar. I can see one brewing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This doesn't have to be really long, but going to the new program follow-up, this is something we put in place maybe 6 years ago. This step in the process, so looking back on some of the assumptions we made on what we thought the demand would look like, if just at a high level, as we've initiated some of these year 3 and 5 reviews, are there any sort of takeaways that you've observed, or are we doing a great job with some of those assumptions and some of that initial analysis? Are there things that we need to change in how we think about demand and the data for demand? And are there any major changes that we made to some of the programs that we thought were going to land well that just frankly didn't?
Yeah, thank you, Regent Lozar. And it might be that at a future meeting we can bring back some of the data on that process to give you a sense for how we think it's working. What I'll say, I think that having that sense that there is a structured check-in is helpful on the front end to campuses putting forth, I think, reasonable, thoughtful estimates of what we think we'll actually gain in headcount. And it certainly gives us as OG staff, provosts, some fodder to go and say, we need to be realistic and look retrospectively at prior programs on the headcount that we might think this great idea can produce, is that truly achievable?
Just one, Regent Lozar? Just one? Okay. Anybody else? Great. Again, thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner. Appreciate it. I don't just torment deputy commissioners. Sometimes I go after the directors themselves. And this would be Director King and the sprint degree conversation. And I'm very grateful that she's put together a panel so we could, this is a program that's only been, probably was approved 18 months ago, and we have our first graduating class. And I'm excited to hear what she's put together for us on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bao, Regents, President Cruzado. Good to see you all. It's such a delight to be on campus. The energy here is so infectious. I'm sure it feels like this every day. Thank you for that introduction, Regent Bao. I'm so fortunate to be joined online. We have two individuals who coming up on our screen here. Thank you. It's good to see you both virtually. The power of Zoom. And I'm so thankful to be joined by colleagues here to my right, and I'll let them all introduce and share their exciting news here in just a minute. I was telling Jasmine just at lunch, I feel like I have so many things to say, but really today's presentation on Sprint is about our panelists. I want you all to be able to hear from students, from graduates, and from the employers that are part of these programs to get a different level of information about Sprint. However, just bear with me for the next few minutes. I want to give a couple of updates, what's next, where we are, how things are going, and Regent Bao sort of teed this up. I'm not usually one for nostalgia, but I was certainly reminded walking into this room this morning that almost exactly 2 years ago, feeling very nervous about walking up here to just announce that we had finalized 3 programs. And at that point, we hadn't done any marketing. We hadn't even talked about them. We were fortunate enough to have some really brave and willing campuses to try these out. And we had some very welcoming industry partners to try it. And here we are. And I know you've talked about them before, but I think they're worth mentioning. Those 3 kind of initial pilots, Bachelor's of Science in Human Services at MSUB, a City College AAS in paramedic, and an AAS degree in surgical tech through a Great Falls College with support from City College and Missoula College. And I'm reminded, I took Regent Buchanan's words to heart this morning, like reflecting on all of these things that we do here. And I often have the privilege to come up here and be the voice of Sprint or carry this message, but I want to be clear that these programs are campus programs, right? They have worked really hard to redesign, to think about how they're serving students, how they can help students get to the finish line through something that's a little more accelerated and a little more intense. And I would be remiss to not always mention their ability and willingness to step up to the table to try this. So thank you all. So we have those 3 initial offerings, like Regent Bao sort of hinted, but by the end of this year, we'll already have 33 graduates. So just within those 2 years, next summer, we'll add another 24, and then that number will continue to grow as we see some cohorts continue and we see other cohorts of new programs come into this project. And I want to be reminded for myself and for all of you as we talk about like home and cohorts and support of students that these outcomes are really due to like dedicated faculty that are willing to think about education at an innovative level a little bit differently. They are due to incredible staff that work closely with these students. I'm going to talk about a survey we asked students to complete here in a second, and so many of them talk directly about the one person on their campus, whether and it changes through program, but that they have a person that is their person that really helps them get to the end of their educational goal. I'm forgetting to advance my own slides, my apologies. I was just talking to Regent Bao earlier about when I often talk to new campuses about thinking about Sprint or maybe encouraging them to think about a program, the question I get often is, what are we trying to do here? What's the question that we're trying to solve? And I think that's what's so interesting and challenging about Sprint, is that there are a lot of questions that we are reviewing through this lens. Do students want an accelerated path to education? Can we create a program that's intense, that meets accreditation, that meets all these requirements so that they can get done in a faster way? Is this meeting an industry demand? Does this help answer or address some of our questions around value to students about what their degree can mean to them? And ultimately, does this provide another path to education completion for the students across the state? And while I'd love to just say, like, I know all the answers to all of these things, I don't have all the answers to those things yet. But we're working on it, and I'm really excited to see how these programs continue, what we continue to learn. Similar to last fall, I'm going to talk about how horrible that slide looks, but similar to last fall, we sent out a survey to this cohort of students this year. It's not an extensive survey, but the goal of the survey is to really get an understanding of who the students are that are part of the Sprint cohorts, a little bit of demographic information, but also what is motivating them to be in an accelerated program. And I apologize for the tiny little letters and the colors and what probably looks like a hot mess, but this slide is really asking students, what influenced your decision to enroll in the program? This was sent across to all the different projects, and they had to rank from 1 to 6 what was most influential. And what continues to be really interesting to me we saw it last year, we're seeing it this year, but the number one reason students are enrolling in Sprint is because of the time it takes them to finish. They like the very accelerated model. The wording that comes out of students often is like, I wanted to be done with school, I wanted to start my career. They really appreciate that. I think what's also interesting is how those other pieces really fell into play as well. We talk about flexibility for students, where programs are placed, how they are delivered, what is included in that program. Does it have hands-on learning? Is there a direct industry connection? Some of the other highlights I just want to bring out of the survey, and if anybody would like a copy, please let me know. I'm happy to share that. But overwhelmingly, students said time to completion was their number one factor. Half of our students indicated that without an accelerated program, they would not have enrolled. 80% said that they would recommend an accelerated option to a friend. And about a third of our students are Pell eligible. I want to be clear, the Sprint model is not for every student. In fact, I know that's not true. I've met plenty of students who really appreciate the traditional model, who like having a break built in. But what I also know is that the traditional model doesn't serve all students. And I think that's where a lot of our questions really kind of, what I'm really interested in diving down into is, how do we create programs for what is often classified as the modern learner, right? So how do we have programming that isn't just 8 to 5 on a fall spring semester, that isn't just place-based, that isn't, that just maybe adds barriers to somebody's ability to enroll. And I think that is where, to me, like part of Sprint's goals and where we'll continue to evaluate. I'm taking more time than I want here, but takeaways here, I really want to highlight just the next steps column. We do have some new programs that will be launching next year at Northern, Missoula College, Helena College. This next step, step 2, is I think really important. I'm really interested to look at a cost analysis of what the cost to run a Sprint cohort versus a traditional cohort and what those differences are, but also what the cost analysis savings is for a student who chooses a Sprint track may be preferred to a traditional track. Our team at Missoula College did this for their accelerated nursing. It was really fascinating to think about tuition, how that's modeled, but also what the entry base point for a student entering the workforce is. Based on their predictions, students going through accelerated nursing could save around $47,000. That to me is pretty compelling. But also to continue to develop our industry menu, I feel Regent Southworth often talks about that, is how we can talk about delivering these programs different within their context, but then again, making sure that the state is aware of these, kind of a shared marketing campaign. So last, really why we're all here is the Sprint panel. And I want to, I will let our panelists introduce themselves. We have a couple of questions and then we will open it up to you all to please ask questions of them. I do just want to introduce their programs. They're both a little bit different, but on Zoom we have representatives from the paramedic program. Again, this is a 3-semester accelerated Associate of Applied Science at City College. And then to my right, these 3 individuals are part of a new program that launched this year. It is the Sprint program in elementary education. This is a program run through the University of Montana Western, but placed in Great Falls Public Schools. It is a really beautiful conglomerate of a lot of education initiatives. I think about Dr. McLean's Grow Your Own initiative, the education residency program, and Sprint kind of mirrored together to help answer some questions for students. This is, like I said, the BS in elementary ed, being able to be completed in 3 years. So with that, and your permission, Regent Bao, we will launch into some questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So I broke my questions up into employers and students. So we'll start with the employers in the room and online. Hopefully you're both off mute. Feel free to come off mute and feel free to turn your microphones on. Hopefully that's all working. But I'd love if both of you could give a basic overview of your program, but also in how you became involved with the program and maybe how this has helped to serve or meet some of your demands or the concerns you had about, not concerns, but how it helps to shape your employees. And Chief Banfield, I'll turn to you first, since it's probably challenging to know when to talk.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jason Banfield. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for Bozeman, Montana. I handle all the EMS work. So we just want to thank you guys for this program, because the development of more medicine inside the fire service is happening every day. Most of the 8 urban areas in Montana have adequate fire service areas, but what is happening now is what we're having to deal with is called mission creep. And what we're having to do is support the medicine side of pre-hospital. So having this program to develop more of that, as that world increases and literally Montana ages, we're going to need that support. And so being able to add more of this staffing for us has been great. And being able to take some of these experienced EMS providers and then move them to the next level seems to be the way to go. These are typically, people who have families and other competing issues, and the support, being able to do the accelerated programs and have them, low time but high intensity seems to fit the workforce. They already have some of this experience, and it really just helps to develop it. In the city of Billings, and actually the state of Montana, Billings Fire Department, because of this program, will be the highest employer of credentialed paramedics in the state. And this program sets those students up really well. I have to give a shout out to Chad Landon and his crew and all the preceptors that do this work. They are able to really put some good pressure on these, get them ready for the critical thinking world of EMS, and they're able to make sure that when they sit in front of the physician, they are good to go. They are someone that is trusted in the community to provide care. And as Montana ages, a little bit of this investment, if you guys understand, on the front end is really going to save Medicare and Medicaid dollars on the back end. And when I speak to that, there's really 4 big areas that are going to cost Montana a significant amount of money: sepsis, cardiac, stroke, and trauma patients. When those patients don't get good BLS care, there's definitely some issues and some long-term issues. If they get good BLS care, having good ALS care is even better. So we set that patient up for better outcomes on the back end, which saves us all money. So the other part of this is we've been able to stretch some of our education dollars and support that. And I believe that through this program, having this in Billings, because of the way we structure our responses on the medicine side, we are able to really give those students high volume and getting that experience. So just really, again, thank you for supporting this, and we hope to have more support for this, and we're hoping to send more people through this program. It's been a success so far for us.
Thank you. Rachel, do you want to? Okay.
Certainly, yeah. So my name is Rachel Cutler. I am the Elementary Curriculum Coordinator for Great Falls Public Schools. As I was sitting here just reflecting, I love this room. I'm a graduate of MSU. So that's right, go Bobcats. So 25 years ago, I sat in this room as a student teacher, and I was hired in Great Falls. I'm originally from there, and I had the desire to go back and teach in my hometown. And when I applied for Great Falls Public Schools, there was approximately 15 applicants for every position. So it was highly, highly competitive. And I think over the course of my career, we've seen the opposite. Last year in Great Falls, we had 6 or 7 classroom positions that we couldn't fill. And so over the past 25 years, I've been involved both in the classroom, but also with pre-service teachers as adjunct faculty, as an adjunct faculty member for several universities around the state, but also working with our brand new teachers. So my colleagues up here, we work with the brand new teachers. We do new teacher training. We provide the professional development. And what we have noticed is that, and it's heartbreaking, a lot of these people that we invest in when we hire them are gone in 3 years. And there are several reasons for that. I think teaching in an elementary classroom is difficult. I think it gets more difficult every year. But also, I think some teachers don't necessarily have a clear picture of what those demands are. And so they've invested 4 years of time and effort and funds into their education, and they get into the classroom and they're there for a year or two and they really decide it's not for them. And that's heartbreaking because they've invested, we've invested. And so we, well, my colleague down here, I'm actually going to let her introduce herself because I can't talk without her. So go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Marnie Naparella. I am a retired teacher from Great Falls Public Schools for 29 years, but I'm not doing retirement very well. I'm flunking, actually, because here I sit.
So as we were thinking about this, we knew we needed to tackle this idea of recruitment and retention. It's been an ongoing issue. So we reached out, we had an idea, we've actually been talking about it for a while, and it came out of sort of an experience that we both had. We were both adjunct faculty at MSU Northern. Marnie was the coordinator of the satellite program in Great Falls. And what we started to notice is that when she was hiring our classroom teachers as adjunct faculty, and those students were going through that satellite program, when it came time for hiring, our 15 elementary principals were fighting with each other to try to hire these people because they had been immersed with our curriculum. They had been taught by our Great Falls Public Schools classroom teachers. And so we decided we'd love to try to do this on a larger scale. And we were so fortunate when we reached out to Western, to Dr. Esty Aiken. We had scheduled a meeting with her to kind of talk about our idea for this school. And she said, I was just waiting for someone to come to me with this. She said, I've wanted to do this for a long time. So essentially, the core school at Morningside it's a charter, it's a public charter. And we have what we call a learning exchange. So we have our K-6 students, and our focus there for them is really intentional experiential learning. We want them to have a lot of hands-on project-based learning. The other layer are our pre-service teachers in the sprint degree, and I'm going to let our pre-service teacher introduce herself as well.
Hi, everybody. I'm Morgan Dunn. I'm the student at the sprint degree school in Great Falls. I went to MSU here actually my freshman year last year, and then I joined these lovely ladies at the core school.
So the beautiful thing about the core school is that, of course, we have our students, our K-6 students. We have these fantastic sprint degree students that we have hired as employees in Great Falls Public Schools. They are our playground supervisors. They supervise in the cafeteria. So they perform all of those duties for us, and we compensate them for that. But also, they get to spend every single day in a classroom with a teacher. And so they are assigned to one of our faculty members, and they are having an incredible immersive experience just by virtue of being there all day, every day. And our faculty then is that third layer. All of our teachers have been hired as adjunct faculty for Western. And they are delivering the coursework, mainly the methods coursework, in a way that's really immersive. We're connecting the coursework that's happening in those particular classes to what's happening day to day in the school. It's been better than I could have imagined. We've had a fantastic start.
Thank you all so much for that opening question. The next question I have is really for students, just to get, again, kind of the baseline. Why choose this path? There are other paths, traditional paths and others. What about this was most interesting to you, and yeah, if you want to just share a little bit. And Shelby, I'll kick it to you first if that's okay.
Hi, my name is Shelby. I live here in Billings. I just went through the MSUV paramedic sprint program. One of the main reasons that I chose it was I work on the ambulance currently, going through training for my paramedic, but I was working as an EMT during the time. One big thing for me was maintaining my full-time status at work while I was able to go to school, which is something that the original program can allow, but I would have had to rearrange my whole schedule. The online accelerated program, you finish about the same time as the in-person program, but I did like the layout of it. Other than that, I think primarily it's good for, say, if you're trying to go to work full-time, and also for people who have families at home. I know a lot of my classmates had families and they were kind of doing this as a second gig. Other than that, that's about all I got.
Thank you. And Morgan, do you want to jump in?
I think besides all the pros that there is with this program, I think the one that I really drawed me to was that I would get hands-on experience every single day. I could take what I was learning with my credit course classes directly into a classroom 30 minutes later after the class. Every day I learn how to imply to students and how to react with students from my mentor teachers and from the classes I'm taking. I also love that I get to be near my family. I did go here last year at MSU, and as much as I loved it and I love the cats, I miss my family, and this program was with my family. So that's been very nice as well. Of course, the pro of paying for the rest of my degree has been huge for me and my family. No one wants to be in debt, of course, so that's been a huge help for me and my family.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. I have many things I could ask, but I want to open the floor to have your questions answered as well.
Thank you, Ange, and thank you everyone here. I think it's pretty remarkable. I mean, we talked a lot about meeting students where they are. I think this is one of the better examples we've seen. We also understand at the university, as a system, it's very hard to be innovative. And I find that this is an innovative program that really is meeting our goals. Morgan, I have a question for you. So just walk me through your day. You're a full-time student and you have pretty much a full-time job?
Yeah, basically. So I get up in the morning, I have my morning duty at school, and every Friday we have an in-person class that takes about an hour and a half of our time, and then we go straight into the classroom and are with the classroom the rest of the day. The rest of the days we have about an hour and a half, 2-hour break in the middle of our day to do our homework for our online classes and our in-person classes, but all the other hours we're in the classroom with our mentor teachers, working and helping out with them.
Remarkable, thank you. And maybe just switching a little bit to Chief Banfield, a question, if you're still on, thank you. Thank you for your description, that was super informative and helpful. One of the questions I have, is this a issue on the paramedic program where, it's one and done, like there's a big backlog of people that need to get this, or is it sustainable? Do you see that this is 5-10 years from now, there'll still be a steady flow of people who need these certifications and upgrades?
Yeah, as far as an employer, the growth that you're seeing in communities and the pressures medicine's putting back on there, whether it's a hospital-based program, fire department-based, or private industry providing those services, I foresee that this is going to continue on. These are high stressful jobs. I love that you guys are talking about the transitional things and removing barriers to them for further education, because, honestly, this environment, typically you're getting 8 to 10 years out of a paramedic and then they're looking for the next thing. So the barriers you guys are removing to other programs, the biomedical sciences, the nursing programs, then to NP and PA, if you guys keep continuing to do that, having those paramedic, those career paramedics that move into those services because they're done in that front part of the service does help move them into other careers and as they transition out from the pre-hospital world. So it gives them another opportunity for further education too. So
that's a great piece. From your perspective, it could become a career ladder for people to spend time at this level, but then continue to move up as they hit their natural progression. Yeah.
Absolutely. And, you know, you see some of those paramedics in our community go to PA school and then go back to nursing school and then become NPs. And the experience they're taking from the pre-hospital world, they usually do very, very well into those next steps. They're typically the highest students in those environments and then do well. We've even had a few go on to become physicians. So again, this is a great seed program for just medicine, as Montana's going to be short providers. I also used to work at the hospital here at Billings Clinic, and I can speak to the shortages of healthcare providers. And so, you know, we did a lot of locums and travelers, and then that drives the cost of healthcare up for all of us. So having these people in a community that can be developed and homegrown and then move on is super important.
Thank you very much. Other board members, questions, comments? Yeah.
Regent Bell, thank you. I'm going to go back at you too, Jason. Jason, good to see you. Todd Buchanan. I want to thank you, first of all, for being a leader in this creation, leaning in and saying that you're receptive to the idea of making the investment. Following up on Regent Bow's inquiry, your last comment in your initial presentation was, we want to send more. We want to send more. So as you kind of go through your platoon of people that are candidates for this, what are some of the barriers that still exist from getting more folks into this pipeline? Are there further barriers we can reduce? One question. And then from your department's perspective, as you look at other fire departments, police departments in the area, how scalable is this model? Do we need to be looking for ways to look for other healthcare pathways that first responders are looking for? And again, I guess I'm asking, you were an early adopter, early supporter of this. What was the inspiration that got you to the table, and how do we go cultivate that same level of industry engagement that we got you early on?
So obviously for us, it's the need. It's the driving force of, you know, we went from 10,000 calls to 20,000 calls in about the last 15 years. And that driving force to provide that care in our area. When you look at other, you know, the top 8 communities in Montana, I can just speak from the fire service. They're expanding and wanting these providers. You know, rumor has it Missoula's looking for 20 new, Kalispell's looking for 15. And I like to see about a third of those at an ALS level. So if they don't come on right away because we're so short in hiring so quickly, having this way to develop those people that want to go through this and to support those roles is super important. The other piece with this is what we're starting to see is the post-hospital, not pre-hospital, and having paramedics or some type of community paramedicine. My daughter goes to MSU. She's a Bobcat, go Bobcat. But I do have to give a shout out to U of M because some of our EMTs have gone through their certified industrial healthcare worker programs, and they're starting to see the post patients that have been released to the hospital and make sure they have some sort of support and follow-up. That keeps recidivism down. And of one of those EMTs that was a CIH, she got interested so much in furthering her medicine, she is now one of your applicants in this program. So it's capturing those two.
Regent Buchanan, Regent Bow, if I could just add to Chief Banfield's point, part of it also is the design of the program. And I think for both of these programs, the paramedicine program, having it structured as an online program so that we can collaborate in similar ways with fire chiefs in other parts of the state to meet some of those needs, and particularly in more rural communities. And for the core school, I'm so excited with what you're doing, and I know Dr. Aiken, UM Western, we've had conversations with Glenn Disk at the Department of Labor, thinking early thoughts about, are there opportunities to take similar models and think about how they can be structured in rural school districts, where it might not be a group of 10 or 13, it might be a group of 1 or 2, but recognizing that we have some needs, and this is a model that can build on all of the work that has happened around growing your own educators in state, in a model that really does solve some of those barriers of, can I get to know your school? Am I sure that you're going to stick around? Can I have hands-on experience through that educational pathway?
Yeah, Rachel and Marnie, I just want to, when we as sat around as a Board of Regents tried to envision what this program would look like, we in no sense had an idea that you'd get students to work full-time and study full-time, and that a school district would be our business partner. So I really congratulate you on your creativity. And you're solving one of the biggest problems facing Montana, which is the shortage of qualified teachers, which we heard about from Superintendent Artson at every prior meeting of the board. So thank you very much for your work. And I think to follow up on Deputy Commissioner's comments, we would, we know there's more need for this in other school districts. And so continue to be creative, and we'll try and help you expand that, what you're doing.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from the board? Just a big thank you to everyone for taking the time to come down, to be here in person. We know it's a busy time of year for everyone, and very much appreciate your comments and your clarity for all this. Thank you.
Thank you all. And if it's okay, I know that Marnie brought some forms. No, never mind. Okay, never mind. Thank you.
The QR code wasn't current, so we'll send them to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have one more item before we take a short break.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bao. And if we can pull up the slide deck, we'll take one update on a project that it's been a few years in the making. I didn't pay faculty at our Moose Far breakfast for so well setting up this discussion, but we in Montana have one of the best alignment of curriculum across the state between our institutions because of the work that we've done over the past now more than 15 years on Common Course numbering. And that's a huge advantage in allowing our students clarity on how courses can count towards curriculum at multiple institutions, and having a basis of conversation amongst our faculty and institutions on academic programming. Theoretically, that has a lot of advantages in terms of being able to collaborate on academics, to share courses, to consider how we collaborate on making academic programs available in new places. One of the barriers that we hear about pretty often is students who are delaying their graduation because they've got off cycle with offerings at their local campus. They're out of sync with when courses are offered, and therefore they have to wait some time before they can take a course that's necessary in their pathway for them to graduate on time. Or in other cases, we have institutions who serve rural, remote communities where they struggle to find the faculty, or to maybe only one deep on a faculty member who teaches a key course in a pathway. And we know that for some time we've had lots of students who have attended other institutions to get that coursework when they need it. Part of the challenge with that is there's a lot of hurdles. You have to apply, you have to register, you have to pay 2 bills, you have to consolidate 2 financial aid packages if you're trying to pay for a course, and that's not student friendly. That's not what we should be aiming for. And so for the past few years, we've been slowly piloting creating a common online catalog of courses across the Montana University system, and really prioritizing in that process, how do we make it as easy as possible for students to use, so that they can search for courses across our entire system of institutions, and have a process so they can get into those courses, still only pay 1 bill, still only manage 1 financial aid package, and have a lot of the processes that have to go on behind the scenes be easy from the student perspective. And that is now active here at courseshare.mus.edu. Currently, we have the entire University of Montana affiliation, our 3 community colleges participating in that work, and we are now expanding to the MSU affiliation, as well as uniquely, thanks to some grants funds from the Dell Foundation and the National Association of System Heads, to 2 tribal colleges in Montana. And what this achieves, theoretically, is giving students access to a much vaster array of coursework than they would have at one institution, in a way that hopefully expands the options of courses they can take, when they can take them, expands the programs that might be available in more rural parts of our state in particular. What I want to recognize is behind the scenes on that is a heck of a lot of work that registrars, financial aid staff, student account staff have had to put in to mesh systems in higher education that really aren't meant to be meshed that well. And I'd say it's a work in progress. It's a work that has expanded. As you can see, increases enrollment each term, now up to more than 140 unique courses that have been taken through the exchange. And now we're getting to the point of, I think, positive conversation of what are the remaining barriers that we need to knock down from our process, from our technology, so that we can achieve the overall theoretical benefit, which really is this. It's recognizing that if we're able to more effectively partner on accessing online coursework across the university system, and most of our institutions, we double or triple the courses that students would have access to in a given term. So just wanted to provide this update to you all, what I think is a unique and exciting process. It's taken a lot of blood, sweat, tears, and toil on the part of campus staff to get us this far. We have a little bit more work to do to expand this exchange to upper division coursework, expand it to new institutions, think about some of the processes that are still too manual on the part of folks in the trenches. But then I think a lot of opportunity in terms of how this expands options for students across the state. Thanks also should go to John Thunstrom, who was shouted out earlier. John has been key in getting the IT setup of this exchange running, as well as Sue Balter-Reitz, who is, I'm very thankful, on board and helping to grow it from this state. But we're excited about this work. It's fairly unique across the nation. And it's, I think, opening up some new opportunities for students to access an entire system's worth of coursework through one place.
Yeah, I just want to echo Deputy Commissioner Till's comments that we're really appreciative to the campuses and everyone who's involved with, both Sprint Degree and the online course exchange. It's easy to talk about these things. They're hard to implement, and we appreciate that there's a lot more work that goes on than we probably are aware of here at the board. So thank you, everyone. With that, we will take a break. Chairman Buchanan, how long would you allow us?
You know your agenda. In order to be done by 4:30, do we need 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, 15 minutes.
15 minutes,
3:15, everyone back?
3:15, we'll be back.
Great.
Great.
Thank you.
Quick recess. Thank you. Reconvene and bring the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee back to order. Chair Bow. Thank you.
Okay, we are back. We are moving straight on to our research update.
Thank you, Chair Bow. I think you can title the rest of the afternoon's agenda as putting the R back in ARSA. This is our research update for the year. There's a lot of exciting news to share, news on the horizon. We'll be joined by Tim Van Rieken, who's the Regional Innovation Officer leading the Headwaters Tech Hub, and also have a great panel highlighting some of the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, cybersecurity focused research and work going on in the MUS. But first, I wanted to provide a general overview on where we're at and what's immediately on the horizon. And where we're at is in a pretty darn good place. This year, latest data, $427 million in campus research expenditures in 2024. And to put that in context, you'll see that's more than double where we were about 7-8 years ago. On an annual basis, what that means is university system faculty going out and out-competing faculty around the nation for both industry, state, and federal research and development expenditures and opportunities. In fact, in 3 of the past 5 years, if you look at cross-state data, we've ranked in the top 10. In the most recent data, we ranked in the top 5 for research growth as a state university system. And I expect that when the data is released at the end of this month, we'll again be in that top 10 area for research growth. So huge growth in terms of our faculty attracting grants to do science. That has some pretty direct impacts also on what we're able to offer to students. You can see here, research funding currently is supporting more than 2,000 graduate and undergraduate students around the state. annually. If we look at some of what's happening in graduate education, there are certain fields in graduate education where we're seeing declines in the number of graduates, but others, I think, largely supported through research expenditures, particularly STEM graduate education fields, where we've seen pretty substantial growth. Also in health fields, health professions, pretty substantial growth over time. And some points of light all around the system in terms of larger federal programs and areas of work where we're building substantial expertise. In recent meetings, we've heard about Montana Tech on critical minerals, work with Navy Research Lab on research focused on processing, new routes for safely producing critical minerals, providing new types of graduate education in that field. You'll hear later about the Tech Hub, optics and photonics, also substantial quantum investments on this campus. And this is what you see on this slide is a program that I think you should also be aware of, and that's the National Science Foundation Regional Innovation Engines, where the University of Montana has just been invited to submit for their next funding round for an engine that would be focused on forest and rangeland technology. So precision forestry, precision instruments to work on human-wildlife interfaces, rangeland management. And if successful in the grant that they submit in February, that engine could bring up to $160 million in funds over the next decade to a partnership led by the University of Montana, but involving universities across Montana and Idaho. Recently, we've also been trying to develop better statistics across campus to give us some sense of what's in the near future. So this is looking just at MSU Bozeman, Missoula, Montana Tech, thinking about how many proposals are we submitting each year? What's on the horizon in terms of funds being requested, in terms of new awards that will set some of our research expenditures in years moving forward. And on each of these, really what we're trying to think about is, are our ranks of faculty active in the grant-making space? Are we submitting more proposals year over year? How is our infrastructure at the campus level in terms of supporting faculty in developing new research awards working? What are some of the trends in terms of the size of awards that we're applying for, the size of the awards that we're being awarded? And generally over this time, what we've seen is holding stable some in some of the number of proposals submitted, the share of faculty that are participating in submitting proposals, but pretty substantial increases in our success rates and the average size of new awards, which at least for some time will bode well for holding some of that research growth at least constant. However, I think that there are some changes on the horizon, some important strategies that we as a university system are trying to pursue to react to some of those changes. For some time, I think our goal has been identifying strengths that we have in state that we can invest in, that we can build networks around, that we can lean into, that align well with what's emerging as federal funding priorities. You can think about EPSCoR work that we've had in water science, forest science, environmental management, work on the quantum supply chain, work on precision forestry and agriculture, optics and photonics. We've leveraged, I think, very well over the past couple of decades, federal grants that operate more at a statewide level to help invest in some of these areas of strength. And recently you can see that through strategic faculty hires that have been supported through our NSF Track 1 Smart Fires grant in AI and machine learning, and some support coming through the Tech Hub that will give us new opportunities to strengthen our faculty core in optics and photonics related areas. But there's some big changes on the horizon. One is that one of the main areas of grant making that has sustained some of that statewide strategy, statewide investment is through the National Science Foundation, their EPSCoR program, which is undergoing huge changes right now that's going to take some careful planning at a state and system level across campuses, including private and tribal college partners and private research entities, if we're going to be competitive, and where we expect that there will be a little bit less funding at a state level to invest in some of these nascent research areas. And then maybe more impactfully, some of the programs that we have prioritized, where we've seen early success, the Regional Innovations Program, the Tech Hub Program, those were initially passed with substantial bipartisan support, including support through our entire federal delegation. But those programs haven't received their full appropriation. And it's unclear at this point what the change in administration, what the changeover in Congress is going to mean for the continued funding of those programs. And it seems likely that some of the programs where we've seen great success may not receive their full freight of funding that was initially forecast. And so with that, perhaps I'll pause, Regent Bow, quickly to see if there are any questions on this overview before we shift into inviting some of our guests up to talk about some points of light in the university system research enterprise.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Till. I think it's a remarkable number to in that short amount of time to have doubled what we're doing as a state. I noticed it's listed up there that we rank 5th in growth, meaning obviously from our base. But I also assume that means that growth didn't all happen in the Rocky Mountain region. That probably we're dramatically outperforming our neighbor states. Is that? Do we have data on that, or is that just one?
We do have comparative data on that. We are dramatically outperforming our neighbor states. Okay. Over the past, I think that if you looked at the over the past decade figure, we currently rank 2nd in the growth of the university research enterprise out of the nation. And that's been pretty sustained over the past 4 or 5 years. And I think in part it's the result of pretty smart investment by our research enterprises at our main research universities over the past decade in building out faculty teams that could be competitive in that national environment.
And I assume that you've chosen some of the speakers like Tim Van Ryken and Al Divert as on the back of their successes and that money. Great. Thank you.
If there
any questions from the board on that? Great. Let's keep moving, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Bow. With that, certainly one incredible statewide collaboration and success point has been the Headwaters Tech Hub. And your university has played an important role in this effort, but it has truly been a whole state effort to bring this Tech Hub to Montana. It's building off of the optics and photonics cluster that's based here in Bozeman, but really will reach statewide. And I'm delighted for many reasons to introduce Dr. Tim Van Ryken, who about 9 months ago, I think, formally assumed his role with the Headwaters Tech Hub and is now guiding it forward. Tim.
Thanks, Deputy Commissioner, and thanks to the chair and to the board for having me here today. I am really excited to have the chance to talk to you all about the Headwaters Tech Hub and what we've already achieved as a state by working together and really coming together across universities, across sectors, but also the excitement about what's to come. Just going forward, if you go back a year and a half or so, the first meeting to organize the Headwaters Tech Hub, what was eventually to become the Headwaters Tech Hub, took place up at Missoula College. You can see it kind of hidden behind the big news that came later. We were the first state in the nation, the first organized effort in the nation to figure out how to pull a team together, what we were going to do. We were ahead of the curve there. We had the director of the Tech Hubs program from EDA appear by video. Big blizzard in Missoula that day. It has really gone like gangbusters since then. We were one of 31 hubs to get a designation, one of only a few rural hubs to get a designation. And then in that was really the golden ticket to go after the big implementation funding. And so in July of this year, it was announced, you can see there that we were awarded $41 million in federal funding over the next 5 years to build this hub, to implement the strategy that we envisioned. And so a lot of visibility, a lot of enthusiasm. It is already, we haven't even barely started yet, and it is already really moving the needle on how people think about the state and its partnerships between universities and industry and economic development, but also folks coming to the state wanting to make investments in us and help us move forward. So it's a really exciting time. I've been around a bit talking about the Tech Hub. I've been involved with it for quite a while. Two big questions when I talk about it that I get right away is number one, what the heck is a Tech Hub? And number two, what can you expect from the Headwaters Tech Hub for Montana? And so I'm going to start the conversation today by just kind of going through kind of what the motivation is there. Fundamentally, what the Tech Hubs are about is, for decades, the country has had a comfortable lead in R&D, in tech development, mostly in a pretty hands-off way. There's definitely focused, targeted investment in defense and in space technology and so on, but a lot of the technology development was fairly hands-off from a federal level. And just the innovation and the power of our economy and the power of capitalism was enough to kind of keep that edge for a long time. Those days are not the same. Those days are a thing of the past a bit. Some adversarial nations have invested very heavily in a very targeted way, not always in a fair way, and that has changed the dynamic of where we stand on a global level in terms of our tech sector. Congress recognized this. Some of the think tanky types around DC and across the country recognized this and said, you know what, it is time for a much more focused approach to innovation policy in the country. And that's really what led to the CHIPS and Science legislation overall a couple years ago. It's also specifically what led to the Tech Hubs program. Part of the argument for the Tech Hubs program was we have peerless innovation centers along the coast. Silicon Valley, Seattle, San Diego, Boston, best innovation flywheels that we have in the world. And enormously successful and have helped keep us in the lead for decades. Nobody wants to kind of remove the power of those flywheels. But part of the cost of that success is that at just as purely risk mitigation, money follows money, talent follows talent, and so they suck up all of those resources. And meanwhile, there's all of these other places in the country that have the potential to have impact at a similar level, maybe not quite the same level, but at a similar level, but haven't been able to kind of get that kickstart to activate those innovation engines the same way. And so you can see that on the map there, but the idea for Tech Hubs was, let's invest in those places. Let's put substantial catalytic federal investments in those areas. Let them activate into regions that can be really competitive. And so that's what the national vision for Tech Hubs is all about. Number one, you target regions that are already on a strong technology trajectory. You don't want to start from scratch. You want to start from an area where there's already strength. And you want to target your investments in industries that are aligned with national and economic security, because this is all about keeping the country in the lead. You make that very, very strong catalytic federal investment. You are focusing on technologies that are not necessarily are at the R&D level, that are ready for production at scale. And this is where the engines at NSF and the Tech Hubs at EDA are complementary. The engines are envisioned to be a little bit more R&D focused. The Tech Hubs are about getting that production at scale, bringing more of that manufacturing and that supply chain here in the U.S., which is really a large part of what we're focusing on. If you're building that tech ecosystem, you're not just building the companies. You're not just investing in individual projects. You need the workforce to go with it. You need the infrastructure across the board to go with it, the business development to go with it, the capital availability, and so on. And in large part from the work of our delegation and others in the region, there was a push to make sure that we are establishing tech hubs in rural areas instead of urban ones. When the think tanks were thinking about it, they were thinking about places like Austin or Salt Lake City or Greenville, South Carolina. And there ought to be engines in those places. There ought to be this level of innovation at those places. But innovation can happen, as we all know, innovation can happen anywhere. It can happen in a place like Montana. It does happen in a place like Montana. And you can build those flywheels in a place like here as well. They might not look the same. They might not operate exactly the same. The way you go about your workforce strategies might be different, but you can build it here, and we want to make sure that we build it here. So why Montana then? Starting with that number one, where do we already have strength where we can really be a competitive edge and be a national and global leader in this decade-long type scale? The optics and photonics industry was really our best bet to go after this, where we were already one of the top 3 or 4 regions in the country, definitely under the radar, but definitely within the community known that we had a lot of strength here. I'll note, just to show the longevity of these types of investments, a big part of the reason that we have had this sustained strength in optics and photonics is we had a few good professors here in the Bozeman area. We had a few companies just seeding. They decided to work together and go after NSF EPSCoR funding in the very early days of NSF EPSCoR. That's what seeded this trajectory that we've seen over decades. And so that's how that trajectory is supposed to work, where the growth and the sustained partnership gets you something really big in the long term. So this is, you may have seen this before. I have certainly seen this a whole bunch of times. It's Dr. Joe Shaw's favorite slide. This is the trajectory and the growth of tech companies in Montana in the optics and photonics space over the last 3 to 4 decades. It's a very strong growth trajectory. They're companies that are, in many cases, small niche companies still that are low volume but very, very high quality instruments that sell for a lot of money. In some cases, they're companies that have been acquired by national leaders, but in many cases kept in Montana. This is how we have contributed to the economy in this sector for decades. Examples here, Bridger Photonics is a Montana-grown company. They have one of the best ways to detect methane remotely. Right now, they're growing like gangbusters. The bottom right is LiDAR technology that's at Aurora, going on autonomous vehicles, these sorts of sectors, as well as drone technology, national security technology, and so on. So this is what we're building around. So the vision for the Headwaters Tech Hub is we want to be a global leader in these smart photonic sensing sensors, so remote optical sensing. They're used in all types of sectors, whether it's national security, autonomous vehicles, precision agriculture, natural resources management, all of these things across the board, including many, many industries that are fundamentally important to Montana and to rural America. And so we are building up our ability to develop these technologies, to grow and scale these technologies, and to keep as much of the manufacturing as possible here in Montana. We are working to build vibrant complementary clusters in different parts of the state, centered around the universities, centers around the communities, that focus on where those regional strengths are. So natural resources management in Missoula, environmental analytics, critical resources in Butte, and so on. There's a lot of opportunities there for partnerships between the photonics and optical sensing industries and the end-use applications. That's core to what our vision is for this tech hub. But again, it's not just about growing technology. It's not just about growing companies. Our major goal is to make sure that there's access for all Montanans to the good paying jobs that will come with the growth of this industry. And so workforce efforts are a big part of what we're doing as well. We're starting in a region that's mostly focused in western Montana because that was essentially a requirement by the funding agency. But our vision from day one is to say, how do we expand that statewide? And it's been something that we have wrestled with extensively all across the board. And as we do all of this, we want to have intentional inclusivity of tribal and rural communities. We also want to keep Montana fundamentally what Montana is, right? We don't want to be Silicon Valley in the same way, but we want to have something that works for Montana in growth and technology growth that works for Montana. So this is our innovation corridor as defined by EDA. It's basically the metro and micropolitan areas of Bozeman, Missoula, Butte, and Kalispell, and then the rural areas that are in between. But again, I don't want to focus on this because this is defined for EDA. We're really talking about expanding all of these impacts statewide and designing our work around that. I do want to make sure that I point out this is by design, a consortium-based effort. And so we're required to have government and industry and universities and workforce development and economic development, and you see we have multiple of each of those as part of our team. And I'm in conversation, I would say 24 out of these 27 members I've had conversations with in the last 2 or 3 weeks. Like, I'm in constant contact with almost everybody in this consortium in one way or another. And if you're not one of those that I've talked to, then hit me up. Big picture, and this is the splashy slide, and this is definitely aspirational. I think at the end of a decade, we're looking to have a $10 billion economic impact on the state. We're hoping to grow or attract or engage with in some way or another up to 1,000 companies, and we're hoping to bring 25,000 jobs to the state, create 25,000 jobs, not just purely in the tech sector, but in the ripple effect that comes with that as well. This is intended to be a big investment. It's intended to be a big aspirational program, and that's what we're going after. How do we do that? So this is the initial investment. This is what we have to work with now. We have a $45.9 million in project funding announced in July of this year. That includes $41.3 million of federal funding, but also $4.5 million of match, including a substantial match from the universities in the state here. We have 2 tech maturation and deployment projects, and I'll talk through briefly what those mean here in a moment. We have 2 workforce-oriented projects, and then we have an administrative core project. Along with that, the beginning of that flywheel, the beginning of that catalyst, we had commitments for an additional $14 million plus of leverage commitment, time commitments that people were making, intended placements of research facilities in the region, things like that, that we had documented at the time of our application. This is, and I'll just briefly go with these. I don't want to go too deep on these, but I'll go through what the 5 projects are. When we talk to companies in this sector and companies in the state, in terms of what is the tech deployment kind of constraints. I view the tech hub as like identifying where there's constrictions in the pipeline, where there's friction in the process of having this scale up and success, and working to remove that friction. And so when we talked about tech deployment, one was the size, weight, and power of sensors. When you're building a LiDAR now, like by traditional means, you end up with something the size of a shoebox. It'd be a whole lot better, you could sell a whole lot more of them if it was the size of a matchbook. And so one of our projects is about doing just that, whereby putting your photonics on a chip, so as like you do with microelectronics technology, by putting your photonics on a chip, you can shrink it down, you can have much lower weight, much lower power, sell a lot more of them. It solves the problem of you don't want to have a drone where the sensor is 3 times the cost of the drone, those sorts of things. So this project is led by the Montana Photonics and Quantum Alliance. It's in partnership with Fix, a company newly located into the region here, as well as MSU and Shadow Ridge Analytics. The other tech maturation deployment constraint that people talked about was the need for very late stage testing and evaluation. Companies that are trying to demonstrate or trying to get their complex technologies onto market, especially, they said, you know, we need to be able to test in challenging real-world environments. Montana has its share of challenging real-world environments. And so we are, this is a project that's led by the University of Montana in partnership with Accelerate Montana, where the hub office is housed. We're partners with Montana Tech, with MSU, with Grand Farm in North Dakota, with the state DOT. What we're doing is we're standing multiple test beds around the state. So we're able to test at Lubric Forest in Missoula, where folks can fly drones or do testing over complex terrain in forests and so on. We're standing up a test bed at Lutz Farm at MSU here. We're standing up one in the underground mine facility that's adjacent to Montana Tech, things like that. And so this is going to let companies go there, pay to use the facilities, have an instrumented facility where they can have some baseline environmental conditions, but test their technology, demonstrate how it works, build their customer base by that way, and so on. And so this is going to help them scale up and get to market faster and bring business to Montana that way. On the workforce side, there's 2 projects. One is about advancing tribal STEM pathways, and this is led by Salish Kootenai College. This will connect tribal colleges to some of the other hub-related career pathways and technology pathways. It includes things like secondary teacher training, opportunities for underserved secondary school students, internship opportunities, summer research opportunities, as well as scholarships and creations of new curricula in STEM fields at Salish Kootenai College. The intent is to grow at that institution and develop things at that institution, but to do it very intentionally with the idea of let's make this as hybrid as possible. Let's do it in a way that we can clone this elsewhere in the state, other tribal colleges, other rural communities in the state as well. And then finally, the last one is a project that's going to be based at MSU here. This is about university-based training and ecosystem support. So the first thing that it will do is establish a photonic sensor training and testing laboratory at MSU. There will be a faculty hire associated with that. It adapts testing technologies that we can use in coordination with these test beds. The students will be able to learn skills in the lab and then go support activities at the test beds or in the integrated photonics ecosystem projects. And we intend this to be a stepping stone towards the creation of an undergraduate photonics engineering degree program. There's actually a shortage nationwide at the 4-year degree level in photonics engineering. And we ultimately, I think, would like to have a program at MSU for that, which I think that has been a topic of discussion here already. And then finally, all of this is a pretty complex endeavor, and so there is also an office, a coordinating body, an administrative core for this, and so we'll have some resources for that too. We expect for this to be ambitious. We want it to be ambitious. We need to be able to tackle that collectively, and that means a lot of making connections, bringing people together, helping to make sure initiatives go forward, keeping track of the reporting and the compliance requirements, all of those sorts of things. I will say it's established under the purview of Accelerate Montana. The intent has always been that we will eventually spin out into our own organization, and we've been working closely with Accelerate Montana to make that a smooth transition. And this is just some of the core competencies we have there, but it's the sort of things we've already been talking about. So I think in the interest of time, I'll leave off there, and I welcome any questions you might have. Thanks.
Tim, thank you very much. What's the decision-making process like for the disbursement and investment of these dollars, right? And in that framework, does any go to the private sector, or is this all investment that goes into, universities or existing kind of cooperative ventures?
Sure. So it is it's admittedly a little bit of an odd structure that was imposed on us by the funding agency. So it is not a single siloed project where everything funnels through me or my office. Those 5 projects that I talked about are 5 different financial relationships with the Economic Development Administration and so on. But in terms of like the bigger point for your question, I don't see the hub as being a picking winners, picking projects sort of thing. What the hub is about is building an ecosystem, building the kind of infrastructure that is a shared resources for all companies and across the ecosystem, so that they all have easier access to test bed capabilities when they need to test. They all have access to the mechanisms of the integrated photonics ecosystem, where in that case in particular, there will be user facilities based at MSU, there will be user facilities based at this company, Fix Inc., that when they want to go and pilot out or prototype a new device, we have instrumentation available to them for cost that enables the companies to do the testing when the equipment itself might be too expensive for an individual company. And so there will be instances, like with Fix Inc., where there are definitely private companies directly involved and that benefit from that. The intent, though, the goal and how we designed it is to be something that raises the level for the ecosystem.
Thank you. And then what kind of results would you want to show to qualify then for the next round of funding? Like, what's success look like under these parameters?
Right. We will want to show impacts in terms of number of jobs and salaries for jobs, like good paying jobs, and showing increases there. Definitely metrics in terms of business attraction and new business launch are things that the agency will care about. The model for it is a little bit different from like a typical NSF project, where we presented to them a wider range of projects that we wanted to go after from the beginning, including some very heavily workforce-focused projects. And for budget reasons or for other reasons, they didn't select all of them. And so in a next round of funding, we could improve those proposals and submit them again. We could do follow-on funding for the things that we already have going on and demonstrate this, build on their success. Or we could have new ideas that come out of our ecosystem that say, you know what, we have identified additional needs and additional things that we want to go after, and so we're putting this application forward instead.
Thank you. It's really exciting, and it was a very competitive process to get named a Tech Hub. Congratulations on that achievement. Other questions from the board? Regent Lozar.
Yep, Chair Brown, thank you. I too had the same question about sort of distribution of these funds, the use of funds, and maybe if we go to just maybe a level lower, I'm just trying to understand sort of who all the partners will be, and are we talking like building labs? Are we talking about sourcing equipment for each of these projects? Are these resources going to sort of human resources, so trainers, instructors? Is it going into university system? I mean, I know each of the projects are very different, but I'm just trying to envision, like, if I understand where the budget is going, it comes to life a little bit more. So can you just maybe go a little bit deeper to
Absolutely.
How do we know how we're going to be using these resources?
Okay. I'm doing this from memory, and so like the numbers might be a shade off, but so the administrative core is about 10%, a little bit less of the total budget. That's primarily staffing for a core team, contracted resources, things like that. So basic business operations that come along with that. That's about 10%. The integrated photonics ecosystem is about $14 million. That is a fair amount of staffing, large amounts of equipment purchases, because all of the equipment for this ecosystem based at MSU, based at FixInc, and the split between there depends on kind of who the expected customers are, things like that. So a lot of equipment there, a fair amount of staffing as well, because it's, if you know how to use the equipment, that's great. If you are wanting kind of fee-for-service types of support instead, then you need to have the staffing at those institutions to go along with. The test beds is a fair amount of staffing again. We have 4 different test bed efforts. They all need some folks who are going to focus on this. This is another $14 million or so project. Those actually include substantial subsidies in each of those test beds to enable companies to make use of the test beds. And so from an ecosystem perspective, from my perspective, part of the benefit of that is, I want these to be sustainable in terms of their longevity. Then we need to build up a customer base. One of the ways that you build up a customer base is have existing successful projects that then you can talk about and show, look what we can do here. And so we built in an ability to subsidize some early projects to reduce the cost of those to build up that. But also, because our primary goal is to build up the Montana ecosystem, we are focusing those subsidies on Montana companies that want to come and use those test beds. And so it's a way to incentivize the growth and maturation of Montana companies as well. The workforce projects at Salish Kootenai, there's a fair amount of student scholarships involved. There is certainly some staffing involved in there as well. And those are the 2 biggest cost categories, I think, is direct support for students to make it easier to get through pipelines and to make sure that they have the faculty and so on with the EDA funds. Now, all of these also, we are seeking additional, more flexible sources of follow-on funding for capital improvements and things like that. The workforce project at MSU, the lab training, there's a fair amount of equipment there. There's a new faculty hire. There's time for some other staffing. And so that project is about $3.1 million, I think, in federal funds. That one, the budget was substantially reduced. Many of the projects had budget reductions because of what EDA was trying to do. It doesn't reflect the quality of the project. Faculty hires, staffing, some student support, but also a fair amount of equipment to build up these lab calibration stations for students to use in their training.
Excellent. Thank you, Tim. That was really helpful.
Thanks.
Chair Bob.
Yes. Regent Fulker.
My question would be, do the universities stand to gain from proprietary products or new technology and licensing, patents and things like that, or does everything developed within this program become public domain or public property?
Not public domain, not public property, for sure. They generally fall under the same rules as they do for most intellectual property under other federal awards, where the federal government, I'm not an expert in this, but the federal government is generally pretty liberal about letting universities and R&D developers retain the rights to the intellectual property. Now, a lot of these are partnerships between private companies and the universities and co-developed, and so there's a fair amount of work to be done to negotiate who owns what and so on, and we have some of our projects have some funding dedicated to help build those frameworks and maybe have consistency in those frameworks across institutions, but there's no default like this is a publicly owned technology because it was developed with these resources.
Yes, Chair Buchanan.
Chair Bell, thank you. Incredibly exciting and not lost on me how fast this is moving. So what I would ask is that over the course of our next few meeting cycles, we're continuously being updated on how this is rolling out. It seems to me that we've got a very thoughtful plan, but it sounds like a lot of adaptability is built into that plan, and I just find it incredibly exciting. And so thank you for the update, and again, would ask that we get constant updates as this rolls out.
Happy to do that.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you very much.
I just had one more
Oh,
question.
sorry,
Okay, no,
Regent
that's all right.
Dombrowski. I thought that was Chair Buchanan's way of wrapping me up.
Well, I thought it probably was, but I'm kind of.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Yeah, who is he anyhow?
I should have asked this before, Tim. I do remember talking about you as an individual and a leader, and there was an excitement about your interest in the position, and now you're here. Can you give us a little background about you? Because you clearly understand this work, and I think it's clearly, you'll clearly be an effective conduit to helping us. So would you mind? I don't really want to put you on the spot.
I'm fine to, and I'll try not to go too deep, and I'll
Okay.
try not to blush in the process, but thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm a recovering academic. So I grew up and did PhD and did the university thing for a while. I was on the faculty at Washington State University in Pullman for 7 or 8 years. I then left academia and went to the National Science Foundation. I was actually a program director with the EPSCoR program for most of a decade there. And so reviewed a lot of applications, got to know a lot of rural capacity building work through that. Got to know Montana a little bit from that, but was not ever directly assigned to Montana. And then at the tail end of that, I had an opportunity to take a fellowship on Capitol Hill for a couple years, and fortuitously landed in Senator Tester's office. And so was in his office. That ended up being a 2-year detail. I was in his office for the first year when we were working to pass the CHIPS and Science legislation, including the rural carve-outs for the Tech Hub program. And then the second year, he asked me to do what I could to kind of help figure out how to win Montana a Tech Hub. And that's how I really got to know the state well and got to know most of the team and grow with the team as we figured out how to approach this a little bit more behind the scenes at that point.
Terrific. Well, thanks for taking the challenge and being in Montana.
Thank
Really
you.
Appreciate it.
Tim, thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Okay. Joe, we're moving on to our last item, also fascinatingly important for our research dollars.
Yeah. Thank you, Regent Bowden. You know, as Tim is taking a seat and our next panelists are coming up to their places, what I'll say is, in addition to all of the work that Tim mentioned about the Tech Hub, something you all should know, being on the forefront of one of the first hubs to be funded and the first hubs designated has put a huge national, international, federal spotlight on Montana as a place for developing this technology. And that includes U.S. federal government trying to highlight us, providing us with additional resources, providing us with additional opportunities for business attraction. And when you talk to our Department of Commerce colleagues, when you talk to Jason Yeager, who heads the Montana Photonics and Quantum Alliance, there is a substantial uptick in companies who are looking to establish new firms in Montana, new supply chains in Montana, in large part because of the Tech Hub and because of some of the ecosystem and resources that exist here. And one important part of that ecosystem and those resources are some of the unique toolkits we have around Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, research and procurement and services, which is the focus of this next panel. And as you're thinking about that, consider that that's not just what we think about in terms of warfighting. Those services are also fundamentally concerned with our energy infrastructure, our food security and food infrastructure, how we respond to natural disasters, how we respond to novel health risks. And we really do have some fantastic resources in the state of Montana in Miltech, which you'll hear about today, is a unique resource across the nation. And some of the work that we are standing up at multiple universities, but in particular at the University of Montana, on helping businesses adapt to cybersecurity risks. And with the Tech Hub, attracting new interest in terms of building some of those supply chains for businesses to collaborate with our defense industry, with our Department of Homeland Security. In fact, just this past week, we had representatives from the Defense Innovation Unit join the head of the Economic Development Administration to tour some of the resources in our Tech Hub. One thing that we heard from that group is that they're seriously exploring establishing a defense on-ramp hub, one of the first of 6 here in Montana, which would be another huge asset to our ecosystem. Here in front of you today, and I promise I'm going to stop talking soon so that they can, is Al Dibert. Al is the program manager for Miltech. Second, Dean Tom Gallagher, who's familiar to all of you, who is Dean of Missoula College, but also wears many, many other hats, including some related to the cybersecurity services at the university. And Chris Heddleston. Chris is with the Revalia Electric Co-op and is going to speak to some of their collaborations with the University of Montana on these cybersecurity topics. With that, Al, I'm going to turn it over to you first and ask you to provide some introduction to Miltech.
There we go. Excuse me, I'm glad you didn't hear what I said. Thank you, Commissioner and the board. I appreciate the opportunity to share Miltech, the Miltech program with all of you. And we're been around for 20 years, so kept somewhat of a low profile by necessity. So this is kind of exciting to be able to share what we've been doing for a while here. And Miltech is just one of 80 partnership intermediaries around the country. It changes regularly. MSU has, I believe, 5 partnership intermediary agreements. And our mission, which hasn't changed in 20 years, is to accelerate the transition of new technology to the U.S. government. And that's mostly Department of Defense, also Homeland Security, Commerce, and Department of State. And what we're allowed to do, which thank goodness is aligned with Choosing Promise and the land-grant mission of learning, engagement, and discovery, is these 3 things you see on the slide. And the first is design, review, and prototyping. And what that means is we'll be given a nascent early technology or something that's been in early stage testing, and how is that going to be packaged so it works for a serviceman or woman, that they can use it, integrate it, train it, maintain it, and then it works in the field. The second area that I'd introduce you to is information research and analysis. And everybody's heard of tech scouting, and this is tech scouting on steroids at a deeper and broader level to help decision makers who don't have much time and have an inordinate amount of information. How do they make a good decision with the information that's in front of them? That's a big part of what we do. And manufacturing process improvement, both in the supply chain of military items and in the organic industrial base within the military. And we've been 100% federal funded so far in our journey here. And the next slide, over the last 20 years, which feels like 10, we've done over 600 projects that we've completed. And I'd just like to bring a few of them to your attention that have an impact on national security. And I think that was part of what the commissioner told us to do, is what's happening with national security research, what's its impact on the nation and impact on the state. And there's 2 I'll bring to your attention on this slide. Upper right-hand corner is called the TPS-75 radar. And several years ago, there was an attack on one of our military outposts in Jordan. And not Jordan, Montana, by the way. I'm sure everybody knew that. But after they do that, they do an after-action report. And they say, what happened here? And they said, we did not have coverage for lack of a TPS-75. That often creates what's called an urgent needs statement. That fortunately landed within our office at Montana State and said, somebody like you or your replacement needs to quickly redesign, modernize 15 of these components. And so steps off of campus is applied engineering, or applied electronics design, AED. So people from the military and the Air Force that maintain this system, MSU's Miltech staff and AED worked to redesign those components and make those available. So that's, again, just one of 600 examples. On the left side of the screen, you'll see a soldier. She's wearing a plate carrier. The plate carrier carries the body armor. Every time anybody in Montana, a taxpayer or any of you, look at a Marine or a soldier and they're wearing that plate carrier, that's a product of Montana State University. And again, 30 different companies. The word partnership intermediary is a great phrase to define our types of organizations, because we're an intermediary between the federal government and companies. And so that's again, a very noticeable thing that we've been involved in. And if somebody's curious, not that I'm recommending it, but you could look up the Marine Corps narco boat to learn more about the boat in the lower right-hand corner. And one that's not on the screen, but involves information research and analysis, is we're working with some leadership at Air Force Research Lab on what do I do with all the technology that's on the shelf here. And we're using computer science students and artificial intelligence to help create reports in short order that give them some steering guidance on what to do with those things. So those are just a couple examples. And on this last slide, what's the impact on Montana? And it's really big. Just in the last 5 years of our 20 years, 200 of our projects have involved Montana companies. And right now, with growth, I assume we have about 75 active projects for probably 50 DoD customers. And so Montana companies are engaged very often on our projects. We've had $270 million in expenditures since our founding, and $44 million last year. And I think, kind of reflecting some of the questions on Mr. Van Rieken, was 57% of that $44 million went to industry partners. So as an intermediary, that's the role, that's the job, is we find experts and put them within our budgets, send that budget to the military. And those companies get paid by the Montana University system. We have about 100 employees now. 25% of them are MSU alumni, 30% are veterans. So when you're developing things for the military, if you didn't ask the user, always fail. And it's nice to have veterans that are accessible in the MSU Veterans Center and on our staff to help us do the right work the right way. 70% of those staff are in Montana. And as a rolling group of students that are usually 15 to 20 students, we hire quite a few of them into full-time work. I think last year it reached 20 student staff, and some of those people have student staff that they've got now. And rolling up, looking to the future, we appreciate the support for what MSU leadership has wanted to start for a while, the Institute for National Security Research and Education. And that brings together, again, under the land grant mission and under Choosing Promise, the ability to combine some of those resources and capabilities that are available at Miltech and other centers to lighten the load of that principal investigator so they can focus on student experience and that the relationships that they develop with their customers and the results that they have. And I'm always nervous representing another program, but one of our early partnerships that we've had at MSU, where we've developed some infrastructure at Miltech and other programs, is with MSU's Software Engineering and Cyber Lab, or SECL. And SECL's led by Dr. Anne-Marie Reinhold and Dr. Clem Izurieta. And they've received $15 million in funding from 3 private companies and 5 federal partners, the DoD, Department of Energy, and Homeland Security. We've got several PhD candidates, master students, and undergraduates that work with them, learning critical technologies and skills. And what's nice with them is just recently the Science and Technology Director for the Department of Homeland Security called out MSU's cyber engineering or software engineering and cybersecurity lab as by name, that's delivering critical technologies that are protecting national assets. So just by way of summary before I hand it off to Tom is these activities, as you can see, they're kind of a supercharger in combined with the Tech Hub and others on Montana's economy with the involvement of companies. So I appreciate it, and there you go, sir.
Thank you, Al, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal, Regent Bao, and Mr. Chair. It's my sincere pleasure to report to you efforts across our state to enhance digital security through workforce development. And so I'm gonna try to stay pretty true to script today. But before I do that, I just want to comment on the last couple presentations. Really exemplifies some tremendous work that's taking place across our university system. But there's a significant threat to all of it, and it falls in cybersecurity. And it's something that we need to be vigilant about. And my contribution today that I'll share with you is and there's a problem statement here. We have an enormous workforce shortage. So building the cybersecurity workforce is a significant challenge. In 2014, Montana employed 838 cybersecurity professionals. 5 years ago, the number was 1,632. Today, Montana employs over 2,500 professionals, but faces a severe shortage with more than 1,400 unfilled positions. Nationally, the current workforce gap is nearly 500,000 workers. The rapid growth of digital threats underscores the significance of growing the cybersecurity workforce. A 2024 IBM report estimates the average cost of a single data breach is right around $4.9 million. This is a figure that's devastating for Montana small businesses. For most, the financial strain will result in permanent closure. These risks make robust cybersecurity measures and workforce development critical to protecting Montana businesses and communities. I want to talk a little bit about the Centers of Academic Excellence in Cyber Defense, a CAE-CD program, which has been sponsored by National Security Agency and the DHS. It establishes national standards for cybersecurity education, including rigorous curriculum, specialized faculty qualifications, community outreach, and a continuous program improvement process. The CAE designation enables colleges to align with these standards, ensuring high-quality training for students while fostering partnerships with government and industry. The MUS has faculty that have developed CAE institutions at Missoula College, Great Falls College, and Gallatin College. It is a rigorous process, and I want to recognize the efforts of faculty, Rhonda Black at Gallatin College, Steve Robinette and Cheryl Simpson at Great Falls College, and Dr. Vic Valjani and Diane Burke at Missoula College. These dedicated professionals are addressing the important workforce need. We're also responding to meet the demand through rapid training and new program development. I want to highlight an innovative UM partnership developed by Missoula College and the College of Business. It has resulted in a massive increase in students studying cybersecurity at UM. We find now that our enrollment has doubled with students enrolled in studying cybersecurity. We are finding solutions to expand the supply side for workforce. Additionally, engaging students at an early age is a vital tactic in building these pipelines. During the summer of 2024, cybersecurity camps delivered through the Montana two-year college system engaged 187 middle school students and spanned communities from Miles City to Hamilton. This is the third year of the cyber STEM programs, and more than 450 students have been served. These are efforts that are part of a longer game in building the next generation of professionals to serve in these roles. I also want to just briefly touch on a resource that we've developed that's being utilized throughout the state. And so CAE programs foster faculty communities of practice and shared education resources such as the Montana Cyber Range. Over the past year, the range has supported more than 170 learners statewide, offering lab exercises, competitions, challenges for college and high school students. It also supports a security operations center that serves rural municipalities by monitoring network traffic for anomalies while providing a training platform for security analysts. The range also supports action research projects such as RACER, a tool used to assist National Guardsmen in responding to cyber attacks. The range has also been used as a tool for professionals engaged in cyber attack simulations and tabletop exercises. Its decision support platform served as an important learning tool for incident response activities, collaborations, and dynamic communications, which are critical attributes in responding to cyber attacks. The Federal Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, known as CISA, has identified 16 different critical infrastructure sectors. Montana's vast geography and sparse population present unique challenges in protecting the state's critical infrastructure. Unlike those faced in other more densely populated regions, most recently the rural electric grid industry came together on a campus to build cyber resilience in rural communities and to enhance the protection of a critical infrastructure sector. This leads me today to welcome industry partner Chris Huddleston. Chris serves as an IT analyst from the Ravalli County Electric Co-op, and he's here to describe some of the unique challenges facing employers in rural Montana communities. So I'll turn this over to Chris.
All right, thank you, Tom. And thanks for the invite. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Chris Huddleston. I'm the actually IT supervisor now. Scratch that analyst out with Ravalli Electric Co-op in Ravalli County. Just a little overview. We have 9,000 members, 35 employees. We service 1,300 miles of power line, and we were the first electrical co-op in the state. Tom asked me to do just a quick overview of some of the technology that we have at the electric utility, as well as just some of the successes and struggles that we have at our utility. Two of the biggest technologies I would say that separates us from other industries would be AMI and SCADA. AMI stands for Advanced Metering Infrastructure, which allows us to talk to everybody's meter at their home, meters at the business. We're able to do real-time power usage, as well as remotely disconnecting and connecting power. SCADA, which is the other big one that we use. This technology, it's not really proprietary to electric utilities, but it is the standard that's used for controlling a large portion of the electric grid. One of the best use cases for this in Montana is when there's a wildfire, we're able to shut large sections of the grid off to prevent it from getting even worse or being hazardous to firemen when they're out there. So that's just a couple of the technologies that we use. In regards to cybersecurity, we believe that one of the best lines of defense is user awareness. So firewalls and antiviruses work great, but if your employees cannot stop phishing emails, you're still very susceptible to a cyber breach. So because of this, one of the things we do, we require all new employees to sit through a cyber awareness training program. And afterwards, they're enrolled in a test phishing campaign and emails that get sent out trying to get them to trick to click on something or download. I'm sure nobody here's clicked on anything, ever. So this is a pretty effective way of making sure our staff stay paranoid and don't click anything. So it's been pretty successful. Moving on to something else that I think we believe is very important, continuing education and professional development. The pace at which the security industry is changing is just simply intimidating. Anyone who denies this is just simply not paying attention. AI has drastically changed the technological landscape, and the adoption of this tech into our lives has really just begun. Staying up to date isn't simply a best practice anymore, it's a survival tactic. Fortunately, I believe our co-op thrives in this respect. I've yet to been denied any training or certification or seminar that I've wanted to go to. Our organizations like Cyber Montana, NRECA, GridX, NISC, National Laboratories, SANS, all do annual meetings and seminars and exercises, and we sign up for them every opportunity that we can. And this just helps us stay up to date as possible. So as far as a few of the challenges in Montana, I don't want to speak for all of the co-ops, but I do know a large percentage of them do not even have an IT personnel on staff. So this means that they're having to rely on vendors or neighboring co-ops to service the majority of their technical needs. Another challenge, and this isn't special to Montana by any means, but it would just be the cost of these tools that we need to best defend ourselves. Just for a co-op our size, one vendor quoted us nearly $30,000 per year to use a tool that would stop a hacker in his tracks if he gained access into our networks. This wasn't antivirus or firewall. This is something we would use in addition to our base defense tools. It's a new tool, but it's pretty pricey for what we have. And we are member-owned organizations, so we're beholden to our members for what we spend. Another challenge that we have is that when you're a small co-op, small business, you tend to wear a lot of hats. So at our co-op, we service our two-way radio system for our fleet. We maintain our wireless backhaul throughout our county. We inspect hardware in the field, run data cables, install wireless equipment on towers, maintain towers in remote locations. We even have to hike in the winter sometimes up to those tower sites when you have a UPS fail. So it's just making sure that you allocate enough time and that you have enough time to focus on cybersecurity, which is a big challenge. So, and just to sum things up, Tom already mentioned it, but last year we attended a tabletop exercise that was hosted with Missoula College. And not only were there electric utilities involved, but also local and state agencies. And this was, I believe, the first time that had ever been done to that scale, especially with the co-ops being involved. And honestly, it was the first time that I'd met half the people that were in there. So it was a great thing to do, and I hope we do more of those. Just like employee training, making people aware of what's out there, I believe, is the best first step that you can take. I'd like to thank Dr. Gallagher, Crystal Crowley, Sean Klaus, Joe Froelich from CISA, and others. They put a lot of work into making sure that happened. And again, I think we need to do it again and more often. Making everyone aware of the resources available to them and opening up that communication to all these agencies in our state will help Montana better defend itself when a major cyber event happens. And I chose that word carefully. It's not if, it's when. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Just a question from my side. How many open positions does Ravalli have now for?
We actually just hired a full-time cybersecurity position last year. He started in July. He was a Montana native, so that was nice. But we do an internship every year for IT. So.
And guesstimate around the state that there's several other co-ops looking for that skill set?
Absolutely, yeah.
And Al, turning to your presentation, thank you very much. One of the things I noticed is that, I think it showed that you had 44 million in, was it 44 or 24? 44 million.
44 million
in 2024
expenditures.
Right? And that's almost 18% of the total expenditures you showed. So that leads me to believe there's been an acceleration happening. Is that a blip, or should we expect that to continue?
Someone about an hour ago told me that's probably what keeps you up at night. It's been an average of 44% growth. That's for 20 years, and growth on growth feels like a blip every year. And can we handle it? Can we manage it and whatnot? So we hope not. And our internal phrase is that growth is a symptom of good work, and it kind of puts that pressure on that if we do good work, they might come back and give us some more work. So we hope it's not, but it could be.
And then I guess a question to the three of you. I don't know if any of you were at our earlier presentation on sprint degrees, but there's a desperate shortage of teachers. We saw some pretty incredible creativity to get more teachers trained. How would that look in your industry, in the cyber industry right now in Montana?
So we've put together, we've heard the call for that. We've put together a rapid training program for entry-level cybersecurity individuals, 12 to 15 weeks, 12 credits. It's absolutely the quickest way we can put someone into a position with a qualified industry recognized credential as well from CompTIA, which is a industry standardized credential that's well recognized as a very valid industry credential. So we have I think we've put about 20. We need more, and that's why we're building this pipeline.
And so where does that program happen? At Missoula, or?
So it's available entirely online.
Entirely
and in person. So it's a program that can be delivered anywhere in the state, and we run it every semester.
Thanks, Dr. Gallagher. Thank you. Other questions from the board? That was an excellent presentation. Thank you guys for taking the time to come here, and it's always great to hear about what it looks like on the ground. Chris, so thank you. I think let us know, I think just being here lets us know that we should put more of our attention into the cyber, and I congratulate you on your creativity on that program. But if you have other ideas and you're spurred on by what you heard here today, please let us know. Please reach out to the OG staff so that we can be more aggressive on that. And Al, thank you for your presentation. I think that's remarkable growth in expenditures, and let's hope it takes that same percentage pathway upwards.
Yes, sir.
Great. I think that will bring our committee to a close.
Great, Chair Bao, thank you. John, Chris, Al, thank you guys very much for your diligent work and time preparing for this meeting. That will bring us to, I believe, the public comment point of today's meeting.
Since Regent Lozar is here, not to point it out, it was actually on time. I'm just pointing that out. A little pressure for tomorrow.
The audit will reflect your punctuality. Excellent job. Thanks, Chair Bao. Appreciate your leadership. Any comments or wrap-up comments from members of the board on today's presentations? Appreciate the substantive and qualitative engagement from everybody. Just the diversity in that panel. It's just amazing how many threads we have going. This will move us to the public comment portion of our meeting. Since this is a public meeting, I will now call for any public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or on any matter not on the agenda, but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Jasmine Casanovas at jcasanovas@montana.edu. As far as this afternoon goes, to allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, we will put a 3-minute timer on the screen and we'll adhere to that. Thank you very much for your adherence to that request. With that, is there any in-person public comment? Mr. Damberger, please
I
state
will get
your
this
name.
started.
Please introduce yourself and state your name.
All right. First of all, Chairman Buchanan, Commissioner Christians, Board of Regents, welcome to the Strand Union. I hope your day's gone well. My name is Butch Damberger, and I work here at Montana State, and I'm from Bozeman. I am here to publicly thank President Cruzado, and I want to wish you the best in your retirement. I've been at the university now for 33 years, which means I must have a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge, correct? That comes with age. What I have seen over the past 14 and a half years, the improvement, the growth, the enrollment growth, the improvements in athletics and academics and facilities is truly remarkable. I have always been proud to be a Bobcat, but what I have seen over the past 14 years has taken that to another level. On a personal note, about a year and a half ago, I had an opportunity to take a look at my position here at Montana State and potentially upgrade it. And with President Cruzado's support and recommendation, that happened, for which I am forever grateful. Lastly, as a alum of MSU, a former MSU athlete, former MSU coach, current athlete or current employee, and soon-to-be retiree, I can't thank you enough, and I wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Damberger. Again, if you address the podium, if you'd please share your name. Thank you.
I am Elizabeth Olson. I'm currently an employee in UIT ESG Finance. I have been associated with the university in some capacity or other for 25 years now. And the one thing that I have seen over the past 14 years is that President Cruzado is the most remarkable woman. She is a small d Democrat in the best way. No matter what position I was in, if she saw me, she would acknowledge me and include me in being part of the administration and part of Montana State. She does not discriminate. And the growth that we have seen on campus, the growth that we have seen in student engagement, the growth, she has done such amazing things, and it is going to be so impossible to replace this woman, this amazing, amazing woman. I mean, they might be tiny, but these are giant shoes to fill. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, thank you, thank you, thank you for saving Romney Hall.
Thank you, Ms. Olson.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Michael Stanley. I'm the Chief of University Police here at MSU, and it is with great honor and deep admiration that I'd like to take a moment to recognize an exceptional leader who has tirelessly championed the safety and well-being of our Montana State University community, our esteemed President, Ed Cruzado. Under President Cruzado's visionary leadership, safety has not merely been a priority, but woven throughout the core values of our campus. Her unwavering commitment to fostering a secure, inclusive, and supportive environment has allowed our students, faculty, and staff to thrive both academically and personally. Her leadership has inspired all of us to think well beyond traditional approaches, ensuring that safety remains proactive, responsive, and adaptable to the needs of our dynamic community. Whether advocating for resources, a champion for new initiatives, or simply engaging in meaningful conversation, President Cruzado exemplifies what it means to lead with both courage and compassion. I'd like to share a couple of notable accomplishments. In my 24 years, we've seen a lot, and an enormous amount of progress has been made under her leadership. First of all, when you were here last in 22, we just announced our recently gained accreditation, right? Something we're extremely proud of in UPD. I stand here today in 2024, and we're still the only accredited law enforcement agency in the state. We're proud of that, and that was hard work, and that motivation came right from the top. Bozeman Fire Station 2, you heard about this morning, prominently located right beside my building, and I'm so happy. A fully functional fire station with firefighting apparatus and an ambulance. What an incredible asset to this university and the students and everyone who visits. Our campus security project, camera project, and we've been working on this for a while. You know, between our buildings and now what we're rolling out exterior-wise across campus, we have over 450 cameras deployed. That's incredible. You won't find that anywhere else in the state, and we have seen enormous rewards from that. Like President Bodner, we host some of the largest and most exciting special events in the entire state, without question, and we do this extremely well. MSU has become a leader in this area, and we share that knowledge openly with interested parties across the state. I mean, for us, that further supports the land grant mission, and but in our own unique way. We're really proud of that. The fact is, these efforts have been intentional, and they come right from the top. President Cruzado, on behalf of the MSU Police Department and our entire community, I want to extend our deepest gratitude. Thank you for your unwavering dedication to making Montana State University a place where everyone feels valued, supported, and safe. Your legacy in promoting campus safety will endure for generations to come. And I'm out of time. But I would like to extend an invitation to the board, Mr. Chair, board members, Commissioner Christian, President Bodner. We manage large events quite well here, and there's an opportunity for you to see that on Saturday if you like. I extend an invitation for you to come by our Emergency Operations Center. Some pretty incredible things are happening right on this campus when it comes to events. And if you give me 10 or 15 minutes of your time, I'd like to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley.
Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Regents, Commissioner, my name is Jeanette Gray Gilbert. I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer here for the Bozeman campus. I wouldn't normally read from a script, but this is somewhat difficult, so I'll do that here today. Thank you for the brief opportunity to express thanks to President Waded Cruzado from the Human Resources team and from me personally. As I read recently one of the local news stories about President Cruzado, how she's been a champion for Bobcat athletics and student athletes in all of her 15 years, my immediate thought was, she's been that champion for every part of MSU. There isn't an area she hasn't supported, propped up, or advanced. Her joy for our students and their accomplishments is obvious and undeniable. Her dedication to our land-grant mission, as you've heard so many times today, has been unwavering. The same for research, and I could go on listing every part of MSU. Most impactful to me, President Cruzado has been a champion for our workforce. During her leadership, we've made historic investments in wages. I can't remember her denying a requested salary increase, and she often advocates to go just a little higher. She cares deeply for our faculty and staff and is inspired by their work and their personal stories. She pushes her team and all of us around her to undertake and achieve hard tasks. That's what success requires, whether you're a student, an employee, an athlete, a teammate, or an entire university. And in many of the difficult decisions she has faced, I've worked with her on just a few, she's stayed principled in always doing what's in the best interest of this institution. And she's been ethical and fair, and she's done that all at the same time. I've worked for very good leaders in my career, and President Cruzado, you've been the best. So I'm sad, but I'm very grateful. Thank you from Human Resources and for me for the great work that we've done together.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Gilbert.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, my name is Kim Anderson, and I am an employee in financial services here at Montana State University. I'm also a proud alumni, and I'm a member of the community, and I'd like to take a few minutes to express my gratitude to President Cruzado. Since this is the last Regents meetings before she retires. So I would like to take a moment to recognize and express deepest gratitude to President Cruzado for her outstanding leadership and unwavering commitment to the college community. Under her guidance, the institution has flourished, which I'm sure you all know, creating an environment that fosters growth, collaboration, and excellence. President Cruzado has been a tireless advocate for staff, consistently prioritizing our professional development and well-being. Her recognition and gratitude towards staff, whether by organizing a welcome back picnic or advocating for higher wages or hosting a years of service celebration, has played a key role in boosting morale and making staff genuinely feel heard and seen. Her dedication to strengthening alumni relations has also fostered a vibrant network of engaged graduates who continue to make meaningful contributions to our community. Furthermore, President Cruzado has been a steadfast leader in building lasting partnerships with local organizations, enriching the lives of our neighbors, and creating opportunities for students and faculty alike. Her vision, integrity, and passion have left an indelible mark on the university, and we have been truly fortunate to have you at our helm. President Cruzado has reminded everyone that MSU is the first land-grant university in the state of Montana, and she continually celebrates our agricultural roots. Her energetic school spirit is evident everywhere she goes, and she truly embodies blue and gold. In closing, I would like to personally thank you, President Cruzado, for your leadership and your unwavering support of MSU. I am grateful for the opportunity to work under someone who leads with such integrity and dedication. President Cruzado, you will leave big shoes to fill, and you will be so missed.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Good afternoon. Chairman Buchanan,
Commissioner Christian, members of the board, thanks for this opportunity. My name is Jeff Bondi. I represent the students of University Student Housing and staff and auxiliaries, and I too want to say thank you. I didn't need these when I started my career here, but I may need them now. As someone who grew up in Montana, graduated from Montana State and had the fortune to work here for 28 years, I've had the privilege to see witness a lot of transformation firsthand. When I go back to Fort Peck in Valley County, or when I run into friends across the state, and I'll run into some this weekend, I'm often asked the same question: what's going on at Montana State University? What's behind all this? And my answer usually starts the same way: have you met our president? She is something else. Today I'm honored just to share just a glimpse of the remarkable impact that you've had on MSU housing and auxiliaries and our student experience. Under your leadership, MSU has built 3 new residence halls. We've renovated a couple others. But importantly, we've kept our beds full and operational, and we've been able to reinvest in some of our older buildings. And it's really enhanced the student experience, fostered a sense of community and pride for our campus. Your energy and enthusiasm is unmatched. Her leadership style is a blend of warmth, kindness, and high expectations. She inspires all of us, staff, students, and faculty alike, to give our very best every day. We work hard for her because she's worked hard for us. The chant, "Go Cats, Go," is not just relevant on our athletic fields and arenas, but our offices, our meeting rooms, and our residence halls. She inspires all of us Bobcats to go out and do great work. One of the most important, an example I've had of her leadership is her commitment to making our move-in day experience truly a special occasion. She transformed this day into a celebration of students joining MSU, maybe for the first time and becoming part of our Bobcat community. It's loud, it's bright, it's energetic, and it's just a great way to welcome our students and celebrate what we have here. Your presence set the tone of what it means to be a Bobcat. President Cruzado's ability to connect with our student employees is extraordinary. I see it every day, every time you're around them. They want to meet you, they want to hug you, they want to learn from you, they want to be inspired by you. She sees them not just as workers, but as future leaders, taking time to thank them personally and encourage their growth. This investment in our students has created a culture of pride and excellence that extends across our campus. In closing, President Cruzado's vision, dedication, and leadership have elevated MSU and our housing to new heights. Your tireless efforts inspire us to work harder, dream larger, and serve our students better. Thank you for allowing me to share this moment and to talk a little about her impact on our university, on me. I'm a little nervous. It's been a privilege. I'm going to miss you. You are something else.
Thanks, Jeff. Any other public comment in the room? Any other public comment in the room? Any other public comment? Jasmine, anybody online willing? Excellent. See no further public comment. That will close the public comment section for the meeting and bring us to a recess. Pretty remarkable set of things that we're celebrating. I'm a little choked up myself on all that. President Cruzado, I can't imagine how you feel. And with that, we get to go celebrate together the new Wellness Center, 5 o'clock. Any words of invitation to the group, or should we adjourn and go, or do you have words?
I'm happy there's no more public comment. Seth, I didn't hear from you. Thank you, guys. We'll have more time, and what can I say? These individuals and so many more have been so important in my life and the life of my family. And serving Montana State and the people of the state of this wonderful state has been the blessing of my life. I wanted to do a good job for you. I wanted to make sure that in the future, other women, other minorities find a place at the table and do their part to advance the wonderful people that we have in this state. And I think that we have done our part. I would not have accomplished half of this without the incredible people that we have here. I said it last night. Our campus looks like a construction zone. There are many buildings, but the most important part of Montana State is not the buildings, it's the people. And we can never forget that. And everything you see has been done by this incredible, incredible team. Amazing individuals and everybody rowing in the same direction. So it is me who needs to say thank you. From the bottom of my Bobcat heart, a big, big thank you. And with that, we have an amazing celebration for you at our Student Wellness Center, which is one of the best examples of when life gives us lemons, then we make lemonades, right? I said it this morning, March the 9th, 2019. I was woken up at 2:24 a.m. You don't want my phone to ring at that time. And the best part was the roof had collapsed, but no one was hurt. That was my first question. Was there someone inside that building? And so now, what we did with the help of our students, with the help of so many people in the community was, how do we have the fitness center that we have now and into the future? How do we take, the medical facilities, the healthcare facilities that we had in this place, Swingle Hall, for many, many decades, and we bring it to the 21st century? And more importantly, how do we bring an entire wing dedicated to mental health? How do we remove the stigma? And how do we allow students to think it's perfectly fine to talk about your problems? You come, whether you have a toothache or whether you are having, some problems in your life, just come right here under one same tent. We're going to take good care of you. Let's go there and celebrate and enjoy a wonderful reception tonight, and go Cats.
In front of us for the day. It's a real pleasure to pass the gavel to Student Regent Raina Mortensen, who will be chairing our two-year committee this morning. Raina, it's all yours.
Thank you. So the two-year committee kind of talked a lot about dual enrollment in Montana and how it's experienced significant growth over recent years, reflecting a nationwide trend towards expanding access to higher education while still in high school. And the expansion of dual enrollment programs in Montana not only supports academic achievements, but also equips students with the skills and credentials needed to succeed in a competitive workforce. As more as students take advantage of these opportunities, dual enrollment is playing an increasingly vital role in shaping the education landscape of the state. And with that, our first order of business is the dual credit enrollment report. So I'll invite Director Jackie Treaster to the podium.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Raina. And at this time, I have a panel for the board today. And so at this time, I'd love to invite them up to take a seat while I go through some of the dual enrollment data for the state. And then after we talk about this for a few minutes, we'll get to our amazing panel, and I'm really excited for you to meet all of them. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here. Okay, so our dual enrollment report. So as many of you know, Chase Stahl is our CTE data specialist. He's incredible. Since he has joined OCHI the last couple of years, our data has been just amazing, and the visualization has been fantastic. And so I'm so excited to share with you some of the information that he put together for you. So every year I come up here and I say that we have reached the highest that we are anticipating that we can reach as far as dual enrollment goes in serving our high school students. And every year we just exceed the number that I could imagine. So dual enrollment continues to grow. These are unduplicated numbers. These are the students in the state that are taking some form of dual enrollment. We have just seen amazing growth year over year. And like I said, every year I kind of am thinking like, okay, this might be like our saturation point where we'll kind of hold steady, and every year it just grows so much. So just want to get those numbers in front of you all because it truly is just amazing. You can also see that the amount of credits that students are taking is also increasing. And so, beyond the 1-2 free, our students are still engaging in more dual enrollment. I think that is assisted by some of the other amazing programs that you've seen in the MUS, like Sprint and Future at Work. But it just goes to show that students are finding value in what we're offering for dual enrollment. CTE dual enrollment continues to grow at the same pace. And so we're really happy to see that. We don't want CTE to fall too far behind with overall dual enrollment. And so really happy with the growth that has been keeping up and in fact increasing. So dual enrollment is at a pretty good rate. It looks like we're at about almost half of overall dual enrollment. So happy to see that CTE is keeping up the pace. Our public student participation in dual enrollment, so this is just to show you that our public school juniors and seniors are really, again, they're the vast makeup of what our students are taking for dual enrollment. We're starting to see increase in sophomores, and so students that are a little bit younger that are starting to engage in some of those dual enrollment courses, starting to see that grow a little bit. But for the most part, we are seeing our juniors and seniors that are participating. Want to just point out 88% of our dual enrollment students are in a public school in Montana, so we're serving quite a few of those students. This just shows the size of the schools that we are serving. As you can see, our AA schools and our A schools have been participating at 100% for a while now. And so we've continued to prioritize making sure that our B and C schools are getting served and that those students have opportunities for dual enrollment as well. And we're seeing quite a bit of growth and keeping up really with the U.S. average of schools that are participating in some form of dual enrollment. This chart shows that the vast majority of dual enrollment happening in Montana is through in-person concurrent enrollment. So we have teachers in the high schools that are credentialed and qualified to teach college-level courses. They coordinate with faculty at our campuses to make sure that the learning outcomes are aligned, and they offer that in-person concurrent enrollment. For the most part, our students are lucky enough to have their high schools accept that credit for graduation credit. And so it's kind of just a win-win-win situation for our students and our high schools and our colleges when we can do that. So that's the vast majority of the dual enrollment happening, we also have seen in some of our smaller schools that the online early college is growing quite a bit. So some of our smaller schools around the state are taking advantage of the amazing online courses that our colleges are offering. And that has, I think that's really helped drive those dual enrollment numbers in those smaller schools, is being able to offer that as well. This chart shows the matriculated dual enrollment students by year. Really, the big takeaway here is that students that engage in dual enrollment when they're in high school matriculate to the MUS at a very high rate, and it's been holding steady. So we're really happy with the numbers. We're looking at like anywhere from 50 to 60% of the students that take dual enrollment are enrolling in the MUS once they graduate from high school. And then, you know, we always love to brag on our amazing dual enrollment students. They just perform so incredibly well. You know, even those students that like maybe didn't think that they could do college, or if it wasn't for them, they end up going to college and they just perform in outstanding ways. And so you can see that retention rates are higher, graduation rates are higher for 2-year and 4-year degrees. And I don't have it right here. We're still working on it, but our historical data has shown that our students also are graduating with higher grade point averages. Also, thanks to Eric Meredith in our office, did some evaluation of our students that are borrowing to complete their higher education, and we're showing that dual enrollment students are averaging $570 less in student loans per dual enrollment credit over the students that did not take dual enrollment. I think overall they're saving about $3,500 when they're achieving their degree. So those are just really positive numbers that we can sell to our high school students, that this is worth their time and their investment. So some of our key enrollment initiatives, these are things that we've been focusing on recently, and I think moving forward, we're always concerned about access. We want to make sure that every student in Montana has access to some kind of dual enrollment and a quality dual enrollment experience. We are always looking at improving our registration process. Some of you might be surprised to hear that even though some of our campuses are processing thousands of dual enrollment students, some of them are still using paper applications. So we are trying to move them into some new technology, take advantage of the amazing work that we have through like Apply Montana and some of our other initiatives going on, so that we can streamline that process and improve not only the experience for the student, but also the experience for our amazing staff that are at all of our Montana colleges. We're always looking at pathways. So you've heard me and others say this is, you know, our big joke is that we have these random acts of dual enrollment. We're trying to get away from that. We're trying to make sure that our students are they're advised in a way that they understand that if they take certain classes, it can lead to these different pathways, different majors, different careers, and have just a little bit more information at their fingertips so that they can be more successful when they go on to college and when they get a job. And then, of course, increased matriculation. So we know that our students that participate in dual enrollment are matriculating at a higher rate than our students that do not, but we always want to increase that. We always want to let our colleges know, our staff know, our faculty, and our legislators know that this is worth the investment. It does strengthen the state as a whole, and increasing that matriculation to the MUS is just one part of that. So, so always focusing on doing that a little bit better. So that's actually my last slide. And so I would love to turn it over to our panel. We're so lucky to be joined by these wonderful folks. And I think what I'll do is I will have each of you introduce yourself. Please give your name, who you are, what your position is, where you are in this kind of dual enrollment world. And then after that, I have a few questions, but I'm anticipating that our board will want to know more about your experiences. And so I think that we could kind of go from there. So Bert, if you don't mind, do you want to kick us off and then we can kind of move down this way?
Hi, my name is Bert Horsley. I'm an assistant principal at Belgrade High School, and I work in conjunction with dual enrollment here at the university.
Hi, I'm Augusta Kelm. I am a high school student. I'm homeschooled and I'm in my sophomore year.
I'm Sadie Kelm, and I am a homeschool mom of 8. I homeschool my kids because I value the opportunity they have for a personalized education, tailor-made for each of them. And my husband is a MSU alumni, and we've been in and out of Bozeman ever since.
Hi, I'm Grace Vincent. I graduated with my 13 credit certificate in the Foundations of Healthcare in 2023, and I'm currently a sophomore at Montana Tech pursuing nursing.
Wonderful, thank you so much. So I'm so proud of the panel that came together, and thank you to my friends at Ochi who also helped with this. I think we have such a wide range of amazing perspectives, and so I'd love to open it up to the board to see if you all have any questions. Otherwise, I'm happy to facilitate some conversation as well.
Jackie, I might lead off and maybe just going down the line, and thank you all for being here. We really do appreciate you spending the time this morning. You know, as you can see on the slide, 2 of our questions here are about pathways and matriculation into college. I think one of the hopes in dual enrollment is that it gives students an early taste of what being a college student is like, in addition to, you know, gaining credits that can help them along that path. But one thing that we've been hoping is that we can make it clear to folks how their dual enrollment credits are useful in college, and also that dual enrollment gives you a sense of what Montana colleges and universities have to offer. I don't know if you can speak to, from the assistant principal's perspective, how you structure pathways within your school and advise students in dual enrollment, and from the student perspective, how you think that works now and how you think it might be better.
Do you want to start?
Yes, thank you. So we also have pathways, and our CTE department has done an incredible job over the last 3 or 4 years of getting it into the middle school. So as they're coming up, they have a better idea. So a lot of with the pathways, when students have chosen their pathway, the dual enrollment option a lot of times sells itself very easily. But that's just kind of how we structure and set it up.
I've noticed that this can be really helpful for students who are driven, but then also students who want to see what the career possibilities are out there. And I feel like it's just going to be better if we keep working on making it known to people that this is an option.
I actually have 3 daughters here today. The other 2, we ran out of space. They're 21 months apart, and they all enrolled in dual enrollment this fall. And I just think it's been an excellent opportunity as homeschoolers to experience mainstream education and take away a lot of that, I don't know, just intimidation of what is a college class like.
Yeah, I think having the access to advanced learning and like being exposed to the different programs when you're in high school can really help you like explore the different career pathways that you can pursue when you get into college.
Any questions from our board?
Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning at breakfast, I sat with a couple folks that were talking about dual enrollment and the power of dual enrollment, and an opportunity to bring more awareness to young people about the opportunities. And I think both of the students who've gone through, maybe you can speak to that and give us a little bit of guidance of like, what else should we be doing to make sure that all Montana high schoolers or even middle schoolers are aware of the opportunities that exist and sort of how that might shape their opportunities in higher education.
I would probably say, like, I know they always hold like dual enrollment meetings and stuff, but maybe making it like a classroom like conversation, like kind of giving them the opportunity to look through the options they have, like, because everyone hears about the beating. I don't know if everyone really goes, and so kind of maybe pushing them in the classroom setting to really hear about it, and then they sort of feel more like if one of their friends wants to do it, like they sort of feel like they have more opportunities to get exposed to it, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. Like she said, that if we kind of talked about it in the classroom, like the teachers brought it up or whatever, I feel like students would be, I guess it would catch their attention more and they would feel more inspired.
There's a huge number of homeschool co-ops and groups in Bozeman, and speaking to them and the moms would be a big, an opportunity. But also, I took the path of we heard about it through friends, but when I researched it online, if you type in MSU dual enrollment, it takes you to Michigan State University. So I actually spent probably a whole month making a phone call or looking on the web last spring, trying to figure out exactly where it is, who to talk to. When I did find, if you type in Gallatin College, you find it immediately, but then it's still Montana State website. I found a phone number. I was passed to like 5 different people. So streamlining the information online, and my husband said it's called search engine optimization would be helpful for homeschoolers.
Thank you for the feedback.
Regent Buchanan.
Thank you, Regent Mortensen. Thank you for joining us. It's exciting to see this. My son, who's a freshman here, graduated with 19 dual credits from 3 different institutions across the state, and he did that through a public school in Red Lodge. I'm interested in the homeschool pathway. How does that look? Are you on a campus? Is it all online? What are the different engagement points that you're experiencing?
So the opportunities are online or on the campus. You can do both if you'd like. I have so far only participated in the online side of things because it just works best with my schedule that way.
Jessie here is wonderful. She introduced us to, my understanding is that if a high school student public school student wants to take dual enrollment, in order to achieve college credit simultaneously with high school credit, the teacher has to have some kind of special accreditation. And I, as the principal of my school, feel like if someone has a doctorate in some area, they're qualified to teach my children. And so I am able to we have access to more classes for dual enrollment because I have the power to decide whether or not it counts as high school credit as well.
And sir, do you see homeschool students coming to your facility, or are there engagement points for them to use on-site opportunities, especially the CTE stuff?
We do have students that are homeschooled that will come to campus for 1 to 2 periods a day. The minimum state is 2, so we do see that. Our numbers aren't super high with that, but certain programs that we offer, welding's a big one, and we have had a number of students doing the welding 3 and 4, which is the dual enrollment course. So courses like that, we will see homeschool students enroll partially in the day for things they can't get outside.
Regent Dombrowski.
I'm not exactly sure what my question is, but so when I think of dual enrollment, and this just may be my ignorance, I sort of think of it broadly, like maybe basic, and I'm sorry, I missed your name. Yeah, you said it was helpful for you to figure out what your major might be. So is there enough specificity outside of maybe general dual enrollment and credits that a individual would say, I'm going to take, I don't even know, I can't even think of an example. I'm a nurse, so I'm going to say like Nursing 101 is a dual enrollment class that would help me understand the profession. Does my question make sense? Is there, can you?
Yeah. Grace, do you want to talk about your experience with that?
Yeah, so I was first exposed to the CNA program when I attended Highlands College Trades and Technology Day, where I you can explore a bunch of career pathways in that. And so I was interested in radiology, and so the Trades and Technology Day was a perfect like experience for that, and getting to know the dual credit courses like that are required like can help you get a jump start. And so in high school, the dual credit courses that were required for my first semester in nursing, they like taking those in high school allowed me to focus more on like my more challenging courses in college, like anatomy and physiology. And so I guess didn't really understand your question. Can you repeat that?
Totally understand why you didn't understand, because I wasn't very clear, because I didn't understand what I was saying. I'm just thinking more of the, when I think of dual enrollment, I think about maybe the basic courses. I don't want to say basic, I don't want to.
General
like more
education,
general education.
Yeah.
Is that,
Yeah, it's
maybe
more
that's
like
the
general
answer, it's more
education.
general. So there isn't really courses beyond the general that are career specific.
Well, there is, because for the CNA program, we offered like a certified nursing assistant course that you can take.
That's what I'm looking for.
And so like
Okay.
there is specific courses
Okay.
that you can take.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Regent Dombrowski, to jump in, Madam Chair and Regent Dombrowski, you know, I think especially as we see future at work, and I think Sprint degrees are taking advantage of some of the dual enrollment that exists in the state. And then, you know, even just like general, our dual enrollment coordinators at the campuses, they really are focusing on these pathways where students are engaging in more specific courses. We do show that math and English have steadily been, I think, the majority of the courses that students engage in, which makes sense because it meets the graduation requirements on both sides. But we are seeing a lot more students that are starting to engage in these pathways where they're getting more specific experience and more specific classes and starting to really think about next steps as far as college and career.
You answered my question, my unclear question. Thank you.
I was picking it up. Thanks.
Raina, I have a question for Supermom and superintendent of your school. So when you look at the courses you're offering to your family, are you limited by dual enrollment from the Montana program, or can you look at courses from anywhere around the country? And how do you make that decision?
I don't know about more courses. I've been researching it, and this is how far I've gotten. And, you know, they are high school students, so we haven't felt limited yet in the options from MSU, so we haven't moved further. But I do have a 14-year-old boy who is working hard to finish pre-calc this year and calculus next year so that he'll be prepared to take, hopefully, if they let him in, because I know I don't know, you have to take a test or something to take calculus here when he turns 16 and qualifies. So.
And super, thank you. And do you find that with your family, the ones who may want to continue on with further education after their high school, that the dual enrollment is an incentive to consider the Montana universities as a natural next step?
Yeah, I honestly think my oldest daughters will just naturally transition, unless, of course, right now they're like a lot of college students, they don't know the major they want. So I think Gallatin College is where they're planning on going next, because they can consider to explore options in, you know, smaller classrooms and, yeah.
Thank you.
Regent Buchanan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mortensen. So the 1-2 free component of dual credit, how much of an incentive is that? I guess maybe to ask a different way, if we had to carry, as the parents had to carry the cost, is that a barrier that would keep people from participating in these opportunities?
I would say it's definitely an incentive, but with this, what we found is students that have found their path and are pursuing their path, beyond those credits, it's not a barrier. Yeah, so we have not found that to be, but it is a huge incentive for the students to be able to earn the credits and then realize that maybe there's more out there in terms of education in my field. So.
Yeah, we probably wouldn't have started without it. Now that we started, we're hooked, but I don't think we would have looked into it without it.
Brandon, sorry, one more question for the Belgrade principal. So how does the faculty feel about this? What's the faculty response to having a larger and larger number of students taking MSU online courses relative to their courses?
The staff's definitely supportive, and we are in the process of trying to get a couple more classes in science. So we have a lot of CTE, we have a Spanish, we previously had English. So I would say by and large the staff is either uneducated about it, so it's kind of not in their realm, or very supportive.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to really extend an extra thank you to our panel. They took time out of their day to come and join us, and I'm just so thankful to have them here.
Thank you, guys. Next, the efforts underway to support the Stillwater mine.
Regent Mortensen, it's my delight. We have Bureau Chief Mike Hopkins, who leads Montana Job Service, with us today. This is a big deal for the state, and Mike's going to share some of the early statistics, the impacts, the substantial response that the Department of Labor is undertaking. You all should know that your campuses have each contributed in their own way to that response. MSU Northern and their Upward Bound program, attending many of the events. The Education Opportunity Center, MSU Billings, attending many of the events last week, and good conversations amongst all of the two-year leads in terms of programs that we might be able to stand up for employees who are affected who could need to reskill as they seek new employment. But I will turn it over to Bureau Chief Hopkins.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Regents. It's a pleasure to be here at a Regents meeting. Wish it was under better circumstances for my portion of the day. If we back up for just a second, on the job service side of the table for all Montana businesses throughout the state, whenever a business is going to be looking to lay off employees, not just in large quantities, but whenever, job service brings rapid response services to those laid off workers as part of our regular efforts. So throughout the year, this is work that we are doing pretty consistently. And then we come to Siboney-Stillwater. I don't think there's too many people in the room that have not heard that Siboney-Stillwater had and now has laid off a very significant portion of its personnel. We received that warn notice back in September, and for anybody who isn't familiar with a warn notice, this is something that by law, a larger company who is going to be either laying off 50 plus employees or is going to be laying off 500 plus, but not their entire workforce, has to put out a warn notice, which is basically a 60-day warning to the employees, notifying them that the layoff is going to be taking place. This gives them time to get themselves organized. This gives them time to check on their health insurance. This gives them time to check on their benefits, et cetera, et cetera. Another two parts of that warn notice is that it has to be sent out to your local highest elected official. This is your mayor, your county commissioner, and then it has to be sent out to whatever function in your state is taking care of those dislocated worker program and activities, and that is job service. So we received the warn notice. From there, I want to talk about just a couple little inputs that we bring to rapid responses in general. The first one being job fairs. I think most people here should be familiar with job fairs or reverse job fairs. We call them a couple of different things, but basically what we're doing is we're taking private employers, we're bringing them to a central location where they can mingle with the laid off affected workers and can provide direct opportunities for reemployment for those laid off workers. Since the warn notice came to us in September, before we even got to the rapid response activity, we held 11 job fairs throughout the area for these workers, including one webinar, which was very well effective. So job fairs are a pretty good tool that we can use to help bring opportunities to these folks. Another tool that we use, and especially here considering the size and scope of this layoff, is extension offices, itinerant offices, satellite offices. So job service operates 18 offices across the state of Montana. Our two offices that are closest to this layoff is our Bozeman and Billings offices, but that leaves a good amount of room in between as folks are over in Columbus and folks are over in Laurel. So we opened Columbus satellite office, a Big Timber satellite office, as well as a Livingston satellite office, just providing more opportunities. This is a very large population of individuals, and yes, they are obviously within the same industry, but family-wise, living situation, they're in a lot of different places, so we just need to provide every opportunity for those folks to gain access to us that we possibly can. That's the function that the extension offices serve. And then additionally, a big part of what we do is help people file for unemployment insurance and roll them into dislocated worker. Both of those functions, as you might be familiar with, make their way through Okta. And so one of our bigger challenges in the run-up to a rapid response event where you're going to have 400 or 500 individuals all at tables and laptops trying to file for unemployment insurance, et cetera, is getting them through their Okta registration. So that was another big ticket for us to try to clear as much of that off as possible, make those days for them at the rapid response event as seamless as possible. And so the other one is our rapid response event itself. We put this on for any layoff. At the point of the layoff itself, we will bring individuals in, we'll run them through presentations on the job service side as well as on the unemployment insurance side, answer all of their questions for them. We'll then break them out to our personnel. We brought a small army of, I think, about 55 to 60 folks from throughout Montana state government down to Columbus, and every day for 4 days. Ran them through to make sure that every question was answered. Unemployment insurance for every person that was ready to claim it was filed. Everybody that we could get enrolled into dislocated worker was enrolled into dislocated worker. This is important because we've also put in a request to the federal government to get funding to help these folks, whether it be through relocation or reskilling or just providing social support to them and their families. A lot of these workers are single income households. That may very well need to change here with the layoffs, but we want to make sure that we have supportive services there for their family and for child care. And so if we were to go up to a 30,000-foot view really fast, the way that we view rapid response activities is we are with these laid off workers until they are reemployed in a job that suits their needs and purposes. So that means a job that has an equivalent wage, a job that has equivalent benefits, a job that is as satisfying to them as their previous employment. And so we stick with these individuals until that happens. And this is obviously a rather large population of individuals. So we obviously have everything that's coming in the short term, but we will be doing these activities and these programs, and we will be delivering this response for the next 2 years until every single one of them is reemployed, and we will be tracking that. So it will definitely be every single one of them being reemployed. So we have our extension offices open. We're putting on job fairs all the time. This brings us up to our rapid response activities. We're seeing about and planning for about 150 individuals coming through our door every day. I had told you that when the layoff was first announced, we had heard the number of 670 individuals. That number had changed to 513. We believe that stems from negotiations with union representatives, with the business, et cetera. But that final number of 513 starting to make its way through our door. We had about 380 individuals walk through the doors of the event. So that leaves a small population of individuals that we have not contacted yet. We're currently tracking them down, but this is going to be the population of individuals who are doing that 60-day WARN notice period were able to line up next job for themselves, so they were able to be reemployed almost immediately after the point of layoff, which is fantastic. We are going to be taking everything that we did before the rapid response activities, job fairs, the extension offices, reach outs, working with people individually on their individual employment plan, regardless of what that is, if they need additional training, if they need additional certification, or for some of these individuals, they've been with the mine for so long that it's been a while since they put together a resume. Been a while since they've been in an interview. We have all of those services for them as well, so we'll take care of them there. This is not something that's going to end soon. I can't tell you how much over at the DLI side we value y'all's partnership so far in the run-up to the rapid response event. At the rapid response event, you were kind enough to send us a lot of folks. They gave great presentations. Their tables were getting utilized incredibly well. And the thing that matters for me there is, again, very large population. Some folks will go on to next mining jobs. Some folks will want to go for CDL. Some folks will want to go for welding, metalworking, whatever it may be. But our ability to bring all of those options together for a large population that's going to be going in a lot of different directions is probably the most important thing that we can be doing for these folks. And the partnership that we have with you guys, I think, is our best metric to get them there. So don't want to talk for too long. I understand I have about 20 minutes, and I want to make sure that everybody has times for questions. But I guess the point that I really want to nail home here is we have now had the rapid response event for the individuals. We're now working with all those individuals one-on-one. They have individual case managers, and we're going through, we'll have more job fairs. We'll probably lean a little bit more towards the virtual side here, as it gets a little cold in Montana every once in a while, and some folks don't like driving, but be a whole bunch of more in-person job fairs. And right now, the population is large enough that bringing every option that we can is by far the best thing that we can do. As we track this population and it shrinks as we get more and more people turned around and put back into the workforce, we're going to see what the remaining population is looking for cement a lot more. And I think that's when we're going to be able to bring forward a lot of help from yourselves with specific trainings, with specific reskilling. And I think that's going to be a huge benefit to this population of people who, I mean, not for nothing, it's about 26% of total mining jobs in the state of Montana. These folks earn a really significant wage. It is not an easy thing to find them a wage match for jobs here in the state of Montana. And really, we just value your partnership. So thank you all very much.
I'll call for any questions from the board.
No, I think, thank you, really great presentation. I think, from my aspect, the key issue is we want to be an exceptionally good partner, and we want to be responsive, because we know when people lose their jobs that the timing can be the trickiest part. And, so our responsiveness and any timing issues you might have, please bring directly to our attention to the OCHE offices. Like, I think this is one of the most important, emergency tasks we're going to face this year. So. I just want to reinforce, it sounds like we're doing well, but we want to be clear that we want to be exceptional on this issue.
Well, thank you, Chairman Regents. I appreciate that. And yeah, we look forward to working hand in hand with you here over the next weeks and months and years to make sure that every single one of these individuals is reemployed.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just curious, when we show up, which is great, do we, generally speaking, have what individuals are looking for? I mean, are we able to be there at the table with enough options for a cohort of workers like that they feel like there are options? I mean, I know we have some, but what does that look like from your perspective?
And so I don't want to speak for all of the workers. Obviously, haven't had a chance to talk to all of them. But from the event, from the 100 some odd individuals that we have already recontacted, assigned a case manager, and are working on their career development plans right now. The feedback that we have received is that the options that y'all brought forward, the options that we are currently working on talking together and putting together cohorts for, that they are being received very, very well. And then again, large enough population where there are just going to be some weirder side options that we're going to have to account for as well. But the vast majority of the population of these folks, when they were looking for additional training and reskilling, they were looking at welding, they were looking at CDL, they were looking at metalworking, they were looking at remote, they were looking at, trying to break into more digital places and the rest of it, and all of that is stuff that I think that we can partner on to bring to bear really well. So far, I think that it's going very well.
Toby Cannon.
Mike, thank you. I come from one of the affected communities, Red Lodge, Columbus, Big Timber. 500 may not sound like a lot of people, but it is dramatic for these communities. Columbus in particular is very concerned about the ancillary impact on services. So to Regent Bow's comment, rapid response, effective response, but I will tell you, the community's feeling the support. I'm hearing anecdotally and seeing the community center over at Columbus full on a Sunday. People recognize that we're trying to have that impact, and I think that what I'm hearing is maybe that immediate engagement point or resolution for next step is not immediately identifiable for these folks, but they recognize they have a partner. And so the added request that I would add is, you mentioned you're going to stick around and stay close. That group needs us. That group needs this effort in a big way, and thank you for it, and ask for the retention of our focus on this affected population, because it is going to be significant. It already is for those communities. So thank you to your department.
Absolutely, Chair. Well, I appreciate that. My team appreciates that. I would simply note two things. One, with the Extension Office in Columbus, we are currently looking to get a lease there. We will operate that as a fully functioning job service office as soon as we're able to get that nailed down. That'll be 5 days a week, 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock, fully staffed. So we will be there the entirety of the time. There will not be a single employee from this layoff who will not find reemployment with our help and your help and everything. And the other point that I would make is, in addition to obviously the priority response for the workers that have been laid off at Siboney, Stillwater, we also have to consider secondary and tertiary ramifications. And so when it comes to the Columbus local economy, obviously there is going to be other considerations there. And I just want to make the point that we are there for all of them too. And the dollars that we're requesting from the federal government to be able to aid these workers laid off by Siboney is also going to be there for those secondary and tertiary effects. So we're not going anywhere. It's not just about us getting these workers back. So obviously that's the priority, but we're there for the entire community, and we're going to be there to do whatever it needs.
Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you, Regent Martinson. And I think this is an important note for the college leadership here. You know, one important impact here is about, I think by early survey results, about 15% of these affected workers have students in the MUS whose situations have changed pretty substantially. And so our admissions teams, our financial aid teams, our advising teams, using some of the authorities they have to encourage students to seek aid that they might now be eligible for, or to seek reevaluation of their aid packages, or to understand those students are perhaps dealing with substantial disruptions. Those are other places that we all should be aiming to help. Thank you.
Regent Dombrowski.
On a broader note, I'm thinking about the role of the MUS, and I appreciate that a worker in this moment in time would sort of rotate to a skill set that they're comfortable with. But there is perhaps an opportunity, and you're probably seeing this, to have a worker look for a second career, quite frankly, look for a different opportunity. And the MUS is full of that. And I think relative to Regent Bow's response, yes, we need to be there and be appropriately rapid, but also broad in terms of helping people consider, because we have a lot of vacancies and a lot of other skill sets that they could apply. And then that also can lead to, you know, you mentioned the economy in Columbus. You know, there are other places that they can work and stay within their community, perhaps outside of their current skill set, that the university can be a partner in. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair, Regents agree completely. We don't have complete results from every single employee that was laid off from Stillwater, but we've gathered a lot of data from that employee pool, and there is a very significant population of them that would be looking, if it was offered, for retraining, reskilling, getting over into another industry that might allow them the opportunity to stay here in Montana, which from the survey results that we've seen, although there's some individuals who are willing to relocate, the majority of that population, if at all possible, does want to stay in Montana and does want to stay in their home community. So we are definitely going to be looking to help them out with that, and this room is exactly where we are. That's pay dirt for us and for these employees. So very much looking forward to that work.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, Regent Buchanan, that completes our 2-year committee report.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you so much for your work and time this morning. We sure appreciate it. Well, we have a busy day of transition ahead of us. We're a little early. Would it be the board's prerogative maybe to wrap up action now so that we can make our tour at 10:30 and take a break before that? Everyone comfortable moving forward? Okay. I guess that starts with public comment. As is required by state law, every publicly noticed meeting such as this requires that we provide an opportunity for public comment. I know Jasmine will be looking online for any input there, but I would ask anyone in the room that is prepared or wishing to make public comment this morning to please start making your way to the podium. And when you get there, please state your full name as you start your comments. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Regents. My name is Tracy Ellig. I'm the Vice President of Communications for Montana State University. And since this is the last time President Cruzado will oversee the Board of Regents here in Bozeman, I just wanted to express my gratitude to her. I was born and raised in Bozeman. I went to high school here. I went to college here. I've been up close to 4 university presidents. And President Cruzado makes me so proud to be an alum and to have worked here, because she put the care of students before everything else more than I've ever seen. And when we did our strategic plan, it was called Choosing Promise. But the part that was unpublished was, and we're not going to chase prestige. She reminded us that we're here to have our doors open for everybody in Montana, even those people who feel like they're not ready for college. And 9 years ago, she did the thing that I am most proud of to be associated with, which is she started the Hilleman Scholars for students who thought, I'm not really college material. And she proved them wrong. And so for all of that, thank you, President.
Thanks, Mr. Ellig. Appreciate it. Any other public comment in the room this morning? Thank you. Come on up.
Good morning, Board of Regents, Commissioner, President Cruzado. I remember attending your interview 15 years ago, and at the time, I didn't think it was possible to have a woman president. You have been a mentor and a role model to me, and I thank you for that. You brought charisma, passion, grit. We talk about grit a lot. And of course, the singular focus on the land-grant mission. You use the power of story to show how education can transform lives. Thank you for supporting me personally, our team in university communications, and the entire MSU family. One of the highlights for me has been developing the MSU TV commercials over the past several years. And we collated a team of our alumni, our faculty, our students. And these commercials, they didn't win just one Emmy, they won 2 Emmys. You are a force for good, a force for transformation. Know that the MSU community will continue to use that force as we move into the future. From the bottom of my Bobcat heart, thank you, President Cruzado.
Would you mind stating your name for us?
I'm sorry.
You're great.
I'm Julie Kipfer. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Montana State.
Thank you, Julie. Any other public comment in person today? Thank you. If you intend to make public comment, please be prepared to come to the podium as it's cleared. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the Board of Regents and attendees. I'm Nicholas Conlon, appealing the decision on my disability accommodations, financial aid, and degree conferral. My journey has been unconventional, to say the least. As an individual on the autism spectrum, I faced unique challenges. Growing up in multiple countries and learning multiple languages has given me a strong ability to adapt. These experiences, along with the loss of my parents while enrolled, have shaped me into a resilient individual. However, my time at Montana Tech has been a struggle due to circumstances beyond my control. Despite my repeated requests, Montana Tech denied me reasonable accommodations for my disability. I requested substituting courses with business classes or utilizing PLEs, but were denied. The university consistently misclassed my residency, costing me thousands of dollars in scholarships. It turns out I was eligible for at least $6,000 per year, amounting to a minimum of $36,000. To add insult to injury, they repeatedly published my incorrect hometown in the Montana Standard for receiving recognition for the Dean's List and President's List for honor roll every semester, despite my repeated efforts to correct it. Even the commissioner's findings acknowledged my dire need for financial aid, a need that Montana Tech blatantly ignored. Montana Tech's inconsistent application of policies further impacted my academic journey. Initially, I was required to take managerial accounting and other, quote, required courses. However, managerial accounting was only offered in the spring, forcing me to switch majors. To my dismay, after I dropped the semester, they waived the requirement and substituted it with business ethics, both courses that were required for my degree, causing me to substitute ethics for an additional course. I also have yet to receive a response from both Montana Tech nor the commissioner as to why I was not assessed after completing 100 credits as Montana Tech's policy states. This inconsistency forced me to take additional classes, delaying my graduation and increasing my financial burden. Furthermore, I was initially required to take advanced business writing, but was later granted credit for it without completion. Montana Tech's response admitted that they already had a portfolio assessment of mine and denied it, requiring me to enroll. Their response to my appeal left no response and flagged it was blank as to why I was not allowed a W despite being awarded credit. I also enrolled in M121 as a prerequisite previously while I attended INWAC in Arkansas. Due to policy, I had to take it again 2 different times, only to be granted credit for it by waiver for receiving an A after the 3rd time taking the course. This frustrated me, but opened the door to other needed courses to get my degree. This arbitrary enforcement and modification of rules is unfair and lacks transparency. I also dealt with the added stress of COVID-19 and the tragic loss of my parents to murder-suicide while struggling to survive without running water and sewage for 2 semesters. This financial hardship, I'm going to run out of time. I would really like you guys to fully review my record, and that I ask that without this degree, my job that I just got is in jeopardy, and my housing situation will further be in jeopardy as I am still homeless to this day. I ask that you guys grant an immediate conferral of my degree, a full review of my financial aid, and reimbursement for expenses incurred due to the university's constant errors, to include lost scholarship opportunities and unnecessary loans. I graduated and walked proudly with honors and was on the honor roll every semester that I was there. I am committed to my new career at Walmart, and please don't take away what I've worked my entire life for. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Any other public comment in the room? Any other public comment? Jasmine, do we have anybody online? With that, we'll close the public comment section. As is our, we will take action on all action items today from the great work that we've been reporting on and driving towards this moment, this meeting. Thank you, everybody, for the work that you've done. So we'll start with the board resolution on math proficiency. I will entertain a motion to approve the board resolution on math proficiency.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski. Any discussion from members of the board on this item? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment related to this item? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Moving right into budget administration, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent items on the budget agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Forkford. Any discussion from the members of the board? Any discussion from members of the campuses? Any public comment on the consent agenda within the budget agenda? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Same sign for those who oppose. Consent agenda item passes. Thank you. We'll move into action item A. I'll entertain a motion to approve action item A.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Bao. Any discussion from members of the board? From campuses? Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve action item B.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski and Regent Lozar. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from the campuses? Any public comment on action item B? Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion, vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Action item B passes. Thank you. Entertain a motion to approve action item C.
So moved.
Regent Lozar, thank you. Any discussion from the members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment on action item C? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Of the opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, Budget Committee. Great work this meeting. ARSA Committee, entertain a motion to approve the ARSA consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Folkford. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from the campuses? Any public comment related to the ARSA consent agenda? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. In favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Thank you. Consent items pass. Moving on to action item A, would entertain a motion to approve action item A.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski. Any discussion among members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment on action item A? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve action item B.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Folkford. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from members in the campuses? Any public comment as it relates to action item B? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Doesn't it feel like all that work we done just wrapped up that quick? Thank you, everyone. Before we adjourn, just to review the agenda, at 10:30, board members, please plan to meet right outside the door here. We're going to take a van over to the Innovation Campus, get a tour of that exciting project. We'll meet back here for a lunch with our colleagues at the Board of Education, and at 1 p.m., Governor Gianforte will be here to bring that meeting to order and anticipate a great discussion this afternoon. Before we close, well, of course, we've got something tomorrow for all of those that will be here. We're excited to spend some time. Yes.
Appeals.
Oh, gosh, I'll skip right over appeals. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Stepping back, next item on the agenda is a consideration of appeals. Thank you, Regent Lozar. Each appeal has been given a number, and for each of the appeals, you have received the commissioner's decision and the written appeal, with supporting documents submitted by the campus and the appellant. The issue before the board for each appeal is whether to consider the appeal at a later meeting. Our appeal policy does not require us to accept an appeal if we are satisfied with the commissioner's review and decision. The sole question is whether any regent believes the issues addressed in the commissioner's decision need further review by the board. If you do not wish to hear the appeal at the board level, it is not necessary to make a motion. A lack of action on our part will signify our decision not to hear the case. The appeal is confidential. The board will not address the individuals involved by name, identify campus involved, or discuss the facts or specific issues. Are there any questions to this process? We have 2 appeals in front of us. I will entertain a motion to hear any of those appeals before the board. If you wish to move an appeal, please identify the appeal by number and not name the appellant. There being no motion to hear any of the appeals, the appellant's request that we entertain these appeals are denied. The commissioner's decision in each of the appeals is upheld. Thank you for reminding me of that. Okay, any other business in front of the board today before we recess the meeting that we'd like to bring up? Excellent. Again, on behalf of the board, on behalf of the MUS, thanks to everybody in the room for the role you play. Oh yes, Madam President, of course.
Before we wrap up, first of all, I wanted to say thank you so much for coming to Bozeman and for holding this meeting here. It's always a pleasure to have the Board of Regents, and it's always a pleasure to have an opportunity to have the colleagues of the entire Montana University system. I also need to say, as with every campus, when we get your visit, it's always a great pleasure. It is also a lot of work behind the scenes, and I would like to recognize some individuals without whose help we would not have been able to hold this meeting. And first, James Tobin from the Office of the President, Leonardo Marra from the Office of the President, our wonderful Butch Danberger, the entire IT team, and the executive team and Ochi's team for working together in this wonderful partnership. I also want to say we will have more opportunities to talk about this, but I want to thank, goodness, all the expressions of love and appreciation. It's, as I said yesterday, it's been the honor of my life to work here. I also think the job of the president is intense. And at the end of the day, as I look back, I think it makes you a better person. And one of the things that I think it holds true, it's two things. First, it teaches you patience. And it teaches you to show the same amount of respect that you are afforded. And when that happens, the miracle occurs, right? Because people have been so good to me, I have tried to work very hard not to let them down. But when I treat them the same, as if they were presidents, as if they were future presidents, they also step up to the plate and they soar. The last thing I will say that has been a privilege is to serve as president of a public university. At every opportunity I have, I welcome people saying, welcome to your university, Montana State. Because we're public, right? That means that we are here thanks to the farmers and the ranchers and the taxpayers who allow us to conduct this work on their behalf. It's absolutely fabulous. And on a closing note, it's also important for us to keep those doors of communications open, to listen to what our constituents have to say. And I ask for the commissioner if I could end my remarks in these meetings with an important video that shows one of the best things that we can do, which is public opinion. And I think it's fitting, and also because it's a survey, an opinion survey, very relevant to what we are about to see. And just every individual who expressed their opinion here is very important, but I want to call your attention to the second person who talks, the first female who will speak and advocate for Montana State University, and she's part of the progeny of our very own Dean Matt Kairos. Let's roll that video. Thank you so much.
That's great. Any other comments or input from anyone at the meeting? I think it's appropriate to quote a former board chair that says it this way to tomorrow's game. May nobody get hurt, may the best team win, and everybody graduate. Thank you all for your work this week. Oh, what am I missing? Oh, Clay's reminding me of an important opportunity. We have certainly heard a lot of gratitude around President Cruzado's pending retirement. We also have a colleague who's been around the table for 9 years with us, serving on this board, that this will be his last in-person board meeting with us. And so with that, I know my colleagues may have interest in making some comments about Regent Lozar's service. I'd start by saying, I met you, Joe, when I joined this board, but watched your service and your leadership, 3-term board chair. And the impression that I have, Casey, is your dedication not only to your own heritage and the American Indian pride that you carry, but the pride you carry for higher education, what it's done for you, what it's done for this state. You've merged those responsibilities in an incredibly powerful way. And it has just been an incredible honor to serve and learn. And I know this, with your role at the Federal Reserve and with 3 little rambunctious kids in Helena, you're not going anywhere anytime soon. And we look forward to numerous opportunities to benefit from your passion and commitment to the state.
I don't know that I could put it any better, Casey, except that my first board meeting, I'm sitting by you, I'm thinking, man, you're wicked smart. And then you were telling me how you prepared and shared so much wisdom. But I think even beyond that wicked smartness is your caring, your honest, sincere caring about the people and the students and this entire system. And the system has benefited by that expertise and wisdom and caring. So thank you for that.
Casey, thank you. I don't have a lot to add either, other than it's been an absolute pleasure. Fellow Polsonite, I remember when you came on the board, my wife said, I remember that guy in church. Those little Lozar kids were wild. And I think you've shown that spirit here too. But no, it's just been an absolute pleasure serving for 3 years as chair. We've spent a lot of time together, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. And the state is grateful. It's a better place because of you, and higher education certainly is too, and we appreciate that.
Yeah, Casey, just echoing, I didn't think it was actually possible to have a Board of Regents in Montana without you participating. So this is a surprise to me. But I think a lot of us, and I probably learned the hard way, that, you know, when Casey leans into the mic and says, I'm wondering if you've put any thought into, you know that there's a very delicate prodding coming of someone. And so I think, Casey, that, you know, certainly I will try and live up to your institutional knowledge that you brought to the table, to your always remembering the disenfranchised. And I'll try and occasionally use your phrase of, well, you know, use the land grant phrase occasionally, but I'll also use the, I'm wondering if you put any thought into when I start out with my questions as a tribute to all that you've done for the board. Thank you.
Any comments?
Sure. This is my last chance to say I am Regent. Apparently this morning, that's how I introduced myself. No, thank you for the kind words. It's been a wonderful experience being a public servant in this capacity. I don't know how much folks understand how much board members put into this work. And so I want to thank the fellow board members, you know, here at the table, and most certainly the board members that I've had the opportunity to serve with over the past 9 years or so. You know, we're all pursuing the same thing, quality education for the state of Montana. And the only way we can get to quality of education is through quality of people. So, you know, the folks that I've had the opportunity to learn with and grow with, I want to thank you all, folks across the university system. One of the things I'm proud of that we did during my time is really elevating the role of the staff in the university system and ensuring that we are acknowledging their contributions through, you know, the annual acknowledgement of kind of the top staff contributor across the system. I've had the opportunity to engage with lots of different faculty, and you are the engine. You are the ones that are creating the learning opportunities that our state deeply depends on, and our nation deeply depends on. So I wanted to thank the faculty for constant leaning in and sharing their perspectives with the board. The campus leaders have been so accommodative to the regents, to myself, to trying new things. You know, yesterday morning we had a conversation about what makes the university system unique, and it's, you know, my first response is our willingness to do what we're asking of our students, to take risks, to try new things, and that's what we've done, and it has been guided in many ways through the campus leaders trying new things. As higher education has shifted and changed over the past 10 years, you have shifted and changed with us. And so I want to thank the leaders as well. And then Ochi and Clay, you know, I've had the opportunity to go to, you know, national convenings, and get an understanding of where the University of, the Montana University system really fits, and we're a leader. And we talk about that here at the table, but it's very obvious when we're with our peers across the nation how important the Montana University system is to the higher education in America. And that's really through Clay's leadership. So Clay, appreciate all that you've done. Last gratitude. Certainly want to, my wife's not here, but thank my wife and my kids for 9 years of giving up 22 days a year for me to come here and serve. And then lastly, and I'm glad Todd mentioned it, sort of blending sort of my personal goals as a regent. You know, one of the first things that Governor Bullock said to me when he put me in this position is, don't go in with an agenda. And I very much appreciated that. So I've worked hard on trying to find that balance of contributing in all the different ways that I can contribute and learn, and all the different ways I can learn. But I wanted to thank the system for our focus on Indian country. We've seen record matriculations, we've seen record persistence, and that is good for Indian country, but that's good for the state of Montana. And the one thing I'll probably step away with deep pride is the relationships with the tribal colleges. So that's how I got started in higher education. I worked with all the tribal colleges around the country, and you can't really go through a committee meeting and a Board of Regents meeting now without talking about the partnerships with the tribal colleges. So to the tribal colleges, thank you for leaning in. President Smith, thank you for being here and representing the tribal colleges. And to the folks across the system, thank you for leaning into Indian country. So as Todd mentioned, I'm not going anywhere. I will be around for many, many years, but appreciate the opportunity to serve the state.
With that, we'll draw to a close. Reminder, the Board of Public Ed will convene here at 1 o'clock. Thanks to everyone for your work this week.